PERKINS wins the 1997 Primus 1000 Classic.
There we go.
Credit Falcon.
He's gone straight on Crutch.
Stephen Richards and Jason Wright win the FAI 1000 Classic. Mark SKAIFE, he has beached the car sitting there.
Mount Panorama is set to erupt. The pressure's been building all year. Australia's best drivers, the country's best teams, counting the days to the FAI 1000. 1,000 kilometres, pedal to the metal. The race every driver dreams of winning. A record field of 600 horsepower V8 Supercars. Ford's AU XR8 Falcon versus Holden's VT Commodore. Choosing a race favourite is tough. Picking a surefire winner, impossible. V8 Supercars and Bathurst. It's as Aussie as a backyard bar. As Richie Ditch's cold beers in the fridge. Hold tight for the ride of your life as Network 10 welcomes V8 fans across Australia and around the world to our exclusive live coverage. The ultimate grand final, the FAI 1000. Let the V8s roar.
After a record Friday crowd, Mount Panorama is teeming with life. The FAI 1000 seems to get bigger and better every year. The weather's working, facilities are fantastic. The show itself is awesome. Pit lane today, you're seeing it now, will be absolutely buzzing with not only racing, but qualifying action, as you have probably never seen it before. Hello, I'm Bill Woods. Welcome to Mount Panorama. Welcome to our special two-day coverage of the FAI 1000 for 1999. For the first time, the final round of the Shell Championship Series, which is still undecided. There is so much on the line this weekend, above and beyond the prestige of winning this great race. It is also the climax this weekend of the GTP season, the Poolrite Showroom Showdown. So much to look out for. Let's take a quick look at the schedule right now. First up, Saturday events. We will deal with Friday's very important V8 Supercar qualifying, because only 10 cars of this very big oversubscribed field could go on to the top 10 shootout. Some very good drivers will miss out, so check that out. The Showroom Showdown, of course, for 3 hours comes after that for the production cars, and then the climax today for the FAI 1000, the V8 Top 10 Shootout. Now tomorrow it starts at 7 a.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Make a note of that. V8 Supercar warm-up, very important as the cars gear up for the main event. Formula Fords to whet your appetite on the mountain, and then of course the FAI 1000 for 1999. And this has been such a great year for V8 Supercars. The driver combinations are exceptional. The quality of the cars, the depth of this field is outstanding. Barry SHEENE, welcome to you. In fact, you could spread that through to the GTP race we'll see today as well. So much competition this weekend. They're driving themselves to great heights.
Well, it's quite incredible. The V8s now are so big. I mean, this is fantastic. You see the crowd here today. I reckon it's as good as it was on the Sunday last year. And,
Barry SHEENE, cheer squad's out in force again.
Yeah, it's just such a great event now. You know, the racing is so close, it's so competitive, so much money involved in it. And then the GTP race, I mean, that's really good. It's good fun to watch. And, you know, if somebody's thinking of buying a road car, it would be worth looking at that.
Yes, well, a somewhat controversial Friday qualifying session we'll see pretty soon, because there is a lot of prestige in the top 10 shootout, even though, of course, Jason Bright and Stephen Richards won this event from 15th on the grid last year. That's something that is very important to note. Mark OASTLER and Leigh DIFFEY are chief commentators for both events this weekend. Leigh especially, you want to be in that top 10, but you don't have to be there to win this event.
No, well, that's been proven before, hasn't it, Billy? But interesting times to come. Looking at this afternoon's Poolrite GTP 3-hour showroom showdown, some breaking news for you. A couple of the favourites, John BOWE and Gary Walden in the Dodge Viper, will not start this afternoon's race, but that won't affect it. It'll still be a good 3-hour battle, that's for sure. Looking to tomorrow's FAI 1000, Mark Oastler, a record field of 55 cars. It's going to be busy.
It is a record. I mean, who would have thought back in 1995 when we had, 30 V8s on the grid, you would ever get an oversubscribed grid? That's incredible. But what's really impressive this weekend is the speed of the AU Falcons throughout non-qualifying sessions. The new Fords have been very, very quick.
One Ford driver who has been doing it tough is reigning champ, Pertec Ford driver Jason Bright, a repeat of last year on Thursday, or I guess it was Friday last year, but Thursday this year, he crashed the car quite heavily again.
Can you believe that? I mean, is that a good omen for the Stone Brothers team? You crash early in the week, then you go out and win the race, who knows? But they have got the car back together and it's looking pretty good.
And a topic that the leading drivers have been discussing and talking about quite a bit, because of the 55 cars, there is an abundance of traffic out there.
There's an enormous number of cars. It's been a long time since we saw a full grid at Bathurst, but you've got to remember back in the old days, you had 1600cc class cars competing against the V8s, the closing speeds. There was a lot of problems out there. So really the modern day drivers have got to get used to it again.
Well, I think it's fair to say that yesterday's final qualifying session was one of the closest in history. Let's take a look at the highlights.
The Ford flag flew early in Friday qualifying, with Paul RADISICH the first to record a flyer around the mountain. Fastest in early practice, the Kiwi wasted no time clocking laps under the 2-minute 10 mark.
This race, look how hard he's pushing this car.
Into bat for the Holden camp, Mark SKAIFE made the most of the perfect driving conditions, while Ford Tickford's Glenn Seaton was in and out of the pits attempting to get his AU just right. Jason Bright made a welcome return to the track after a major mishap on Thursday. A case of deja vu for his mechanics, working all night to get the defending champions Pertec Ford back on the road. Time seesawed through the session with John BOWE and Mark LARKHAM both on the pace. The luckless Thomas Mazira, a standout performer, at one stage slotting his VT inside the top 10. Nathan Pretty came undone in spectacular fashion at the top of the mountain.
The Shell replay gets it all out of shape, up over the curb, across the sand, and bang! Wow, didn't he hit that wall hard?
While Simon Emizides lost control coming into the main straight, and race favourite Larry Perkins threw his steering out after making contact with the wall. With the session drawing to a close, it looked like RADISICH had it all sewn up, until Glenn Seaton's hard work paid off.
Glenn Seaton is on provisional pole. A 2:10.25 to the Ford Tickford racing driver.
I'm not getting carried away at the moment because naturally I've been in this position before, and really last year was the last time I was in this position, and it didn't all work out on Sunday, and we're focusing on Sunday. And as a race car, which is what we've been doing throughout the week, it's a beautiful car to drive. It's just handling all the bumps good. And it's not going to be too hard on us as drivers over a whole race distance, and but it was a beautiful lap, the 10.2.
That gave Ford the top 4 places, with John BOWE in third and Mark LARKHAM fourth.
Now the AU has been a new package, and it's taken the Ford runners a little while to get the package and understand it. And this track here in particular, Bathurst, very fast, very open, and the car has a very slippery car in a straight line, and I think that is definitely helping us for this weekend.
The pressure was now on 49-year-old Bathurst veteran Larry Perkins to make it into the Elite 10 with just minutes remaining.
Oh, there he goes. Top 10, he's 7th fastest. Larry Perkins digging deep, the final seconds.
And that's not the first time I've done my fastest lap on the last lap. You don't have to waste them, and yeah, I was happy to do that. As fast as I've ever been around this mountain, that's for sure.
Perkins sliding into 7th spot behind Mark SKAIFE and Jason Bargwanna, with Craig Lowndes, Jason Bright and Stephen Johnson completing the field for today's all-important Top 10 shootout.
Recapping the fast ones that will contest this afternoon's Top 10 shootout. Glenn Seaton the fastest from Paul RADISICH, John BOWE and Mark LARKHAM. It's 4 Fords at the top of the tree. SKAIFE, Bargwanna set the time. It's yet to be determined who will contest the top 10 in that car, though. And Dick Johnson, in his final start, will be in the top 10 shootout. That's fantastic. Of the privateers, in a magnificent 15th outright, is Cameron McLean, leading the privateers bunch again from Steve Reed. Rodney Forbes, perhaps a little bit disappointed, only 6th fastest. And Wayne Wakefield, the Queenslander, rounding out the top 10. Well, we've only just got started here at Mount Panorama. Stay around with us on your home of motorsport, Network 10.
Sigrid Thornton, Michael Caden, Rebecca Gibney, Lisa McKeown, Georgie Parker, Ian Thorpe, Linda Emmett, Marcia Hines, Craig McLaughlin, Kathy Freeman, Bob Downs.
From across the networks, across the sports, across the music industry, Australia's biggest stars unite for television's Night of Nights. Music, movies, television and sport. See who Australia voted their People's Choice.
The New Idea People's Choice Awards, soon on Southern Cross.
Here's a couple who bought a renovator's delight. While they're proud of the breakthrough they made,
put in some French doors and then pave the courtyard.
not everybody shares their vision. And here's the Mitre 10 specialist.
Let's start with Accent. It's good value, it's our own brand, great range of colours.
From the store that understands it's not just the low price, it's getting the right advice that really saves you money.
You can see it, can't you, darling?
Yeah, it'll come.
For quality recycled auto parts, look no further than Mooner Auto Salvage. Need a taillight, door or bumper for your Ford or Holden? Why buy new when quality recycled car parts will save you money? With over 25 years experience, Mooner Auto Salvage now offers a comprehensive database of all available parts to ensure fast, efficient service, so you'll be back on the road in no time. Call in and see us at 62 Hopkins Street or telephone 03 62 280274. And remember, recycled auto parts will save you dollars.
Get your motor running with these sensational FAI 1000 specials from Liquor Police. Carlton Cold $26.95, Foster's Light Ice $19.95, Wild Turkey $33.99 and St Agnes Brandy $17.99. Remember the FAI 1000, remember Liquor Police.
Hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more. What you say? Hit the road, Jack. And don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack. And don't you come back no more. Don't you come back no more. Don't you come back no more. Don't you come back.
Rev up for summer with a Motorguard picnic rug, $18.95. Valvoline 5-litre XLD premium motor or $12.95. Munro Centre Track shockers from $99 a pair. Check out Repco's summer catalogue for the widest range and best advice at the right price. Rev up summer with Repco.
Jump in for early Christmas bargains with the Toy World November catalogue out Monday. There are great gift ideas for every kid with loads and loads of super hot pre-Christmas savings. Don't miss it. The November catalogue out Monday at Toy World 107 Argyle Street.
Take the gamble out of carpet cleaning. For a top job every time, call 23668 9 Tasmanian Carpet Cleaning.
The pace is hotting up with this season's first meeting for the nightly sprint cars at Premier Speedway #1 on Saturday, November 13. It'll be red-hot action with a great program including Tassie's newest class, the AM cars. There's Taz sedans, mini sprints, street stocks and bombers. Don't miss it. Premier Speedway #1, Lyle Highway, New Norfolk. Saturday, November 13. Gates open at 3:30. Racing starts at 6.
Beautiful Bathurst. They're having a wonderful time this weekend as the FAI 1000 and the Poolrite 3-hour showroom showdown will unfold before your eyes on Network 10, your home of motorsport. Let's check the weather for this weekend, and it's very important because Bathurst has in fact had a lot of weekends of rain recently, but this time mostly fine. Keep your fingers crossed, mild to warm in the afternoon where it'll all take place. Chance of showers though, top temperature 23 degrees, quite comfortable. The weather's not the only thing that's bright, though, in the world of motorsport at the moment. A few weeks ago back at Honda Indy, we were talking about the renewal of the contract for Surfers Paradise Street Circuit and trying to get an Australian in the series. Well, things can move quickly in the world of motorsport if you try hard enough. And already a very important announcement from our own Jason Bright this morning has sped up the process.
Yeah, we've been in discussions with Pac West for the last couple of months now with the aim to get into the Lights Championship next season. Also with Jeff Jones about getting an Australian in the Honda Indy event next year. And so far everything's going to plan. I was over at Fontana a couple of weeks ago, had meetings with Bruce McCaw, and they're basically committed to running me next season. It's still obviously dependent on some funds being found. But at this stage, they've basically only got myself in mind, and we're looking forward to it.
Best of luck to Jason Bright. Of course, the Pac West cars are Mercedes powered, so you can safely say this will be the last time we'll see Jason Bright in a Ford for a long time this weekend. Can he pull it off again? It was a startling win for them after a difficult year in 1998. They've had a tough one again in the Shell Championship rounds in 1999, but he is looking very, very good. In fact, he and his co-driver Craig Baird were unlucky, you might say, not to win the recent Queensland 500. The four-banner competition is an example of how much the Ford fans really want it to happen once again this year, and of course for a Ford driver to win the Shell Championship Series. That is still possible. Bright is out of the running, but you just never know. It is so competitive. Marvellous response here. Of course, the prize is a Falcon XR8, the hottest Ford on wheels. And that is for the person who comes up with the best Ford banner. And home viewers also kick into this event because they get a chance to, as we have in the past couple of seasons in the banner competition, vote for the best banner. And stay tuned tomorrow because you'll find out how to cast your vote, and you could win a trip for two to Monaco and be a guest of Ford at the Monte Carlo Grand Prix. So lots happening this weekend, not only on the circuit, but also for you at home. All kinds of people make up the racing this weekend and the qualifying, of course, which we'll see today. One of those are the privateers. They battle very, very hard. We're going to take a closer look now at a couple of cars that are not necessarily going to be up the front, but they'll be doing their very best to impress their sponsors at the FAI 1000.
The name might not be all that flattering, but Supercheap Racing is a young team growing and going places.
It's grown a lot since last year. John ran in V8s last year just with a one car, and I ran an actual GTP car. This year we've got the two V8s, he's driving the AU and I'm in the EL, and looking forward to a great result at Bathurst.
Bob Thorne and John Briggs are Supercheap Racing. It's a team that's been built on humble beginnings and is now a part of the big league. Something that both drivers sometimes can hardly believe.
Absolute superb fun, very, very competitive, but we're pretty happy with the way things are going. We've had some difficult times during the season. Willowbank was a very sad time for us when we blew 3 engines, but I think this weekend the preparation's been fine and we're looking for a great result.
It's really come a long way in the last 12 months. We haven't had a great year. We've really been behind from day one building this car and so forth, but we're starting to catch up now, and hopefully this weekend it'll pay some dividends.
And for the second consecutive endurance race, the team has engaged the services of V8 newcomer Todd Wanless and a rising star.
Tim Leigh, I think, is a good example, who's driving with John in the AU at a Formula Holden. A not so young guy in Todd Wanless, but he's with us as well, and he's Australian sprint car champion, new to V8s. So we're trying to get these guys involved, and they've got good credentials and very talented drivers as well.
And this weekend is the most important race in the young career of Supercheap. It's the first time all 4 drivers have raced a V8 supercar at Mount Panorama.
Oh yeah, it's great. It's good. It's good. It's the first time I've been to the mountain, and I'm enjoying it. It's great.
Supercheap Racing. They may not have the big names or too many runs on the board just yet, but the Brisbane team has constructed a solid base for a long future in V8 supercar.
Yes, Supercheap versus big budget, the privateer versus the level 1 team. It's just one of the battles that are on this weekend in the FAI 1000. Of course, the main one, I guess, for a lot of people is Ford versus Holden. Ford has 14 poles to Holden's 12 in the previous 26 events here at Mount Panorama, and this year they have 7 poles to 5, but their overall performance has not been quite as good. I think we'll take it now to the best Ford versus Holden battle we've been showing all year on RPM. The Three Stooges, Leigh DIFFEY refereeing Neil Crompton and Mark SKAIFE. Welcome once again to the big one, fellas.
Well, after the final sprint round at Oran Park, Billy, I thought I'd escape doing this Three Stooges act, but our producer said we're going to go through it one more time. Mark SKAIFE, Neil. We need to practice. Billy, I know you couldn't hear him, but Billy was just saying that the ultimate Ford versus Holden battle. Qualifying yesterday, you've got the top 10 shootout this afternoon. You're currently 5th. How are things going for the Mobil 1 team?
Look, things are pretty good, Lee. I mean, we've got a pretty good package. We did really only one run for the qualifying piece, which we did a 10.6, and that was sort of, in the top 5. We think we'll go a bit better. The car was pretty good, and we probably spent more time on the race setup this year than we did last year.
Things couldn't be looking better for you guys. Glenn put it on provisional pole after qualifying.
It was a great job, wasn't it? I mean, the car's been really good all week. I drove it in Melbourne last Friday and sort of jumped out at Calder and said this thing's in really good shape, and it seems to be the way that it's working out here at the moment. I think the thing you have to work on, and I heard Mark talk about it in one of the media conferences earlier in the week, is you have to make the car comfortable. You have to be able to sort of drop into the thing around here and just be able to stroke it around and do the numbers without getting into a flurry, and that's the way the car is at the moment.
Did you put any dollars on yourself at Centrebet? I think you were at 11-1 the other day.
No, I should have. A few people told me about it, and I never managed to do it. One of these days I'll get into it.
Oh, he's been sick. He's been sick all week. He hasn't fronted for a few days. He's been cruising around. He's really sick. How sick are you, mate?
Sore back, man. No, I'm very sick. I'm a very sick unit. You know that.
All right, well, we wish both of you the best of luck. It's going to be an awesome race.
It is, actually. I think when we're goofing off, but the reality is that there are, I think, 10 or a dozen combinations that are separated by the tiniest fraction. I mean, there was one stage yesterday there where I saw 3 cars on a 10.4 split only by the 100th. I mean, that's remarkable in a track that's 6.2 Ks.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
All right, stick around on Network 10. More right after this.
Arnie's greatest test to find the one toy, baby, that every kid has to have.
Hey, buddy.
For the first time on television.
You picked the wrong day.
Jingle All the Way, Southern Cross Sunday.
We're so confident that the new GR50s with Donuts technology are technically better. That's why they come with a 50,000 kilometre warranty.
Now that's confidence.
With a capital B. Available from every Bridgestone tyre centre nationwide.
Rev up for summer with a Motorguard picnic rug, $18.95. Valvoline 5-litre XLD premium motor or $12.95. Munro Centre Track shockers from $99 a pair. Check out Repco's summer catalogue for the widest range and best advice at the right price. Rev up summer with Repco.
For quality recycled auto parts, look no further than Mooner Auto Salvage. We inspect and thoroughly clean all our parts for your convenience. Need advice on whether to repair your damaged Holden or Ford? Just ask us for a no-obligation assessment. Mooner Auto Salvage are the auto parts specialists. Plus, we offer an extensive delivery service throughout Tasmania. Call in and see us at 62 Hopkins Street or telephone 03 6228 0274. And remember, recycled auto parts will save you dollars.
Brumby Brothers Hardware is your home and hardware store on the roundabout at Mornington, just on the eastern shore. National buying power saves you lots of money too. Dinky Dye True Blue. Brumby Brothers Hardware are your local hardware team. They're open each and every day for all your hardware needs. The next time that you're passing by, call in and say g'day at Brumby Brothers Hardware Store.
The limited edition Magna LE is big, a big 3.5 litre engine, and it's big on extras. Factory alloys, rear spoiler, CD player, 5-speed gearbox. All this for only $26,990. Now that's a big deal. See DJ Mitsubishi today.
Want high return on investment savings? Talk to Trust Bank about their 5.35% per annum great rate term deposit. At 5.35% per annum, Trust Bank's special term deposit gives you a high investment yield. Act now. Call Trust Bank on 131 828.
Hurry up world, last chance. 40 Winks final clearance sale of the century is on now. We're overstocked to bursting point. Save $100, $200, $300, $400, even up to $500 across all 40 Winks product ranges. Save on iron beds, sofa beds. Save on inner springs, on bedroom suites. Save on children's furniture.
Wink, wink, 40 Winks.
Hurry. 40 Winks final clearance sale of the century ends Sunday.
Digital television, the ultimate viewing experience. The pictures are sharper, clearer, and wider with CD quality surround sound. And that's only the beginning.
This is free TV like you've never experienced before. High definition television. It's coming.
I want you to listen very carefully to what I'm going to tell you.
These are the very best commercials of 1999. Now, it is controversial. Each and every one is a gold, silver or bronze award winner.
The 99 Card Winner Special, Monday 7:30.
Vintage racing expected this weekend. FAI 1000 of Mount Panorama. It is the climax of the V8 Supercar season, and the Poolrite 3-hour Showroom Showdown is the climax to the GTP season. Craig Denyer will be assisting Mark OASTLER and Leigh DIFFEY in the call of the big race this afternoon. Craig, 6 races in one. It doesn't get any better, but it does get confusing.
It does, actually. It's a tremendous show. There's no doubt about it, Bill. And I think the fascinating thing about production car racing and GTP, it has tremendous history at Mount Panorama. You go back 30 years ago to the year of 1969. Frank Lowndes, the father of Craig, a young mechanic, worked on the Holden Monaro GTS that won that year, which was driven by Colin Bond and Tony Roberts. 30 years later, in 1999, Frank's still working at it. He's just engineered the Toyota Supra, which yesterday set 5th fastest time. So a tremendous amount of history at Mount Panorama and a fabulous race. All showroom production cars about to come up.
Well, this is it, of course. 6 races we talk about in one, but the reason for that is there are so many different makes, models, engine capacities, weight. It's amazing.
That's right, because you've got the $300,000 supercars right down to the $26,000 Suzuki Swifts. So just about every sort of car made on the road today is really manufactured for this sort of motor racing, and it's a great snapshot for showroom production racing. Fascinating story. You've got Terry Boscak in the Mazda RX-7, 1 stop today compared to Peter Fitzgerald, 3 stops for the Porsche. The Ferrari on the front row, given that the Gary Walden Dodge Viper, of course, has been withdrawn after problems this morning. So has a Maserati. The drama has already started, and we haven't seen the green light yet.
Last year in the Level A class, we had a tremendous finish when Jimmy Richards was hunted down by Neil Crompton. Amazing stuff. Crompton didn't just quite get there, but we see also action of the unfortunate kind, but no less spectacular.
Yeah, I mean, you've got 28 new drivers in GTP this year, and of course, when you've got so many guys here for the first time, incidents like this can happen. That was a Mitsubishi Magna that moved out of the way, one of the fastest parts of the track, to allow Darren Palmer through in the Ferrari, and of course paid the penalty. And then that sensational last lap where you've got Jimmy Richards in the Falcon Tyres Porsche, Neil Crompton in the Ferrari right behind him. 0.2 of a second was the winning margin, the closest ever Bathurst finish on record, and this is just absolutely fantastic. See them coming down now. This was the last lap after 3 hours of racing. Crompton locks up the left-hand front as they come through Murray's for the last time. Jimmy Richards and Peter Fitzgerald go on to take what was a fantastic win.
Well, by all rights, we should get a finish like that again today, certainly. As we've said, for both events this weekend, there is so much depth of quality throughout the racing for the FAI 1000 and the Poolrite 3-hour Showroom Showdown. Greg Rust got in there in the business end of things and took a much closer look at how the GTP cars really work.
In 1998, Jim Richards and Peter Fitzgerald took this Porsche 911 RSCS to victory on the mountain. With over 300 horsepower on tap and an incredible reliability record, not surprisingly, they're the team to beat again in 99.
No, it's going to be incredibly tough with the new exotic cars in the category. The extra 45 kilos, they've slugged all the Porsches. We're also stuck with an extra pit stop. But on the upside, I've got a great team and a great co-driver and a car that stops very well, so we've just got to put it all together.
Subaru's all-wheel drive Impreza was built to win rallies. It's also enjoyed plenty of success in GTP's high-performance ranks. Most set the WRX up to be driven like a front-wheel drive racer. Camber and alignment adjustments help reduce push or understeer. Stiffer shocks and springs minimise body roll, and performance gains are made with aftermarket engine management systems and modifications to the exhaust. Toyota has ruffled plenty of feathers in the family car class, and David Ratcliffe is confident the Camry can outgun the more powerful Commodores, Falcons and Mitsubishi's Magna.
Oh, it's mainly in the brakes and the suspension is the primarily thing, and also the little V6 twin cam 24 valve. It's in a lightweight car. It's the perfect package.
Class S is for smaller sports cars. Rickshaw's Toyota MR2 has won the championship for the last 2 years in a row. Its mid-mounted engine helps improve weight distribution, providing a more balanced handling package. Consistency is needed, though, to get the edge on the more powerful BMWs. On paper, the Holden Vectra of Greg Murphy and Stephen Richards looks like being the winning combination in Class D, but the history books paint a very different picture.
I'm as green as Peter Go, but my co-drivers have been here 6 times before, and they know the track, they know the package, and I think we've got the grunt up the hill. This V6 has got an amazing amount of torque, especially up the cutting, and those Vectras just won't be able to cut it up there.
And Suzuki's GTI is the mainstay of the baby car class. The hot hatch mightn't have the horsepower to match the opposition, but it's significantly lighter, tipping the scales at 900 kilos. With a bulletproof 1300cc engine, you can throw this car around for 3 hours knowing you'll be there at the finish.
Of course, Greg Rust is on pit patrol all weekend for our Network 10's coverage. Rusty, what is the latest on the Walden Viper situation? He is out.
He certainly is, Billy. Great to be back here. A fantastic atmosphere down here in pit lane already. And as you mentioned, pit lane could be the scene of a lot of retirements today, and one of them has happened before the races even started. As you mentioned, John BOWE and Gary Walden are out. This is the wheel off the Dodge Viper, and as you can see, some fairly major cracks. They're not stress fractures. They're actually cracks that have gone right the way through the rim. This is the red dye if we come in nice and closely here. The wheel was in fact crack tested earlier in the week. They found it to be fine, but the heat coming off the brake discs and the heavy weight of this car muscling around Mount Panorama has simply proved too much. The wheels are cracked right through. John BOWE says it's not safe enough to drive.
A fight for survival this weekend as much as speed. We'll be back with the Poolrite 3-hour showroom showdown. Stay with us.
As an AMBO, he's seen hundreds of accidents, but none like this.
I didn't know they were doing a robbery! Keep your mouth shut!
2 dangerous fugitives trapped in a tinderbox. But all they can do...
Where are you going? What's going on? Help me!
...is watch.
Help me!
All Saints, Tuesday.
If you own a lot of movies, you'll probably be interested in Video Traders. There you can swap your second-hand video for a different second-hand video, and it'll only cost you $3. And if the movie you're after isn't on the shelf, they'll use their website to help you find it. So, if you're looking for a romance, adventure, sport, adult, or a good old-fashioned thriller, bring your second-hand movies to Video Traders in Trotters Lane, Prospect.
Take a look at this. Here's the first van, and there's more. How quick are they?
When hose problems strike, with 25% more vans, PERTEC will get there even faster. Think fast. Think PERTEC first.
Well, come on, Frank. Blow out your candles and make a wish.
Crikey. A real Falcon 1-tonner with a super cab. Unbelievable. What a donk. Nothing like a big V8. Oh, mate, you couldn't have wished for anything more. Unbelievable.
The new Falcon 1-tonner. It's unbelievable.
All right, you lot. It has just been brought to my attention that the public has a perception that we here at Tas Exhaust are a warehouse, which means that we're expensive and do not sell direct to the public. I'd just like to say that that is not true. We do sell direct to the public and our prices are very competitive. Any questions? All right, as you were.
Tas Exhaust and Muffler Warehouse, selling direct to the public.
The big news at Harvey Norman is 24 months interest-free terms on computers. Buy a computer, printer, fax machine, photocopier, mobile phone and more. 24 months interest-free terms available now.
Are you getting enough? Enough out of your TV? Then install OASTLER now from just $39.95 and we'll give you an extra channel free for a month. Now that's enough. Call OASTLER now, 132-432. That's 132-432.
Hurry up, world. Last chance. 40 Winks' final clearance sale of the century is on now. We're overstocked to bursting point. Save $100, $200, $300, $400, even up to $500 across all 40 Winks product ranges. Save on iron beds, sofa beds. Save on inner springs, on bedroom suites. Save on children's furniture.
Wink, wink, 40 Winks.
Hurry. 40 Winks final clearance sale of the century ends Sunday.
Trust Bank have taken the home loan and added flexibility to create a low 5.45% home loan rate. Call Trust Bank on 131 828 about their 5.45% home loan.
Is this event big? Well, the Goodyear blimp tells us just how big. Beautiful vision there of Mount Panorama. There is the blimp, Spirit of the South Pacific. It was so good to us at the Honda Indy. This an entirely different event, of course, one of the great circuits in the world. That was a street circuit. This is a permanent road course, and it is legendary. And it is about to be attacked underneath the Goodyear blimp by a full field of these marvellous production cars. They don't call it the Showroom Showdown for nothing. For only a few grand or a little more, you can take one of these things out, modify it, make the tyres a little more race-worthy. Of course, roll cage in the chassis, brakes need to be adjusted, but not a heck of a lot more to be a competitor in this marvellous contest. 6 classes, big toys is probably a very apt description for some of the competitors here. This weekend, Greg Rust is on the grid.
Well, Billy, down here at the moment, I can tell you the Ferrari sitting alone on the front row. Darren Palmer and Wayne Park in the Ferrari 355 Challenge, the car that ran second last year. Darren, a lot of pressure on you at the moment.
Yeah, Wayne and I have sat down and had a lot of talks, and we come up with a good strategy, and we don't really have to lead the first 10 laps. Just get into a groove and get going.
How do you think you're going to go against the likes of, say, the Ferrari of last year's winner, Peter Fitzgerald? Porsche, rather.
I think the Porsche will set a good pace. It'll probably command a lot of the race. But I think when Wayne gets in the car, we'll be right.
Well, best of luck for today.
Thank you.
A great contest up the front, but a great contest through the classes here. 1997, BOWE and Walden in the Ferrari. 1998, of course, we saw Jimmy Richards holding off Neil Crompton in that memorable finish. Porsche beating Ferrari that time. They reversed the result of the previous year. But so far, in terms of Class A and the overall result, it's been all Porsche versus Ferrari in the last couple of years. The only 2 years that this race has been contested at Mount Panorama. Class B last year was won by Mark King and Rod Wilson in a Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 3. They were 8th overall. And in Class C, David Ratcliffe and Ron Searle in the Toyota Camry, they were 16th overall. Great action. Let's go back to the grid.
Well, Billy, the second row of the grid at the moment made up of 2 Porsche 911 RSCSs, one in the hands of the defending champion Peter Fitzgerald, and sitting alongside him, Ed Aiken. Ed, welcome to Mount Panorama.
Great, thanks. Lovely to be here, Greg.
Now listen, this is going to be quite a tough one.
Oh yes, it's going to be a tough one, but we're going to have to win it, and I think we've really got a great show. John driving in the second segment puts us in a great position. The cars are obviously very, very equal. So with Peter, so that's this thing. We've got to beat the Ferrari. That's the one we've got to beat. And
let's talk about that for a brief second. Your co-driver, John Faulkner, a very accomplished V8 supercar driver. He's had a busy weekend, hasn't he?
He certainly has, but he's taken to the Porsche like a duck to water. I mean, we haven't had a problem. He's gone out here the first session yesterday. He put the car on pole. Yesterday, we got knocked off in the afternoon session, but we're really in there with a great chance.
Give it your best.
Okay, thanks, Rick.
Bill?
What a field. And just negotiating the traffic is going to be a key thing for those guys up the front this weekend. Let's go through the classes. Class A, supercars under $300,000. You're looking at Mitsubishi, Porsche, Dodge, Toyota, Chev, BMW, Ferrari, Maserati, Mazda, Nissan. Marvellous subscription. Class B, $89,000 under. Cars and sports cars of high performance. That includes turbo and all-wheel drive, incidentally. Subaru, Mazda, Mitsubishi. A lot of Subarus in Class B, in fact, in the ratio. Class C, production touring cars under 5,000 cubic centimetres. Two-wheel drive and under, $47,000. Holden, Mitsubishi, Ford. Toyota also in that battle. Class D, production touring cars under 2,500 cubic centimetres and under $37,000. Honda, Holden, Mazda. And that is a great battle between the Vectra and the 626 in that class, with, of course, the Honda Civic hoping to get involved as well. Class S, sports performance cars, under 2,600 cubic centimetres and under $63,000. Toyota MR2, versus BMW 323, Toyota MR2, Mazda MX-5, and Class E, which we saw earlier, production touring cars under 1,850 cubic centimetres and under $26,000. Protons, Peugeots, Suzuki Swifts, they've been very competitive in recent years. Hyundai XL Sprint. In fact, to give you an idea of how these drivers approach this class of racing, Aaron McGill was a Suzuki Swift driver and a successful one, but this weekend has launched himself in a Toyota Supra in Class A and has been extraordinarily quick. So looking forward to a big event across the classes. Let's go to Mark OASTLER, Leigh DIFFEY and Craig Denyer.
Yes, thanks Bill Woods. And you can hear the engines, the revs rising, everyone in readiness for 3 hours of production car torture around this track. There it is, 6.2 kilometres. And it's absolutely brilliant circuit. One of the few tracks that doubles as a road course during the year. It's got a combination of everything in terms of the corners. Look at those big long straights. Mountain Straight, Conrod Straight really does reward cars with lots of horsepower, but equally you've got to stop the car at the end of the straight, and that puts a premium on brakes, so it's a real torture test.
Let's take a look at the starting grid for the Poolrite 3-hour Showroom Showdown. Well, Walden and BOWE were to start from pole position. They are now scratched. Park and Palmer in the Ferrari. Fitzgerald and Richards, the defending champions. Aitken and Faulkner, they are one combination to watch. Cartwright and McGill, Morgan and Beninka, and positions 7 and 8. Boz and Jack Williamson, and Stupas and DeGostin.
Out of row 5, Coleman and Elstrick in the Maserati. Linton and Simpson, the BMW alongside. Salmon and Dean, Tulin and Kilpatrick will start out of row 6. Row 7, Church, Dillon and Stubber teaming up in the Nissan Skyline. Hughes and Bates in the Mazda RX-7. Finnegan and Walsh start out of 8 with Boylan and Palmer alongside in the Lancer.
Going back to position 17, Carter and Waters in the Chev Corvette, then Chev Corvette, I should say, Alexander and Woodbury, Kasparis and Brame, King and Wilson. Further back in the field, Lawrence and Gazzard, Pulver and Shield, Jacob and Kenny, of course, Grant Kenny, the All-Star car, then McNulty and Dean, also a Class B car.
Position 25, we keep on going. There's plenty to go. Cowley and Crick, that's an interesting combination in the HSV GTS. Davis and Baxter, Phelan and Wood, the defending champion Peter Phelan, Holt and Stannard, McElroy and Yulda, Hill and Cribben, Ratcliffe and Searle, they'll be quick. Russell and Middleton.
Just a massive field, isn't it? Andrews and Longhurst. That's Guy Andrews and Tony Longhurst turning up in the Falcon AU XR6. Osborne, Shaw and Rushton in the MR2. Simpson and the two Lintons in the BMW. The two McLeod boys in the Falcon EL XR8. Chadwick and Knight team up off Ray 19. Cohen and Gardner alongside the Commodore VT SS. Carr and Constable, another AU XR8. Matchler and Haynes in another Toyota MR2 will start out of row 20.
And they keep on coming back to row 21. The Denyer, Watkinson, Just Cuts Mazda. Pole position, of course, in Class D, the under 2.5 litre class. Then Kuhn Panner in their Falcon AU XR6. Ferrier, Costera and Kirkham in their Mazda 626. McKay and Gover, the first of the Class E cars, the Proton. Stephen Richards, Greg Murphy in the Kmart Team Vectra. Wilkie, Freeman and Osborne, the Toyota MR2. Kirkham, Cave and Kirkham again, the Mazda MX-5 in the sports car class. And Thomas and Jordan, the Suzuki Swift.
Last few positions, Rossluff and Bewley, Newman and Price in the second Kmart Holden Vectra, Jackson and Heffernan, Williams and Bryan, Hughes, Buddha and Crow, Best and Cramp, and Falk and Lusty. Now, are they still in, Craig? Falk and Lusty combination, yes?
Just made the cut at the end of warm-up, I think, Lee.
Was perhaps a little question mark over that, but the car's out on the circuit now. We are moments away from this 3-hour Poolrite GTP Showroom Showdown. Now remember, it is a timed event, 3 hours, it is all over. Now last year, there were 69 laps raced in this event, so that thrilling end, as we saw earlier, between Peter Fitzgerald, Jim Richards, the Porsche combination, and Darren Palmer, Neil Crompton in the Ferrari. Let's hope, boys, we get another one this year.
Yeah, looking on board with Darren Palmer in the Ferrari as he weaves side to side, trying to distort those tyres and generate as much heat as possible, so they're up to their optimum operating temperature before the blast-off. Darren teaming up with Wayne Park in the Ferrari, and it's such a shame. There's Tony Longhurst in the Falcon AU XR6.
He's just tuning the radio in.
Yeah, looking forward to his 3-hour stint, teaming up with former Ironman Guy Andrews. It's a real shame, though, that the Dodge Viper didn't get a run today, Craig. I was really looking forward to that battle between the Viper and the Porsche and Ferrari cars.
Well, absolutely. A 224.7 yesterday for John BOWE and Gary Walden in the Viper. In the warm-up this morning, they found the front tyres, the front wheels actually had cracked under the heat and the weight of the car, and Neil Lowe, the team manager, said, look, it's just not worth putting these guys' lives at risk. The car, of course, had a huge crash last year at Mallala. The weight and the small brakes in this car really have been a problem. I don't even think that Gary Walden suspected what was going to happen in the warm-up this morning.
Well, here is the FAI race analysis. 55 starters, 3 hours. Maximum stint per driver is 40 laps. We'll keep a close eye on that. And of course, last year's winners, Peter Fitzgerald and Jim Richards, a great race that it was. Now, Craig, we've got we're in a fortunate position where we've got 4 of this year's champions from the Century Battery Series. Jim Richards for Class A, Peter Phelan Class C, Phil Kirkham Class D, and Rick Shaw, the Class S winner. They were all in this race.
Yeah, they've all had great years too. I mean, Jimmy's had a blinder of a year, as you would know, in the Cat Western Air Porsche. Had a tremendous last round win at Oran Park to take the championship from his arch rival Peter Fitzgerald. He's teamed up, of course, with Fitzy again in this race. They were such a successful combination last year, but right through the field you've got some tremendous drivers. Phelan on pole again in the VT Commodore, so that'll be a class worth watching. We've got an AU XR8 right behind him, a VS Commodore alongside, then the Camry and the Magna. Kirkham, of course, not driving this year in Class D, but handed his car over to the 2 young Formula Ford guns, Stuart Costera Jr. and Leanne Ferrier. So battles right throughout the field.
Plenty of variety as we go back on board with Tony Longhurst. Good preparation, I guess, for tomorrow's FAI 1000.
And of course the car that's going to be given away after this race too, the XR6 Falcon that Guy Andrews and Tony Longhurst sharing in this race, will be given away after this event. So I guess a lot of fans out there watching that car with interest.
So 24-year-old Darren Palmer, Queenslander, takes his position on the front row of the grid alongside the empty spot that was held by the Dodge Viper, the big V10 monster that pounded around here yesterday. Very quick time in qualifying. I believe BOWE was saying too, Craig, the closing speeds between his car and some of the slow cars were frightening.
In fact, 100 kilometres per hour at some part of the track, to give you an idea.
Yeah. Let's get ready. The Poolrite 3-hour Showroom Showdown is just seconds away. And a clear track ahead for Darren Palmer in the Ferrari F355. Seconds away, away we go. Watch Ed Aitken on the left-hand side. Also the Fitzgerald-Richards combination. They slot immediately into second position. Jeff Morgan in the Vodafone Porsche on the outside of Jamie Cartwright in the Toyota Supra. He sneaks through, and it looked like Derek Linton got away to a great start also.
Big field, 55 cars for the first time up the mountain of this 3-hour Showroom Showdown. And look at Jamie Cartwright. Hasn't he done well? He's up to third outright. I think mounting now a challenge on Peter Fitzgerald for second.
Yeah, that Supra's got some horsepower, no doubt about it. Turbocharged engine locked in behind the Ferrari. Cartwright, he's pushing pretty hard. We saw some tremendous form for this car throughout the year. But the Porsche just sneaks up the inside as they head up the shelf for the first time, looking out the back of the Ferrari in that big field.
A lot of pressure on young 24-year-old Darren Palmer. Wasn't going to drive the car this year, was actually going to drive an Evo 5 with Peter Boylan. His father Ross was entered to drive the car with Wayne Park, but made the decision on Thursday that he would rather put his son in. He knew he'd be quicker, didn't want to handicap the team's chances of winning, and Darren has now got an enormous amount of pressure on him to, of course, stay at the front.
Jamie Cartwright, who we saw really come to the fore this year in the GTP Series. Jeff Morgan in the Vodafone Porsche has got his hands full there also. They all climb the mountain for the very first time in this tough 3-hour battle. Cartwright sits third behind the Ferrari and the Porsche in the Toyota Supra.
Nice start too from John Tulin. He's up there in the Nissan Skyline. Also a great start from Berwick Linton in the BMW M3R, the car that he's sharing with young Queenslander Michael Simpson.
So you can see the way the cars drop over the top of Skyline. Oh, a bit of a run down the inside, a little bit of contact maybe.
Was Linton on Tulin that time, yeah.
Looked like it. A great shot from our cherry picker high above the S's. Dipper combination. The field still sorting themselves out. Might have been some contact there between Tulin and Ed Aitken. Hopefully they can get through unscathed. They fire out of Forest Elbow down Conrod Straight for the first time. They've got 3 hours to go.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? They have to really settle in on the opening lap, hope that nothing happens silly, and they can get on with it and concentrate on the next 3 hours. But Darren Palmer has got away to the best possible start in the Ferrari F355. He's got Fitzgerald chasing hard.
I think you'll find these guys, particularly Darren Palmer, will want to run at his own pace and not Peter Fitzgerald's. So if Fitzy thinks he can run with him, he may even want to take the race lead and put a bit more pressure on Darren, because I know the Ferrari team have got a very much a different race strategy to perhaps some of the other leading teams. Again, you can see the power of that Supra, how it's picked up 3 or 4 car lengths down Conrod Straight that time, Lee.
I'm interested to see how the Nissan GTR goes as well. John Tulin, Queensland-based driver, originally was meant to be teamed up with Paul Morris, but the Mobile Holden Racing team weren't too keen on neither Morris or McConville going in this one. They wanted to save them for the big one, the FAI 1000 tomorrow. Look at Peter Fitzgerald, pulls out of the draft of the Ferrari, has the inside run up Mountain Straight, and look who's looming in the background, Cartwright in the Supra.
Tell you what fits his car, the Falcon Tyres Porsche, carrying plenty of grunt. In fact, I think you'll find he's in a position to take the lead. Cartwright may well go with him too, or no, in fact, he'll pull in behind the Ferrari, let Fitzy go through, a smart thing to do. But great to see three different makes of car at the front of the field.
I was going to say, isn't it fascinating too, the battle between power to weight ratios in these supercars? That is the amount of horsepower they've got to the amount of weight they have to carry. Ferrari and the Porsche. Ferrari's got more horsepower, but it's a heavier car than the Porsche. And you just saw the difference then as they headed up Mountain Straight. The two cars, by the time you shake them all out at the end of the day, pretty even in performance.
Well, Greg spoke to Darren Palmer, the Ferrari driver, minutes before the start of this race. He seemed very relaxed. And obviously focused. Problem there for the Peugeot 306, that's the Luff entry.
Yeah, in fact, they've had problems all this weekend. So they had a split fuel tank and a fire yesterday, engine problems the day before. So problems for young Warren Luff, the car that he's sharing with Peter Ross and Dwayne Bewley.
So as they head down the mountain once again, Peter Fitzgerald just laying down the law to Darren Palmer, the opening laps of this Poolrite 3-hour challenge. And Jamie Cartwright in the Toyota Supra just sitting back there in third position at the moment.
Yeah, good effort for that team. Of course, we mentioned earlier a car that's prepared by Frank Lowndes was the surprise of qualifying session 1 yesterday when the car topped the timesheets for over 40 minutes. Aaron McGill, who in fact jumped in with Jamie Cartwright at the last minute. Owen Kelly, the Formula 4 driver, was originally slated to co-drive but couldn't come up with a budget in time. Aaron has jumped in and, as we said, topped the timesheets for over 40 minutes in the Trinovan Supra. So great performance from these guys. Frank Lowndes, such a cunning old fella. There's no question I think this car will be built to run the distance.
Craig, another fast car in a straight line with plenty of horsepower that unfortunately we won't. Oh, Viper has gone off. That's the Salmon and Craig Dean. I was about to talk about Craig Dean and the Saleen Mustang. Didn't make it to the start line. He then got the drive with Rod Salmon, and they are out of the 3-hour Showroom Showdown.
Look where he's come off too. Treacherous part of the track there, dropping off over Skyline down into the S's. That gives you some idea of the enormous size of that car.
Yes, a brand new car to this team. It was the Ray Lintott car that he ran at a number of championship rounds this year. It was only bought last week by Rod Salmon. And Damien White was also able to drive in this car. Let's have a look on the Shell replay, see what happens.
Oh, gee, I'm not sure if there was...
Oh, dear. Dear, dear, dear.
Well, there's no doubt about it. They're a pretty strong car when you think of that massive accident that Gary Walden had at Mallala last year.
And of course, they're carrying some 1,600 kilos, like a V10 8-litre. I mean, basically, they're almost something you could take truck racing. But it's Woods. Oh, well, he's on the road. He's still on the track. One wouldn't believe you could even steer it after seeing it hit that big.
Yeah, well, maybe we did make the call. It's too early. Another one out. A BMW is gone.
Now, that looks like it may well be the Linton car. It is. It's Berwick Linton's BMW M3R. It was running pretty much in the top 5. So, again, the car that he was sharing with Michael Simpson has gone out.
A bit further down the track, we've got a Subaru in trouble at the lower part of the circuit, so they're all dropping, 3 of them in one lap. And that's not good news for these teams so early in a 3-hour race. Peter Fitzgerald, Darren Palmer, Jamie Cartwright, there it is, car 99.
Gary Holt and Chris Stannard.
Yeah, well, Gary Holt had a rollover at Indy, you may remember. Quite a spectacular rollover after coming together with Mark King. So problems for the Subaru this weekend as well.
We get back to it though. Darren Palmer in the Ferrari coming past the section of the circuit where we saw the Viper go in. It'll be interesting to see what the assessment is, Craig, when the Viper comes back to the pits. It did go in very, very hard.
Further back in the field, we must keep our eye on Terry Bosanjak's Mazda RX-7 SP, the pole sitter from last year. He qualified 7th fastest for this race, and his co-driver Mark Williamson in the car at the moment.
Look at the way that thing's crabbing down the road. I think he's
in big trouble. Yes, the Yamaha-backed Dodge Viper, co-driven by Craig Dean. And,
he must be wondering what he's done wrong this weekend.
Well, he blew an engine in the Saleen Mustang, put a rod through the block, so he jumped into this car at the last minute. And again, his woes continue.
Look at that, see the way it's crabbing down the road. Serious alignment problems there.
I wonder how the Valiant fans are feeling now. 2 Vipers out.
It hurts. So the big V10 Viper struggles up pit lane. So they're planning to put that one away. The top 3 stays the same. Peter Fitzgerald, Darren Palmer, some 0.7 of a second. It's out to 1.2 seconds, the gap now. Further one 0.08 seconds back to Jamie Cartwright. So the top three staying fairly static at the moment.
Yeah, 2:28.5 for Fitzy. That's the fastest lap. And one would have thought that's a fairly slow or conservative race pace at this stage. I know that we'll keep our eye on the Mazda that Williamson's driving now, the Alcatel car, coming up behind the Stupus de Gostin Porsche 911 Club Sport, which is currently sitting in 6th spot. Williamson now making a challenge. And this is the car that Bozajak put on pole last year. Only led for perhaps half a lap, had an engine failure, but believes the car will be 100% reliable this time around.
Well, Greg Russ is in the pits. Greg, what do you have for us?
Lots of panel beating going on down here at the moment on the second of the Vipers, the only Viper in this particular race, the one of Rod Salmon and Craig Dean. It was forced to start from pit lane. Craig Dean, what happened at the top of the mountain there?
She just got a bit out of shape coming down the other side after filming.
Now the car looks like it's crabbing quite badly. I mean, is there any chance of getting back out there?
Just a flat tyre on the right-hand rear, mate. I think it's the biggest problem. Yeah, I can't see the damage. I don't know what it's like. So we'll just keep pushing on and see what we can do.
There he is, a pretty disappointed Craig Dean.
Well, the team doing the best that they possibly can at the moment to get him back out there. This battle continues on. The RX-7, well, I guess you could say Craig already having a better run than last year.
And problems for the Kirkham MX-5 in the sports car class.
It's at Forest Elbow.
Ooh.
This may well be a safety car too. I would think it's in a very, very difficult situation.
Well, there's a lot of wreckage lying around the track now at such an early stage in the...
It's Megan Kirkham getting out of the car now.
Oh, Fitzgerald just missed the front of the car.
And cut right through too.
Not sure if the yellow flags are waving vigorously enough there, but we hear from race control the safety car is coming out. Let's have a look at this in the Shell replay. Ow!
Yeah, gone in far too hot, locked up the left-hand front, couldn't steer the car, and has paid the penalty.
Yeah, that's a heavy penalty to pay too. Safety car is on the circuit, so they will slow the field right down, pick up the leader. An orderly queue will form behind the leader until they get that wreckage cleared, and then we'll return to racing conditions.
Mark King is your leader of Class B at the moment. Class C is this year's champion Peter Phelan, and there is Berwick Linton and also Megan Kirkham. I think she would have got a bit of a fright out of that one.
Yeah, Berwick and Megan would be both fairly distraught after going out so early. The M3R was a real chance to take a podium finish, Berwick thought.
Let's have a look at this at normal speed. Yeah, it's a pretty hard hit. You can see that's pushed the rails right across. But she was just sitting out there fairly precariously. Look how close the cars behind came.
That's Carol Jackson.
Just even clipped the front, I think.
Coming through the Honda Civic. Unfortunately, the rebound Mazda certainly will take no more further part in this Poolrite 3-hour showroom showdown.
Well, what a start to the 3-hour. There's already quite a high attrition rate. Some of the big names have gone, but Peter Fitzgerald and Jimmy Richards, the defending champions, lead the way from the Ferrari of Darren Palmer, and Jamie Cartwright is one to watch in third in the Supra. Jeff Morgan doing well in the Vodafone Porsche, and Ed Aitken rounding out the top 5. Stubus de Gostin, Bozanjak and Williamson, and John Tulin in the Nissan GTR. We go all the way back to 16th position, which is held down by Lawrence and Gazard in the Subaru. We get back into the Class B. Guys there, Mark King still leading the way. Top of Class C is Peter Phelan. David Ratcliffe running third in that class from the Longhurst Guy Andrews Falcon. Back to Class S. Leading that class is Wayne Russell, Newcastle driver. And Mitchell and Haynes further back. And we look to Class D, and it's the 2 Formula 4 drivers, Leanne Ferrier and Stewie Costera, doing quite well in Class D. So that's not a bad effort. And Peter McKay and Paul Gover, they look to be top of the pops in Class E at the moment. Plenty happening here at Mount Panorama. We'll be back real soon.
They're underdogs, out to prove that with initiative and hard work, any dream is possible.
We're talking about building a car here.
Starring James Belushi, Halle Berry and Casey Affleck.
All we're asking for is a chance.
Race the Sun, 7:30 tonight.
Get your motor running with these sensational FAI 1000 specials from Liquor Police. Carlton Cold, $26.95. Foster's Light Ice, $19.95. Wild Turkey, $33.99. And St Agnes Brandy, $17.99. Remember the FAI 1000? Remember Liquor Police.
Every one of you can make local calls for 20 cents.
by joining Easy Saver 15. Telstra Easy Rates for every one of you.
The big news at Harvey Norman is 24 months interest-free terms on floor coverings. Buy a house full of carpet, vinyl floor coverings, timber flooring or an imported rug. 24 months interest-free terms available now.
One car mechanic told me that if I didn't understand what he was talking about, I should ask my husband. No, thanks.
We guarantee to explain all work in a straightforward manner.
You get the feeling that just because you're a woman, they can overcharge.
We guarantee to consult you on any extra charges.
Well, how do I know? I can rely on them.
All work comes with a nationwide guarantee from Australia's largest service network. You can rely on your local Repco Auto repairer.
It's Toyota's final countdown. Time's running out to drive home the best deal with incredible end-of-the-century savings. Your Toyota dealer is counting down the days, so hurry.
Another reason why the Claremont Hotel is such a great pub is the food, with lunches starting from as little as $3 and daily specials like a full plate of scallops for only $7. It's no wonder why people keep returning to the Claremont. So isn't it time you caught up with Russell and Sandy at the Claremont?
Hurry up, world. Last chance. 40 Winks final clearance sale of the century is on now. We're overstocked to bursting point. Save $100, $200, $300, $400, even up to $500 across all 40 Winks product ranges. Save on iron beds, sofa beds. Save on inner springs, on bedroom suites. Save on children's furniture.
Wink, wink, 40 Winks.
Hurry. 40 Winks final clearance sale of the century ends Sunday.
The pace is hotting up with this season's first meeting for the nightly sprint cars at Premier Speedway #1 on Saturday, November 13. It'll be red-hot action with a great program including Tassie's newest class, the AM cars. There's Taz sedans, mini sprints, street stocks and bombers. Don't miss it. Premier Speedway #1, Lyle Highway, New Norfolk. Saturday, November 13. Gates open at 3:30. Racing starts at 6.
This is Taxi Ride, the #1 album, Imaginate, with Get Set. And everywhere you go. Taxi Ride, Imaginate, the #1 Australian album, in store now.
The perfect couple, until someone came between them. Can the good doc ease the emotions? Plus, helping Puss with a jealousy problem.
Oh, Winnie's away.
Harry's practice Sunday.
This is Mount Panorama, the Poolrite 3-hour showroom showdown under yellow. The safety car is out there leading the field right now. We have a couple of other cars on their way back to the pits on trucks. And Tony Longhurst's Falcon is in for new tyres already. Drama, and the race is only a few minutes old, really.
Yes, of course, they did have problems with tyres during qualifying and practice, and they had made a strategic call this morning. If there was an early safety car situation, they would come in and change tyres and take on a splash of fuel, which will get them back into their race program. So I don't think it's too much of a concern at this stage.
We ride now with one of the Maguire's top marks Class A cars, and that is Darren Palmer. Here we have the Longhurst Andrews Falcon in the pits. The guys have been doing it tough with tyre problems all weekend.
I say that Tony and Guy have done a pretty good job with the car too. It's super competitive. Guys raced here last year, or qualified here last year with Sam Newman, but never got to have a drive of the car. And he was anxious, of course, that when Tony gets out, he'll hand him a nice fresh car. He can have a bit of fun. But he's been very, very competitive in Class C. Finished second at the recent IndyCar race on the Gold Coast to David Ratcliffe's Camry. So he's really looking forward to having a steer today.
Yeah, he was quite impressive around the streets of surface, wasn't he? Very aggressive driving. Managed to keep the thing off the walls.
Things look good down there. Tony Longhurst in and out.
Fabulous opportunity, of course, to win that car too, with the National Century Batteries Autobahn promotion. But behind the safety car, Peter Fitzgerald. Be very happy to be in the position he's in. Porsche's looking very, very strong.
Here's the replay, the Shell replay of Megan Kirkham's accident in the Mazda MX-5 once again, and went in quite hard. Exactly the same position as we saw Jason Bargwanna stick it in a couple of years ago. The Primus 1000 here 2 years ago. And Carol Jackson in the Honda Civic did a great job there to pull the car up and avoid contacting. I think maybe just slightly brushed there, but not in a major way. And there's been plenty going. We've lost Beric Linton, and we're still waiting on an update on the Viper as well. Greg?
Well, Lee, I'm with Guy Andrews at the moment in the pits. We saw Tony Longhurst in just a few moments ago in the Falcon. That's a bit of an early call.
Yeah, it was. We had trouble with the tyres in practice, and they're all delaminated. So in the rule book, we're allowed to do at least one lap of the race and then change to other tyres. And with the pace car so early, we thought we'd come in and get the tyres on and get some fuel, and hopefully it'll pay off towards the end of the race.
You think that's going to affect your strategy in a major way in Class C?
Well, I think we were counting on an early pace car because we need a splash and dash towards the end of the race for fuel. So if we get that now, perhaps I can get in the car when Tony comes in and just stay in the car until the finish of the race.
Best of luck and enjoy it, won't you?
Yeah, I will. Thanks.
I'm sure he will enjoy it when this man steps out. Tony Longhurst, very experienced V8 Supercar campaigner, Bathurst winner, in fact, in 1988 with Thomas Mazera and a Ford Sierra. And Tony's certainly enjoying his time out there. Different sort of challenge, I guess. Very different thing to drive than a V8 Supercar.
Talking to his crew now, as you can see, and be fairly happy to be in the position. In fact, I think when he came in, he was pretty much leading the class. So I guess, given that they were going to take on a splash and dash towards the end of the race, they can now take advantage of that now. Shouldn't handicap them too much at all.
Word we hear from race controllers, they should be going back to green conditions, full racing conditions very shortly.
Now the safety car period may reduce the number of laps in terms of, we didn't see all that many last year. It was quite a number of race laps. We got up to 69 laps last year, but the focus here is that it is a timed race, not a lapped race. 3 hours, once we hit that mark, it's all over and done with. And there's a great shot of this huge field. It was a capacity grid, 55 cars in the Poolrite 3-hour Showroom Showdown. These guys have contested their championship throughout the year. Something like 8 rounds, isn't it, Craig?
Yes, 8 championship rounds, plus they did a feature race at Adelaide as well. And when you look at all these different varieties of cars in there, 18 different manufacturers in this race, 29 different models of those manufacturers. So it's a tremendous opportunity to see, I guess, the sort of car that you may drive on the road at home reflected on the racetrack, and see how, perhaps your car stacks up against somebody else's.
Yeah, well, they do cop a real pounding around here, don't they? When you see the cars going across the top of the mountain, just how hard the suspension's working, how hard the tyres are working, brakes. It's a real test of the car's mechanical integrity, and I guess it's thoroughbred breeding for competition use.
Well, a lot of guys have used this category to move on, such as Andrei Pavicevic, Cameron McConville, and people like that. So it certainly is a great stepping stone, perhaps, to move on to other categories.
Not too far away from going green. On the other side of this, hopefully we will be there. Stay with us on your home of motorsport. This is Network 10.
Today's FAI 1000 Racing, live from Bathurst, proudly presented by Liquor for Less, Mitre 10 and Moona Auto Salvage.
Now every one of you can call anywhere in Australia and talk from 7 p.m. to midnight, 7 nights every week with $3 easy STD calls. Telstra Easy Rates for every one of you.
The big news at Harvey Norman is 24 months interest-free terms on floor coverings. Buy a house full of carpet, vinyl floor coverings, timber flooring or an imported rug. 24 months interest-free terms available now.
Does your engine sound like this? Sick of breaking down all the time? Does your car have trouble starting in the morning? And worried about what those engine noises are? Well, have we got the solution for you? Motor Up, the no oil change engine treatment that's easy to use. Just pour it in, it works instantly.
I mean, just physically looking at the motor, it had a little shake to it, and then it smoothed right out. Almost instantly.
It overheats all the time when I stop at a red light.
it starts getting higher, and when I get into traffic jam, I get real scared, like, let's move, because it goes down as soon as I start driving. You know, so it's not doing it now.
Without a doubt, it's definitely running cooler. I'm looking at the temperature gauge, it's lower and lower. I'm definitely impressed.
Motor Up is the engine treatment that works and keeps on working. No oil change, no mess, and no downtime.
Sounds really good. It's not shaking. That's what's amazing me. It's not shaking anymore.
And you know who fixed it?
I did.
Actually revs without stalling out. Holy that's amazing. The car always stalls out every time I give it gas. Now that you put that treatment in, it's not stalling out no more.
Motor Up physically bonds itself to your engine, reducing friction, helping eliminate wear and tear on your engine. So, for faster starts, a smoother, cooler, quieter engine with increased horsepower, use Motor Up. The complete Motor Up introductory pack, including Motor Up engine treatment, great Motor Up cotton t-shirt, and wiper treatments can be yours for only 3 easy payments of $21.65. Plus, if you're one of the first 100 callers, we'll also throw in this great Motor Up cap for summer absolutely free. So ring Teleball Shopping on 133 222 now to order your Motor Up pack. Don't miss out, call 133 222.
Diarrhea can be a real inconvenience. Luckily, there's Imodium. Just one dose will start working fast, so you can get on with your life. Imodium controls diarrhea fast.
Tasmanian retailers looking forward to a bumper Christmas season with predictions of increased sales above last year. And brigades from around the state go through their paces in fire service competition.
Southern Cross Nightly News. First at 6.
Welcome back to Mount Panorama. You're watching the Poolrite 3-hour Showroom Showdown for GT production cars. And we are about to go green. The pace car pulls into pit lane. Looking at the Falcon tyres. Porsche 911 of Peter Fitzgerald and Jimmy Richards. They are leading the way. The field is bunched up. We get back underway. Safety car is off the course and we see green. Look at Jamie Cartwright in the Super making an inside move on Darren Palmer and gets there. No, he doesn't quite. Palmer doesn't want to relinquish the position. So side by side they go through Hell Corner. Now the Supra moves into second.
I think you find the Supra certainly got the grunt up the hill, and of course the safety car period will play into his hands. This is a twin turbocharged car. It gets a lot of underbody heat, under bonnet temperature, and of course once it gets hot it loses about 40 horsepower. Now on a fairly cool day like today, and particularly when you've got a safety car period, it does allow the engine to cool down, so he'll certainly come out with perhaps a little bit more boost. And now throwing out a challenge to Peter Fitzgerald.
Yeah, tell you what, hasn't it got some horsepower? Side by side as they come up toward the cutting, full green flag conditions. Fitzgerald wants to argue. They're going to go side by side out of here, up toward Reed Park, but looks like a little bit more squirt from Cartwright Supra. Puts him through to the lead.
That's where it becomes an interesting battle, doesn't it? You've got a younger guy, a less experienced guy in a high horsepowered car, an older, very experienced driver, and you'll see them play a few games here, that's for sure.
No doubt about it, but a very impressive performance from this Trinovan Car Imports Australia Supra, driven by Aaron McGill and Jamie Cartwright. Both were within 2/10 of each other in qualifying, so they will be a very competitive package, and I think this car certainly has the potential to run all the way to the end.
Greg, what have you got for us?
Well, would you believe it, Tony Longhurst in just a handful of laps ago. He's come back in again, and the right rear wheel has become loose. The team don't know why. They've been forced in to change the wheel again and send Tony back out. He's been in for at least 45 seconds already, so this is another quite long stop for the Falcon.
So Supra with Cartwright at the wheel. But Fitzgerald now coming back on the attack. The Ferrari joins in the assault too. Jeff Morgan in there, Ed Aitken. Daggerston back there in 5th position. So the top 4 really fighting out the lead at the moment.
Good performance from Jeff Morgan in the Vodafone Porsche, the car that he's of course sharing with Dominic Beninka, who won the championship in 1998. And they'll also be a very competitive combination.
Well, we're talking now about the Class A cars as Jeff Morgan now starts to come up on the Ferrari F355 in the Vodafone Porsche. Let's talk Class B for a second, and driving the OASTLER Subaru WRX again this year is Grant Kenny, former Ironman star. Welcome along, Grant.
Thanks very much, Lee.
Looking forward to it again. You're building up, aren't you? You're building up your resume, more and more races, and here you are at Mount Panorama again.
Yeah, it's very exciting. Great to be back here, and fortunately this year, because of a number of things, we've had the opportunity to get a few more laps, certainly under my belt this time around. Although I think last year we had a more trouble-free preparation in terms of the car. This year hasn't been great in that sense, but last year we didn't finish the race because we did an engine, and hopefully this year we'll say put all the bad luck behind us before the race started.
While we're talking, Jeff Morgan in the Vodafone Porsche has slipped through on the Ferrari, so Morgan moves into third now. And your co-driver, your teammate, Scotty Jacob, currently running around about fourth in Class B.
Yeah, pretty happy with that, actually. It all came together pretty well for us towards the end of the race, and unfortunately in the first day's practice we blew the engine in the #1 car. Luckily for us, we had 2 OASTLER cars here and were able to bring the second car in as a backup. And it's not as well prepared. It didn't have the limited slip diffs front and rear, so it wasn't quite as good a package, but we've got it down to within a couple of seconds of the fastest qualifiers in our category. And then today, unfortunately, in the warm-up session, did the gearbox. So we've had to change the gearbox, but hopefully now, I guess it's better that it happened in warm-up than in the race, and Scotty's certainly winding along quite well now.
Well, maybe you can answer the question, because a lot of people ask us, what's the relationship between Ironman and motor racing? Because we're seeing you, and now we're seeing...
You know, it's funny, there's a lot of similarities. In a lot of ways, it's... you know, your peripheral vision is very important. You're taking in a lot of things around you. You're dealing with an ever-changing environment because of the craft in the water, of course, and on the track, it's vehicles. But you've still got that real need for heavy focus on what you're doing and your little bit of track, as you do in the surf. Most of the guys have fortunately had a chance to give it a try whilst in celebrity races, and once you've had a go, you're always hooked.
Bottom of your screen, you see the Class B update. The Jacob Kenny Subaru WRX on screen right now, running 5th in the order. The battle 10 cars throughout that class.
In fact, a bit of a surprise, because Mark King and Rod Wilson are currently leading the class. Bob Hughes in the Mazda RX-7, not the SP model that Bosenjak's driving, but the standard twin-turbo RX-7 was really the surprise of qualifying, Grant, about 4 seconds a lap quicker.
Yeah, very, very competitive car, that one. In fact, at times it was sort of 5 or 6 seconds. You just couldn't see how anybody could be competitive with that car in Class B. I guess the other factor that's got to come into it, though, is obviously the drivers. Well, they're very good at that, but reliability will be probably the only way we're going to have a chance of beating that car.
Fitzgerald now coming back on the attack against the Supra RZ twin turbocharged inline 6-cylinder machine from Japan. 3-litre turbocharged engine. Car weighs about 1,350 kilos, which makes it about the same weight as the Ferrari, but substantially heavier than the Porsche at 1,270 kilos.
Poolrite Class D update, of course. The Denya Watkinson Mazda 626, the Just Cuts car, leading from Ferrier Costera in the second Mazda 626. Stephen Richards, Greg Murphy in the Kmart Team Vectra. Then, of course, Sam Newman will in the prize in the second of the Vectras. Carol and Gary Jackson in the Honda Civic.
And Craig will save you the task of doing it, to save you from being accused of bias. If you're wondering, folks, you're saying Denya's out there, isn't it Craig Denya commentating? Yes, it's Craig's son Grant, who's doing a terrific job in Class D, leading that with Tom Watkinson.
Yeah, Tom's done a pretty good job and handed him a good package. And of course, Grant's a bit like me. He's got to race a Mazda 626 because it's one of the few cars you can actually see over the dashboard in.
Peter Phelan up Mountain Straight in the VT Commodore.
The clean duck VT has been brilliant this year. Here's a bit of a hot battle here. One of the Kmart Vectras. It's Stephen Richards and Greg Murphy battling it out. And they've been having a ball this weekend in that car. I think initially they were too thrilled to jump in it, but since they've been in it around Mount Panorama, the smile hasn't left their face.
I was following them around yesterday, actually, in one of the qualifying sessions, and having a very, very big go. They were a lot of brake lock up and a lot of aggressive driver tactics, and it's good for people like myself to have the opportunity to get in there and race these guys in similar sort of performance, because it does teach you a lot more about racing. And so it's good to see him out there, and it's a big change of pace, but it's still a lot of fun for the drivers.
This would be making Paul Gover's day. The blue car you can see on screen there is the Proton M21. Paul Gover is the journalist from the Herald Sun in Melbourne, and he's just overtaken. Who was in that car? Was it Stephen Richards or Greg Murphy? Who started? I think it was Stephen that started. And so that would make his day, passing Stephen Richards up Mountain Straight.
Yeah, the Proton's a pretty good package, Lee. It won the championship this year in the hands of Kozi Kalazidis. It's a 1.8 litre, whereas the Vectra is a 2.2 litre. So one would have thought the Vectra perhaps should have been a little quicker around here. But Gover would be smiling like he wouldn't believe.
Well, let's see how they go across here. You might be able to tell us more, Grant. I was talking to John Stevenson yesterday from Holden, and he said the boys said as soon as they get to the top here, they can basically hold it flat right across the top until they get to the dipper.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting actually. It varies a little bit obviously with your tyre wear, and the car as it starts to go off gets very skatey across the top there, but pretty much from the cutting on up, it's flat to the floor. A couple of points where you'll come off and just give it a little bit of a lift. Of course, some of the cars with more horsepower accelerate a lot quicker across there and having to touch the brakes a little bit, but it's a very exciting part of the track.
So Stephen Richards it is, working hard at the wheel of the Vectra. Last year's FAI 1000 winner. Doing things at a very different speed on this Saturday afternoon. Meanwhile, the battle for the lead continues. Jamie Cartwright in command from Peter Fitzgerald. Jeff Morgan, we saw him blast past Darren Palmer in the Ferrari just a few laps after they went back to green.
I've got to say that Jeff Morgan would have to be the most improved driver in GTP for the year. I mean, that's a very, very impressive performance considering he's now putting pressure on Fitzgerald. Not only has he done that, but he's actually, I think, set fastest lap at 2:28.3 now to Morgan. And of course, Dominic Beninka is yet to hop in the car, and one would assume that Dominic will be even quicker than Jeff.
Jeff Morgan is the Morgan in Morgan and Banks. And not only a very successful businessman, but a successful racer, multiple times Australian Porsche Cup champion. And here he is here, battling for a top 3 position in this, the Poolrite 3-hour GTP Showroom Showdown. He is really starting to work the back of Peter Fitzgerald now.
Well, Fitzy won't want to get caught up in this. He knows that he probably could put a bit more pressure on Jamie Cartwright, and at the same time he can't afford to let Morgan get too close. Now you look at the legs of the Supra down the main straight, and we talk about the horsepower difference. Around 450 coming out of the Supra, around 320 coming out of the Porsche. The Porsche, of course, is significantly lighter, much better under brakes, but around a track like Mount Panorama, certainly the 450 horsepower of the Supra, the fact that it is very aerodynamic, gets a lot of top end cut through the air, very, very clean. Whoa, problems there for, I think, the Jackson Honda Civic. But very, very impressive performance from the young 26-year-old Queenslander to be leading this race.
Jamie Cartwright, yeah. Go, Garth.
I was just going to say, it's interesting when you're watching the cars run this hard. It certainly sort of confirms the feeling from inside the car. Remembering that they're predominantly street cars and you really can't do much to them at all. I think that's part of the reason why we have so many problems with them in terms of the mechanical things and just going through gearboxes and so on. You find that the cars are really being driven hard. For us in the Subarus, it's very much a problem in third gear. You get a lot of traction with the slick tyres on. You're really pushing them hard for a long part of this track in third gear, and we had one go this morning. The car was in gear, just driving hard out of a corner, and then bang, it's gone.
I guess what you're saying though is exactly why this class is so popular, particularly with the fans, because they can see the standard car and how it performs under the stresses of competition.
Absolutely. Oh, Mark King's heading off.
Mount Chopper down on top of Mount Panorama as they come up through the Ford cutting once again, and this is where Cartwright really stretches the legs. The tremendous torque of a twin turbocharged engine is a real advantage over a naturally aspirated engine, especially at these mountain altitudes. Mount Panorama being about 850 metres above sea level. Turbocharged engine does have an advantage over a naturally aspirated one because the air at this altitude is thinner. The more you can stuff into the engine, the more power you're going to get.
Well, Mark King, the once leader of the Autobahn Class B, is in trouble. He's circulating slowly around the circuit. Feedback weekend. So hard luck there for Mark King in the Mitsubishi. Meanwhile, this top 3 battle continues. Jamie Cartwright, the 25-year-old Queenslander, doing a tremendous job out in front. This is probably the biggest pressure he has been under in his career as they come up on some of the Class E competitors. 1, 2 and 3. Cartwright's Supra from Fitzgerald's Porsche and Morgan's Porsche.
Spent 1996 and 1997 racing in HQ Holden, young Jamie. Started off in go-kart racing, spent about 6 years in karts before progressing to full-size cars.
Hasn't done a lot of driving either, Mark.
No.
I mean, he's got a lot of natural talent, and he's also got plenty of advice coming his way as well, because his father, Roger Cartwright, who runs the family business, has raced here at Mount Panorama before in a car prepared by Frank Lowndes. Hence Lowndes' involvement in this car. And we see the Mark King car now on the Shell replay in trouble with I think it's a left-hand, might be flat tyre, is it, Lee, or is it some kind of problem with the front end?
Certainly sitting down there, yeah. Flat tyre.
Right front.
Deflating tyre. Let's go to Greg Rust.
Well, Mark, you're quite right. It's a deflating right front. Would you believe it had happened just as they passed the pit entry? Poor old Mark King. I've had a word also to Rod Wilson, who is the head of Pirelli Racing Tyres Australia here. He's co-driving with Mark. He can't understand what the problem is, but they've got a long lap to do before the car can come back in for that tyre change. Would you believe it? They were leading Class B at the time.
Yeah, that's the way the cookie crumbles at Mount Panorama. But I'll tell you what, there's a lot of dirt and garbage seems to be blowing around here. There's quite a strong wind, and maybe he ran over a bit of debris that blown onto the circuit. We're not sure.
Well, Greg Kenny, that certainly helps your cause, and we'll talk more about that on the other side of this break as we take a look at the leaders. It is still Cartwright from Fitzgerald and Morgan, who is doing a great job in third. Palmer in fourth from Aitken and De Gostin running in sixth from Mark Williamson in the Bos and Jack Mazda, and Carter and Waters rounding out the top 8. We take a look back 9 further back. Finnegan is there in the top 10. That is Terry, the Sydney-based V8 supercar driver. We'll be back right after this.
For the first time together, Sigrid Thornton, Michael Caden, Rebecca Gibney, Lisa McHugh, Georgie Parker, Ian Thorpe, Linda Emmett, Marsha Hines, Craig McLaughlin, Kathy Freeman, Bob Lazat.
From across the networks, across the sports, across the music industry, Australia's biggest stars unite for television's Night of Nights. Music, movies, television and sport. See who Australia voted their People's Choice.
The New Idea People's Choice Awards, soon on Southern Cross.
For quality recycled auto parts, look no further than Mooner Auto Salvage. We inspect and thoroughly clean all our parts for your convenience. Need advice on whether to repair your damaged Holden or Ford? Just ask us for a no-obligation assessment. Mooner Auto Salvage are the auto parts specialists. Plus, we offer an extensive delivery service throughout Tasmania. Call in and see us at 62 Hopkins Street or telephone 03 6228 0274. And remember, recycled auto parts will save you dollars.
Get your motor running with these sensational FAI 1000 specials from Liquor Police. Carlton Cold $26.95, Foster's Light Ice $19.95, Wild Turkey $33.99 and St Agnes Brandy $17.99. Remember the FAI 1000, remember Liquor Police.
If you own a lot of movies, you'll probably be interested in Video Traders. There you can swap your second-hand video for a different second-hand video, and it'll only cost you $3. And if the movie you're after isn't on the shelf, they'll use their website to help you find it. So, if you're looking for a romance, adventure, sport, adult, or a good old-fashioned thriller, bring your second-hand movies to Video Traders in Trotters Lane, Prospect.
The big news at Harvey Norman is 24 months, no deposit, interest-free terms on furniture. Buy a lounge suite, dining suite, wall unit, sofa or sofa bed, outdoor setting and more. 24 months, no deposit, interest-free terms available now.
Cablemate replace, supply and manufacture
marine cables.
Good boy. Also
industrial and gym cables.
Correct.
Farm cable applications.
The name says it all.
No, it doesn't. It says
Chesterman Street, Moona.
It's Toyota's final countdown. Incredible factory bonuses on Hilux petrol 4x2s. Unbreakable value. Your Toyota dealer is counting down the days, so hurry.
Now you can really clean your car with Tasmania's only XT machine at China's Jet Wash Moona. It's not a shampoo machine, but a revolutionary way of cleaning car interiors. Add to the value and appearance of your car at China's Jet Wash, corner Charles and Hopkins Streets, Moona.
Hi, I'll be at Book City on Wednesday the 17th of November at 12:30 to sign some copies of my new book, Time to Declare. See you there.
Mark is available to sign Time to Declare only at Book City, Bathurst Street.
Hey! Do you want new carpets, vinyl or rugs? Carpet Mania Carpet Court have some incredible specials, up to 50% off, including high-lows from $39, Berbers from $45, Twist Pile from $49, Pure Wool from $69, Commercials from $39, Stainmaster from $89, Extra Special Pegulin 4 metres wide vinyl from $49, 2 metres wide from $25, and rugs up to 40% off. Carpet Mania Carpet Court, now!
Welcome back to Bathurst. This is the Poolrite 3-hour showroom showdown for GTP cars, and we're watching a tremendous three-way battle at the front. Jamie Cartwright, the 25-year-old, well, I guess you could say novice at this level, really. This is his best race of his career. He is leading, defending 3-hour showroom showdown. Peter Fitzgerald and the very experienced Jeff Morgan, the top three. We go down to the pits to Barry Sheene. And Barry, I believe you got a nervous co-driver with you.
No, he's not very nervous. Aaron McGill, I'm standing there having a chat with him, and he's doing very well, Jamie, isn't he?
Jamie's driving the Trinovan Super very well, Barry. We're very impressed with the way the car's going. It's doing it very easily at the moment. It's a long way to go, though. We'll wait and see what happens.
Well, he's hanging it all together. I mean, he's in sort of illustrious company, and he's not sort of panicking or anything.
No, he was a bit nervous before the start, and we've just had a bit of a talk to him to calm him down, and we said, look, if you feel comfortable, go for it. But, yeah, he's obviously going for it.
And what about the Super now? It used to be all go and no brakes, didn't it? Have they sorted that out?
They've done a lot of testing on the brakes, and we feel it'll go the whole distance. There's a lot left in the car yet, so it's not actually extended to its full potential yet. So we hope we won't have to do that.
Right, best of luck, Aaron. Over to you, Greg.
Thanks, Barry. Well, I'm down further down pit lane, and Rick Bates, brother of Neil Bates, is with me, and you're not a happy camper at the moment. What's going on with the Mazda RX-7?
Yeah, no, it seems to have started running hot. It was going fine, and to our race plan was to stick with the other Class B contenders. Seems to be running hot, so I have to say we've got fairly major problems.
This is a characteristic that sometimes does occur with the RX-7. We have seen it in the past get a little hot.
Yeah, they do have a bit of a problem. It's a cool day. I wouldn't have expected it today, but anyway, it is running hot. So yeah, I'd say we've got a few dramas.
Hard luck.
Thanks for that.
Been a tough day for a lot of the GTP competitors.
Sure has. I think Aaron McGill wins the award for the world's crookest hat competition, doesn't he?
I thought it was very nice of Slim Dusty to lend him his.
All right, well, we must say thank you very much to Grant Kenny. Grant, I guess you're going to start thinking about heading down. You're currently running 4th in class outright. We want to see you up there in the top 3.
Well, we were running 2nd last year when we blew the engine, so it's a long way to go yet in the day. We just hopefully keep the car together, and that'll at least give me a chance to get in and have a drive. So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Thanks for having us.
Good luck.
Thanks, Grant. So Jamie Cartwright just showing the enormous horsepower of this twin turbocharged, I should say, inline 6-cylinder engine in a Supra. Oh
dear.
Fitzgerald.
Came down the inside of David Radcliffe there, and there wasn't a lot of room, so he put the car up on the ripple strips, and I tell you what, the closing speeds, Fitzgerald's doing about 250 before he breaks for the chase. Cartwright, 270, so it's actually carrying 20 k's more speed. Now, this is interesting than Fitzgerald's Porsche. One would have thought this is a very, very early stop for Fitzy, unless he's elected to run with a light fuel tank.
14 laps. And it's going to be interesting to see how many stops the Supra has to make with a turbocharged engine, traditionally more thirsty than a naturally aspirated engine. So some fascinating tactics to unfold here. Jim Richards will step in. Fitzgerald steps out. 15 laps completed. Looks like a fairly orderly stop.
Well, it's creeping up closer to 3rd race distance, getting close to the hour. We've done 45 minutes and 15 laps. Keeping that in mind, the regulation that no one driver can do more than 40 laps. So Fitzgerald is way off that mark. But Jimmy Richards now into the Falcon Tyres Porsche. And this is the guy who brought it to the line last year for the Falcon Tyres team to claim victory. Jimmy bringing it out of the pits as we go down to the pits. Bill?
Success. With me is a man whose success at this event is almost rivaling Jimmy Richards, Managing Director of IMG, Martin Jolly. You must be very, very pleased with the way things are going this weekend.
Oh, Bill, we are. I mean, the mountain's obviously a very special place, but we're just seeing the growth of the V8 category all the time. And I think from a marketing point of view, with Dick Johnson's farewell, I really do think we're going to break our records this week. It's certainly shaping up that way.
No doubt, and you've increased facilities here. I mean, always this has been a great place to come and watch the event, but you have new stands and more monitors around the track.
We're always obviously trying to improve the event, you know, whichever way we can. FAI are our major sponsor, the other sponsors are coming up behind them. There are a lot of corporate support, screens in for the general public, just trying to make it, you know, lift the status of the event, and I think we're doing the job pretty well.
Well, Dick Johnson obviously is a big crowd puller this weekend, but the grid is oversubscribed in V8s because there is so much more money, so much more depth in the fields. The driver combinations are awesome. That is something to look out for this weekend.
Yeah, well, it makes it very, you know, very exciting for the viewers, obviously at home. We're seeing that with the ratings through the network, of course, with Channel 10. But anyone could win this weekend. I think that's what makes it so exciting.
How big is this Poolrite Showroom Showdown? We have so many different manufacturers involved in this now. It's tremendous.
Yeah, it's tremendous. I mean, we're going to have to extend the grid soon, aren't we, to get everyone on, which is a great sign for the sport. And from where we sit, you know, it's tremendous to be able to have that support for the category.
Well done so far, and enjoy your weekend.
Thanks very much, Bill.
As we continue to watch this young Queenslander dominate the Poolrite 3-hour Showroom Showdown, Jamie Cartwright It'll be interesting to see what Jeff Morgan does here, whether he's happy just to sit in behind Cartwright. Seemed quite content to go there. Here's a shell replay of the All-Star Subaru. This is the Grant Kenny Scott Jacob car. Scott Jacob driving the vehicle. A huge blow of smoke, huge puff of smoke. And that car is now in pit lane.
That's just dumped a bucket load of oil. I wonder if that was another gearbox problem, Craig.
Yeah, it could well be. They had a turbo failure in their spare car the other day. Gearbox failed in the warm-up this morning. Looks like they're going to try and get back out onto the track now, but given the car was running 4th in class, that'll put them well back. But I've got to tell you guys, I can't tell you how impressed I am by young Jamie Cartwright when you look at his times. I mean, he's sitting around the 229s, 230s. He's doing it very, very comfortably. The car's not getting out of shape. He's not locking wheels. He's showing an enormous amount of maturity, particularly when you consider the pressure that Peter Fitzgerald and certainly Jeff Morgan will now put on him.
Well, the drive that really impressed me, I must say, was in the wet at Phillip Island earlier in the year. That was a phenomenal bit of car control he was showing there, and you can see that was a guy who had a lot of ability.
Well, we weren't quite sure at the stage. We didn't know whether he was brave or stupid.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Well, he certainly had the talent, and he's carried that on.
He was looking fairly wild there at times at Phillip Island, but this is an outstanding drive, that's for sure. Well, talking to him before the race, not that long before it started, when we were down in pit lane, and I said, how is it, everything okay? And he smiled and he said, yes. And I said, how's the car? Are the brakes going to last? And he smiled, he said, yeah, I think so. It was just like he was going out for a Sunday drive instead of a Saturday drive.
It's quite funny, you talk to Frank Lowndes and Frank just looks at you and grins. He won't tell you anything, he just looks at you and grins, and I think that says it all, really. We see the Wayne Russell sports car class BMW 323. That he's sharing with Brett Middleton.
I guess a lot of people at home will be wondering, Craig, why does a four-door sedan like a BMW run in the sports car class against MR2s?
Well, I suppose the question is, Mark, it really, from a price point of view, it takes it out of a lot of other classes, and it runs with the MR2 competitively. It's certainly a sports touring car. It's certainly a sports touring car, but...
Depending on who's wondering, that's Craig's son.
He's looking rather relaxed, doesn't he?
Yes.
Just having his hair trimmed up there, of course, by the Just Cuts girl. But how come he's got hair? That's an interesting question. And I don't know who's more nervous in this, whether it's Grant, his father, his mother, or his bank manager. We're not sure.
Well, he and Tom are doing very well in Class D. We're watching Newcastle's Wayne Russell, who has driven V8 Supercars in the past, doing exceptionally well in the sports car category. These are your two front runners, Jamie Cartwright and Jeff Morgan.
Yeah, the Porsche 911 RSCS has been the dominant force once again in season 99 in GT production car racing. As we saw that wonderful performance by the Maserati at Sandown last year, Craig. You get a track where you require a bit of horsepower, the turbocharged cars really come into their own.
Yeah, shame that the Maserati also went out this morning in the warm-up lap, and of course Matty Coleman was slated to drive that, and unfortunately both he and Paula Elstrick didn't get a start, and of course we lost the Viper of Gary Walden as well. Oh, problems for the Clayton Haynes Toyota MR2.
Ouch. Look at the back axle on that thing.
That is a huge accident.
He's had a major lose. That's through the Victoria Bitter Dipper up on top of the mountain.
Car that he's sharing with Anton Metchler. So that's gone in quite heavily, and difficult place to have to remove the car from as well. Oh, he tangled up with one of the other MR2s.
Colin Osborne, Rick Shaw entry. Now, whether they just pulled up in front of it, guys, and were able to reverse out and get away from it.
Yellow flags waving feverishly up there. The marshal's on the job. He's trying to get the car going, see if he can drive.
Jeff Morgan! That's the Vodafone Porsche. Second place, Jeff Morgan.
Now, what's going on here? We had someone drop some oil, maybe, or is this just coincidence? Two cars going off within 50 or 100 metres of each other.
Oh, dear, Morgan was running second outright, and in fact, on lap times was closing on Jamie Cartwright. 0.3 of a second that time around.
Safety car, you can see the marshal holding the SC sign up there. Safety car will come out on the circuit, try and recover these wrecked vehicles. He was running second place in the race, Jeff Morgan. Let's have a look on the replay.
This is the initial crash.
First incident. There, he's just run off line. Pow.
Yeah. Oh, and lightly tagged by the Osborne Shaw car.
Just a tap. So, looks like he might have just come in there a little bit too hot. Let's have a look at that from another angle.
This is from the Longhurst car.
Yep. And you can see they just managed to just kiss the front of that car. Longhurst got through okay. Now, this was another accident.
Well, this is devastating for Jeff Morgan.
Dominic Beninka maybe won't get a drive today. Yellow flags waving. The yellow light you see at the top left of your screen indicates that's the light condition all around the course. So, Porsche in trouble. That was second position. That'll move Ed Aitken up into second, and another Porsche 911. Darren Palmer will move up to third.
Mark, I can't believe we haven't even hit 1 hour yet, and I can't believe the amount of incidents that we've had.
Yeah, it's quite extraordinary, isn't it, when you've got a race that distance? And the marshals trying to hold the cars in behind them. The idea with the safety car is to pick up the first car on the track, let them all queue up behind in an orderly fashion. He will then wave through the other cars until they pick up the race leader, and they'll hold them in station until they can return to green flag conditions. Well, I'm sure there's a very disappointed Dominic Beninka in pit lane. He's with Greg Rust.
Certainly is, Mark, I can tell you that. Dom, tell us exactly what's happened.
I really don't know. I've just been watching the television screen, and Jeff's car's up against the wall somewhere. I don't know what part of the circuit it is. I don't know what's happened.
Have you had a word to him, and if you have, how is he?
Jeff's okay, but I don't know, like I said, don't know whereabouts it's happened.
This is obviously a major disappointment for you. I know you particularly held high hopes for this team, and the car was certainly looking good.
Oh, look, we had a really good chance to take this event out, and, you know, it's all over.
Hard luck, mate.
Thanks.
Well, plenty happening at Mount Panorama. The trade truck is there to pick up one of two smashed vehicles. Let's have a look at another replay. This is the Haynes Mechler.
That was it.
Toyota MR2. He's just run wide.
Yeah, it didn't look like there was any sort of mechanical failure, but it's very hard to tell from outside. But he just got offline, went over the white line, hit the concrete walling, and there's the result.
Now, whilst all that action was going on, we can tell you race leader Jamie Cartwright has come into the pits. Ed Aitken moves up into second position, and Palmer is back there in third. Boz and Jack Williamson, the RX-7 maintains fourth from the Super DeGostin entry. Carter and Waters, Chul and Kilpatrick, Fitzgerald and Richards back in eighth after already stopping in the pits. We'll have more of the Poolrite GTP 3-hour showroom showdown right after this.
Sunday.
You got the doll, right?
Arnie faces his greatest test.
I'll get that toy. I promise.
He must find the one toy every kid has to have. He's wrestled aliens, defeated armies, and saved planets.
This is war.
Now he battles a force more powerful.
Oh, baby.
The Christmas Rush.
Hey, buddy.
For the first time on television.
You picked the wrong day.
Jingle All the Way, 8:30 Sunday.
Get your motor running with these sensational FAI 1000 specials from Liquor Police. Carlton Cold, $26.95. Foster's Light Ice, $19.95. Wild Turkey, $33.99. And St Agnes Brandy, $17.99. Remember the FAI 1000? Remember Liquor Police.
Hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more.
What you say?
Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more. Don't you come back no more. Don't you come back no more. Don't you come back.
Many places sell paint, but not many are completely dedicated to all your painting needs like Tas Paints. After all, we do have the knowledge gained from serving Tasmania for 35 years. At Tas Paints, we go just a little bit further than anyone else.
You know why people buy from DAP Computers? We're a Tasmanian company selling a quality product direct to you at better prices. DAP would like to show you that a Tasmanian company can do it better. We don't use cheap and nasty components, just screaming fast multimedia PCs that deliver a superior level of performance. Why? Because they're based on Intel's processor and motherboard. DAP's Entertainer series include a huge quantum hard drive, explosive sound from Creative, 3D graphics and a DVD drive to watch all the latest movies. While you can buy the DAP Entertainer for only $17.99, why not rent it for just $15 a week? Phone DAP now for a 10-minute over-the-phone approval. $15 a week? That's why people buy from DAP Computers.
DAP Computers, just up Marys Hope Road to the roundabout.
The big news at Harvey Norman is 24 months, no deposit, interest-free terms on furniture. Buy a lounge suite, dining suite, wall unit, sofa or sofa bed, outdoor setting and more. 24 months, no deposit, interest-free terms available now.
Cable mate, replace, supply and manufacture...
Marine cables?
Good boy. Also...
Industrial and gym cables?
Correct.
Farm cable applications?
The name says it all.
No, it doesn't. It says...
Chesterman Street, Moona.
Hi, I'll be at Book City on Wednesday the 17th of November at 12:30 to sign some copies of my new book, Time to Declare. See you there.
Mark is available to sign Time to Declare only at Book City, Bathurst Street.
Digital television, the ultimate viewing experience. The pictures are sharper, clearer and wider with CD quality surround sound. And that's only the beginning. This is free TV like you've never experienced before. High definition television. It's coming.
Welcome back to an action-packed Mount Panorama, the Poolrite 3-hour showroom showdown, and a sad and sorry sight there. Jeff Morgan's Vodafone Porsche 911 being loaded onto the back of the truck, and it has come to an end for Jeff Morgan and Dominic Meninka. Plenty of other action as well, and plenty of disappointment. Greg Rust?
Well, the attrition rate, Lee, in this race at the front of the field continues to grow. Peter Fitzgerald, you and Jim Richards were performing just superbly. What's happened?
Well, it looks like it's stuck in third gear. Selector fork has failed in the gearbox, and we can't get that a third. So looks like that's our race, just when it was going all to plan.
I know you were hoping for big things here, the defending champions, but I mean, what a race. We're 1 hour into it. Did you ever imagine we'd see the sort of things we're seeing now?
Oh, well, with the size of the field we've got, we're bound to have it. I mean, when you get 55 car fields, there's bound to be a lot of fireworks, and we certainly got them.
All right, quickly, you're out. Pick a winner now.
I reckon Ed Aiken and John Fortner might pick it off, and good luck to them.
Hard luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, the Porsche boys stick together. We've got some interesting cars behind them, though. The Mark Williamson, Terry Bosanjak RX-7 Mazda SP. That's looking very strong at the moment. Jamie Cartwright came in for his stop. He's a little bit further back. So there's a number of top competitors out there still. A lot of things to unfold. Let's have a look on the Shell replay once again at what happened to the MR2.
Well, this is Dr. Anton Metzler, 40-year-old doctor, and obviously gets slightly offline. Got the rear out on the grass, which stepped the car sideways, didn't catch it quick enough, and around it went. Just see these just slightly understeered, caught the grass, tagged the wall, around he goes, and very lucky for Colin Osborne and Rick Shaw that he didn't do more damage to their Toyota MR2, the SMS car.
Have a look on board Tony Longhurst's car. He was behind this incident. Got a bird's eye view, but fortunately, minimum damage to the car that was following. Just kissed the front of the blue MR2, and there's the Morgan Beninka car.
Well, 2 down and 2 to go. Porsches, of course, have dominated this year's championship.
I was going to say the strength in numbers, but the numbers are dwindling. Down to 2 now.
We've got Ed Aitken and John Faulkner running third outright. And further back in the field, we've got Matthew Stupas and Christian de Gostin in another Porsche 911 Club Sport.
Well, we're going to take another break. We're waiting for this wreckage to get cleared from the track in the Poolrite 3-hour showroom showdown at Mount Panorama. As the crash truck brings it back, we got more coming up after this.
It's not boring roast chook, it's a dish that really cuts the mustard.
Crunchy chicken thigh fillets.
Plus affordable mattress makeovers and do-it-yourself garden additions.
Turning a pot into a stunning water feature.
Better Homes and Gardens, Tuesday, 7:30. Then visit a Greek island with sun, surf and history aplenty. A Pacific paradise in an unusual location and vibrant and bustling Hong Kong.
Take a tour that'll show you some of that Eastern wisdom.
The Great Outdoors, Tuesday.
Here's a couple who are about to break out with some serious renovations.
Hey!
And here's the Mitre 10 specialist,
Solid hardwood frame. Okay.
who'll help you get the job done right.
Let's start with Accent. It's good value. It's our own brand.
From the store that understands it's not just the low price, it's getting the right advice that really saves you money.
Wow! What do you think?
That's great.
The big news at Harvey Norman is 24 months no deposit interest-free terms on bedding in Manchester. Buy a bedroom suite, bedding ensemble, mattress, sensational Manchester and more. 24 months no deposit interest-free terms available now.
Are you getting enough? Enough out of your TV? Then install OASTLER now from just $39.95 and we'll give you an extra channel free for a month. Now that's enough. Call OASTLER now, 132 432. That's 132 432.
Toyota's final countdown with free air on Prado, RV and GXL, saving over $2,200. Your Toyota dealer is counting down the days, so hurry.
At the Bay Village Pharmacy and Chemist on Collins, you'll find all your health and beauty needs. Right now, receive a free second set of prints with any roll processed in the Photoshop. Beauty Care are offering a half leg wax for only $10. In the hair salon, have any service and you receive another service free. Save a huge 20% off all vitamins. And Huggies bulk packs are only $15.95. Only at your feel-good pharmacies where it all makes health sense. The Bay Village Pharmacy and Chemist on Collins.
The Lone Star Steakhouse and Saloon with cosy cabins around Tasmania present the 1999 Gumtree Festival.
It happens in Moona on Sunday, November 21st, and it's going to be fabulous.
You'll find the best in Tasmanian wines and entertainment plus rides for the kids, and we'll be giving away $10,000 in prizes.
Pick up an entry form from any of the sponsors you see on Southern Cross.
Admission is free, and of course all Moona stores open on the day.
To find out more, phone Tim Franklin and the staff at Radar Promotions Australia.
When it's tough out on the land, you need Pinecrest storage tanks to handle the toughest treatment.
Quality control is assured.
Also from Pinecrest, Aquaplate water tanks made from polymer-coated steel, the tried and true galvanised tank, polyseptic tanks, oyster buoys, mussel floats and aquaculture fish tanks. Pinecrest can also help you with your plumbing requirements, including Davey water pumps. It's your one-stop tank and plumbing shop.
If it's not Pinecrest tough, it's not tough enough.
The pace is hotting up with this season's first meeting for the nightly sprint cars at Premier Speedway #1 on Saturday, November 13. It'll be red hot action with a great program including Tassie's newest class, the AM cars. There's Taz sedans, mini sprints, street stocks and bombers. Don't miss it. Premier Speedway #1, Lyle Highway, New Norfolk. Saturday, November 13. Gates open at 3:30. Racing starts at 6.
Spirit of South Pacific, that's the view from the Goodyear blimp of the Poolrite 3-hour Showroom Showdown. There is the blimp. Marvellous action on the mountain in 1999. Amazing crowd figures we're heading for this weekend. If yesterday, and no official figure through today, but by the look of it, there's another massive crowd in August well for not only this event, but the FAI 1000 coming up tomorrow. Don't forget the top 10 shootout still ahead of us. How will Ford do? Well, Porsche may be doing very well in this race, but a lot of Ford fans are hoping to win the Ford banner competition. Don't forget the winning banner. The person who designs and puts it together will win an XR8. And the viewer who votes for the winner at home will win a trip for two to Monaco. Back to race action.
So with 1 hour and 5 minutes down of this Poolrite 3-hour Showroom Showdown, racing again at Mount Panorama. A Porsche in front, a Mazda second, a Supra third. Then we've got a Chevy Corvette in fourth outright, an Evo 5 fifth, then a Subaru Impreza WRX sixth. Then we go back to more Subarus and a Nissan and a Ferrari also in the top 10. What a fabulous race.
That's a great achievement by Chris Kasparis, first Class B competitor, and he is running in sixth outright. An outstanding effort. It's the same car that Jeff Full drove to the Class B victory this year. Of course, Jeff racing this weekend with Rodney Forbes in the FAI 1000 in the V8 Supercar in the diet-shaped Commodore. Chris, who is the owner of the car and the owner of the team, driving, getting back into the seat himself this weekend, and problems for Daryl Kuhn's Falcon.
Yeah, Daryl's had he's only really joined GDP this year in this car, a car that I think you'll find it's the same car that Sam Newman and Tony Longhurst raced here last year. So problems for him, but look at this fantastic battle in the Maguire's Top Marks Class A division. Aitker and Faulkner in the Porsche leading from Bosanjak and Williamson, the Mazda RX-7 SP. Cartwright and McGill, third outright in the Toyota Supra Twin Turbo. Then Murray Carter, the 70-year-old veteran in the Chevy Corvette, and Greg Waters, fourth outright.
Yeah, you want to keep an eye on this Mazda RX-7 SP, or Special Performance, I think they called it at the time. It was a car built specifically to win the Eastern Creek 12-hour race, which it did very effectively in the hands of John Bowe and Dick Johnson. You haven't seen the Mazda Australia team involved with the factory effort since then, but this car is, I guess you could say, a backdoor factory effort prepared by factory mechanic Daniel Deckers and beautifully put together. That could be a really strong thing as this race unfolds.
Oh,
Bang!
That's the Ferrier Castera Mazda 626 that was running in Class D. So problems for them at FAI. Got caught up when the restart.
I can't believe the number of cars that are crashing.
Young Leanne Ferrier be very distraught because they had a really good chance of winning this Class 2. The young Formula Ford gun was putting in some pretty impressive times early in this race.
Yeah, she'll be very disappointed. She has been an outstanding talent in Formula Ford racing this year. She really has shown she can mix it with the boys. And she's very angry with herself, I would say.
Oh, I'd like to have a look at that replay again. I don't know whether it was necessarily her fault or not. It looked like she got fed.
She might have got hit. And she was in that tight traffic situation. We'll see if we can have a look at that later on.
Not a good day for Phil Kirkham. That's his car. And of course, his wife Megan has taken out the rebound MX-5 that didn't rebound off the fence too quickly in the earlier stage of this race. So, not been a good day for Phil.
Ed Aitken still leads the way, and V8 Supercar star John Faulkner will step into that car. And look at Mark Williamson pulled the RX-7 up very quickly, as we will see a safety car come out for sure.
Oh,
Here we go. Yet another safety car in the Poolrite 3-hour Showroom Showdown.
I don't know about you guys, but my money's on the Bronze Holden.
Yeah, I think it's going to do more laps than anyone. A lot of safety cars. I can't believe the level of carnage. Let's have a look at this again and see what... Yeah, she may well have been tapped into a spin there.
She either lost the rear or was tapped into a spin by the little Suzuki Swift just before the camera picked it up. Very hard to call that one, but she's gone in very heavily. A lot of damage to the right-hand front of the car, unfortunately. What a shame. They really... I was talking to his mum and dad, or her mum and dad, earlier this year, and they wanted to give Leanne a run here. They thought GTP would be a good option to give us some profile, give us some experience at the mountain. They did a lease deal with Phil Kirkham for the car. Brought across young Stewie Castera, the Formula Ford young gunner from Perth, and they were a real chance to take out this class.
She's 19 years of age, a very big talent. Finished something like 7th, I think, in this year's Ford Australia Formula Ford Championship, and can really drive.
Don't forget the Ford banner competition. Here are some examples. Wouldn't it be amazing, not only for Ford, but for Glenn Seaton, if he could snatch a win for FTR in 1999. He's been so close. Will his car last the distance? Will Dick Johnson make it the ultimate finish to a distinguished career by winning the FAI 1000? He is certainly a good co-driver in son Stephen, and that is part of the promotion there, the famous rock on which Dick has to an extent built a career, which has culminated in 3 wins at the mountain. Dejection for Leanne Ferrier. It's a terrible feeling after all that build-up, all that training as a driver and all that preparation from the team.
Young student from Connells Point in Sydney, 19 years of age, and well, I guess that's what Mount Panorama is all about.
Yep.
Well, will the heartbreak turn into joy for a Ford driver and a Ford banner creator this weekend? An XR8 is on the line. Not too shabby a prize at all for someone who's put together one of these banners. And they've come from all over Australia. I was talking to a fan from Adelaide the other day who's brought a banner on the plane and on to the mountain. Good luck to him and everybody involved, and the home viewer who may well judge the winner and take themselves off with a partner for a trip to Monaco, the Monte Carlo Grand Prix, as guests of Ford. Great competition, as there is on the track when they're actually going fast.
Craig, I don't think we will reach last year's total of 69 race laps. 22 we have done. It's already over the 1 hour mark, and so many of these safety car periods.
It's why I see, I guess, so many different cars in the top 10, Lee, is that everybody's been pretty much able to stay on the lead lap, particularly the Class B cars. So you see, of course, Kasparis right up there in 5th outright. You've got Murray Carter's Corvette just behind him. So it is really quite an interesting situation.
Well, 2 guys who are having a ball out there in the Kmart Holden Vectra, Greg Murphy and Stephen Richards, and Steve is with Greg now.
Well, Stephen's just gotten out of the car and Greg's gotten in, and he's certainly all smiles. Lee, having a great time out there.
Oh, it's fantastic. The Holden Vectra is just such a comfortable car to drive. It's a little bit slow up the hill, but the handling across the top and the braking in the car is just absolutely phenomenal. It's great, really good.
From a driver's point of view, Stephen, there's been a lot of incidents out there, though, hasn't there?
Yeah, there has been, actually. I'm quite surprised. It's sort of quite unusual, you know. I mean, it's a 3-hour race. Have to be a bit mindful of that.
Well, good luck today and good luck tomorrow as well.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, having a great day. Stephen Richards and Greg Murphy teaming up in the Team Vectra, run by Gibson Motorsport. Running a little bit further back in the pack in the class battle, but great time for two of our leading V8 Supercar stars, who of course will be in action in the FAI 1000 tomorrow.
They continue under safety car conditions, and let's hope when we come back on the other side of this break, we will be back under green. This is the Poolrite 3-hour Showroom Showdown on your home of motorsport, Network 10.
Today's FAI 1000 racing live from Bathurst, proudly presented by Liquor for Less, Mitre 10 and Moona Auto Salvage.
For quality recycled auto parts, look no further than Moona Auto Salvage. Need a taillight, door or bumper for your Ford or Holden? Why buy new when quality recycled car parts will save you money? With over 25 years experience, Moona Auto Salvage now offers a comprehensive database of all available parts to ensure fast, efficient service, so you'll be back on the road in no time. Call in and see us at 62 Hopkins Street or telephone 03 62 280274. And remember, recycled auto parts will save you dollars.
Get your motor running with these sensational FAI 1000 specials from Liquor for Less. Carlton Cold $26.95, Foster's Light Ice $19.95, Wild Turkey $33.99 and St Agnes Brandy $17.99. Remember the FAI 1000, remember Liquor for Less.
I keep getting asked why I give $1,600 for your old registered clunker. The answer is I just do. So come in and see Rod, the two Peters, Ray or Les at any of my 3 yards.
Why does he do it?
Hey.
You know why people buy from DAP Computers? We're a Tasmanian company selling a quality product direct to you at better prices. DAP would like to show you that a Tasmanian company can do it better. We don't use cheap and nasty components, just screaming fast multimedia PCs that deliver a superior level of performance. Why? Because they're based on Intel's processor and motherboard. DAP's Entertainer series include a huge quantum hard drive, explosive sound from Creative, 3D graphics and a DVD drive to watch all the latest movies. While you can buy the DAP Entertainer for only $17.99, why not rent it for just $15 a week? Phone DAP now for a 10-minute over-the-phone approval. $15 a week? That's why people buy from DAP Computers.
DAP Computers, just up Marys Hope Road to the roundabout.
When it's tough out on the land, you need Pinecrest storage tanks to handle the toughest treatment.
Quality control is assured.
Also from Pinecrest, Aquaplate water tanks made from polymer-coated steel, the tried and true galvanised tank, polyseptic tanks, oyster buoys, mussel floats and aquaculture fish tanks. Pinecrest can also help you with your plumbing requirements, including Davey water pumps. It's your one-stop tank and plumbing shop.
If it's not Pinecrest tough, it's not tough enough.
The Quigley's Experience.
The Bed Barn can make your nights different. Bedtime can become an experience of sheer delight. Buy beautiful bedroom furniture and mattresses at continually discounted prices. Change your life at the Bed Barn, Room to Move, Lamb Place, Cambridge.
Tasmanian retailers looking forward to a bumper Christmas season with predictions of increased sales above last year. And brigades from around the state go through their paces in fire service competitions.
Southern Cross Nightly News. First at 6. They're underdogs, out to prove that with initiative and hard work, any dream is possible.
We're talking about building a car here.
Starring James Belushi, Halle Berry and Casey Affleck.
All we're asking for is a chance.
Race the Sun, 7:30 tonight.
This FAI 1000 race update, brought to you by Mitre 10.
Where do we start? Well, on the green is a good one because this has been such an eventful race. The Viper of BOWE and Walden didn't even make it there, mechanical problems, and after only a couple of laps we lost another one. This Viper, Salmon and Dean, crashing on the second lap. A nasty one too, big, heavy, powerful car, took a long time to bring it to a halt. But it did, and he managed to get it back into the pits as well. Incredible for what was a very big impact. That car got back. Chain reaction of crashes followed this too. BMW of Berwick Linton out, Car 99, the Subaru Impreza, Holden Stannard, also out of the race. Car 54, Megan Kirkham on board, the MX-5. That was a nasty one as well. Big shunt into the wall, almost collected by passing traffic. Look at this, they squeezed through, well done, to avoid disaster, debris on the road too. Safety car onto the track on lap 4, and this was to be the first of a number of appearances by the safety car. The race restarted. Jamie Cartwright in the Super on the attack, takes them on up the hill, passes Peter Fitzgerald's Porsche, and sets up what has been so far a very good weekend for he and Aaron McGill. They were quick yesterday and again today. Clayton and Haynes, their car stacks on the mountain. MR2 did actually get involved but managed to pull away from that one and stay on the track. Number 12, Jeff Morgan, running into trouble. He was in second place at the time and looking so good. He was closing in on race leader Cartwright, but it wasn't to be. And not even 1 hour into the race, another full course yellow. Finally, but I'm sure not the end of things, Mazda 626 of Leanne Ferrier. Not too sure if she was tapped or whether simply lost control, but that car is out and a very promising career takes a little bit of a setback, but the teenager has a long way to go yet.
And all of that in just 1 hour and 18 minutes of 3 hours. The restart under green, and Ed Aitken on the left-hand side in the My Accessories Porsche leads the way from Jamie Cartwright. Now keep in mind that Cartwright has already been in and out. Ed Aitken leads the way, plenty of pressure on, swoops around the outside. Same move as he put on Peter Fitzgerald. Aitken on the inside now. Cartwright hasn't been able to pull it off this time. Now he gets the inside run. The Supra, how much power has it got?
And look at Mark Williamson trying to dive up the inside in the Mazda RX-7. So this is a great three-way battle for Leigh between three different cars, three different manufacturers. And look who's sitting back there in fourth position, the big Chevy Corvette.
The Chevy Corvette of Murray Carter and the Queensland driver Greg Waters. What a tremendous performance. About 350 horsepower out of this car. It's a car that's got a balsa wood floor covered either side with a composite lining. It's really quite a high-tech car. Got Kevlar front and rear springs, leaf springs in the rear, would you believe? It's really quite a unique car, and also has a fly-by-wire throttle system, what they use in Formula One cars. So no throttle cable, electronic throttle system. So it really is quite an unusual mix. But real surprised to see it so competitive here today.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Well, the best the USA could offer in the Viper go out early in the race, both cars. Now we've got Uncle Sam represented in fourth position in the big V8 Chev Corvette.
I think many people, Craig, possibly thought that Murray was going to hang up the helmet whilst racing Mazda 626s in Class D a few years ago, but he proved them all wrong.
Well, we've really no idea how old he is, because for the last 3 years his driver profile has said 69 years of age. We actually think he's about 110.
But his co-driver Waters doing an excellent job in the opening laps of this session. It's been a number of different sprints, separate sprints, as it's been broken up with a number of safety car periods. As Bill Wood's race update showed you, sorts of drama in the opening hour and a bit of this race, and I'm sure there's plenty more to come. So Jamie Cartwright it is in command from Ed Aitken, Mark Williamson in third in the Mazda RX-7 SP, Waters in fourth, Kasparis in fifth. That's an outstanding effort. The first of the Class B cars. Darren Palmer moving up the order now in the Ferrari. Just displaced Kasparis for sixth. Dean, Pulver, Church, Kilpatrick, Stupas round out the top 10.
Well, that's an interesting one there, because Stupas has taken over from De Gostin, and they're sitting in 12th position at the moment. Peter Boylan doing a good job too in the Mitsubishi Evo 5, sitting in 13th outright. And Terry Finnegan is running in 15th. Paul Matolo, who I guess came in at the last moment with Paula Elstrat, Craig. This is an interesting situation. They're running at around 16th.
This is the Autobahn Class B update. You can see Kasparis and Brame running well and truly inside the top 10 at the moment. Tremendous performance in the little WRX Impreza. McNulty and Dean, bit of a surprise. They're second fastest on the road at the moment in the WRX Impreza as well. Then Paul Bashiel, another Subaru. Lawrence Gazzard, another Subaru. So certainly they still dominate the top 4 positions in Class B.
This is a tremendous story in the Autobahn Class B. Chris Kasparis, who himself was a Class B champion several years ago, owns this car, owns the team, and Nepean EFI do a great job. And Jeff Full, who was a former Super Tourer and rally driver, stepped into this car this year, and cleaned up in Class B, was really the dominant driver all year. Isn't racing here, but then Chris jumps back into the seat with Brame and is doing a marvellous job running 6th outright.
Tell you what, it's great to see Mark Brame back as well. This guy was absolutely dominant in the Suzuki Class E in the 12-hour races at Bathurst. And he's found it very difficult to find the money to compete. A very talented driver, but he finds himself back in a competitive car in the 3-hour Showdown, 30 years of age. Good to see him back in the saddle.
Riding with Tony Longhurst again in the Century Batteries Autobahn giveaway XR6, chasing Graham Alexander's Evo 5 down the mountain as we speak. Longhurst in the car at the moment, in fact running 2nd in Class C. Peter Phelan in the VT Commodore, currently the class leader, sitting back there in 17th spot.
Compared to the speeds that Tony Longhurst normally travels at around Mount Panorama, this would be a fairly casual Saturday afternoon's drive.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. I think the interesting thing that Dick Johnson said a couple of years ago was that he learnt more about Mount Panorama doing 12 hours around here in a laser than what he's ever done in a V8 supercar, because he had so much time to look around and find every single rock, every single bit of paint, and certainly work on the fastest line.
Similar to Jeff Morgan is Ed Aitken in the fact that stepping up out of the Porsche Cup Series in the GTP this year, and has found it tough but has enjoyed his time, much like this guy, Peter Phelan, newly crowned Class C champ, and the Clean Duck VT Commodore has been performing beautifully throughout the 99 season.
He's had a good run this year, raced here at Bathurst last year, not with great success. The exhaust system of all things fall off the car, but it's very, very well prepared. He's had a great year to take out the Maguire's Killershine Class C in the Australian GT Production Car Championship. In fact, running 2nd, as we said, is Tony Longhurst. Guy Andrews yet to jump in the car. Chadwick at Night moving up in the Mitsubishi Magna, 3.5 litre V6 Magna Sport. And then the Toyota Camry of David Radcliffe and Searle, the class winners here last year, further back in the field.
Craig, would it be fair to say that although Class A, the supercars get a lot of the limelight, Class C, the Maguire's Killershine Class C, really has been an outstanding class this year. Lots of different winners.
Particularly when you look at the growth in the class too, Lee. I mean, it is the battle for the Australian family sedan. You see Ford, you see Commodore, Magna, Camry, all the Australian family sedans that are actually built here in Australia. And they're all very competitive on different tracks. So each of those marks have had a win this year. Certainly the Camry last year, but not on pole position this year. He'll only have 1 stop. We've seen that the Longhurst Andrews car has been in for 2 stops, yet is still leading, given the pace car scenario, which in itself is quite an amazing effort from Tony.
Toyota Camry 3-litre V6. It's been a very impressive performer in Class C. 1,445 kilos. Really take the fight up to the more powerful, much heavier Holden Commodores and Ford Falcons. Front-wheel drive configuration, of course.
Yeah, the good thing about the Camry, of course, it's quad cam. It's 4 cams, V6 engine, whereas the Mitsubishi Magna Sport is a twin cam V6. That's effectively the only difference between the 2 cars. But the Camry, in terms of its pedigree, you wouldn't think of the car as a racing car, but they're an extremely good package. Reliable, sensational brakes, good balanced car. In fact, Toyota have released a GTP road car to celebrate the success of their GTP efforts in the Toyota Camry, and it's a sensational looking car.
Ed Aitken very close to the rear bumper of our race leader, Jamie Cartwright, in the Supra RZ. There's been a great battle going on throughout the race. Supra, and indeed this driver and car combination, very, very strong.
I think the interesting thing about this effort here, Mark, is the fact, you look at Cartwright's times, he seems to be able to comfortably control the pace of the race. He's now doing 2:30s. He knows he can run in the high 26s. He believes he can race effectively in the 28s, high 27s. Unless someone starts to push him a little harder, he looks like he's doing it quite easily. McGill will be every bit as good as Cartwright behind the wheel. So what turned out perhaps as a bit of a surprise will certainly turn into a very, very formidable combination.
The tactics are yet to play their part, because Cartwright was already pitted. He's probably got another stop to make. The Mazda RX-7 SP, with its enormous fuel range, he's probably going to go through the race with only 1 stop, but that is 1 stop to come. So by the time these guys have made their final stops, it's going to be a very interesting run to the flag.
Class D competitor in the Mazda, and this is Tom Watkinson, teamed up with Grant Denyer, and they are leading that class, who this year Phil Kirkham put his stamp on in the Mazda 626. And here are positions for Poolrite Class D. Just mentioned the leaders. Stephen Richards and Greg Murphy running second, and they are currently 32nd outright, and they're ahead of their Kmart Holden veteran teammates, Sam Newman and Melinda Price, who are running in third, and of course, Leanne Ferrier and Stewie Costera have crashed out.
Tom's done a great job in this car. They won here last year in their class. They won here the year before in the class. And he and Calvin Gardner, of course, owns the car. They only come out once or twice a year, and they always put together a very, very good package. Tom has been around here for a number of years in all sorts of various different cars. So has Calvin Gardner, who's done 3 12-hour races here, done some 1,000k races too in Toyota Corollas. Guys that prepare the car come from Beams Auto Spares in Sydney. And it's a car that actually hasn't even done a lot of road miles, let alone racing miles. So I think they'd be fairly happy to be where they are now.
Well, their nearest competitor is Greg Murphy in the Kmart Holden Vectra, and Greg has already picked up 2 extra positions. Murphy is now running in 30th outright. This is their teammates, Sam Newman, AFL Identity, and Melinda Price, the former Castrol Cougars driver. And Melinda, you can catch her tomorrow as well, racing in the Ultra-Tuned Commodore with Dean Lindstrom, as she did at the Queensland 500.
Yeah, Melinda's had plenty of laps around here. Sam, not so many, started here last year and took the car out in the first 12 or 15 laps of last year's race when he went into the wall of the chase. But he's been steadily working his times down. It's quite amazing, actually. These two teamed up at the start of this year. Sam was pretty new to all the tracks around Australia, so Melinda used to actually draw maps of each track before Sam went out. And it became very, very evident early in the situation there was only one map that Sam was interested in, and that was a map of Tasmania.
Let's go down to the pits, Greg Rust.
Well, this is a driver change, Lee. Young Ben Walsh getting in, Terry Finnegan getting out of the car. This is the BMW in Class A, the peak performance entry. Now, this car has been leaking oil, so the boys, as you can see, have got the bonnet up. They've, in fact, just closed it again now. Quick top-up of oil. There's fuel completely to the top of this car. And young Ben Walsh, who's been racing open wheelers in Asia for the last couple of years, is behind the wheel. He'll be out on the track very shortly.
Well, there's always plenty going on, isn't there? Always plenty going on in the Poolrite 3-hour GTP Showdown, and we are almost at the halfway mark, almost 1 hour, 30 minutes gone. Again, this is a timed race, not a lap race, and one of the 2 Kmart Vectras out on the circuit. And if this weather can hold for tomorrow, we will be in for a magnificent FAI 1000. Don't forget the top 10 shootout coming immediately after the conclusion of this race, and that will be fantastic. Can Glenn Seaton hang on to that #1 position? He was quickest after yesterday. Problems here for the Cowley Crick entry, the HSV GTS.
GTS-R. Yeah, 5.7 litre machine, just gone half race distance in the 3-hour. And problems down here too. Car 14 on pit straight.
Yes, this is the Gazard Clyde Lawrence entry from South Australia. So no one inquiry. Oh, and problems also too for John Cowley and Greg Crick.
Now let's hope he stays off the ideal racing line around here. He's dumping a ton of oil onto the track. And he's doing the right thing. He's keeping it right off the racing line, but he's going to limp that car all the way back to the pits. There's going to be a trail of oil all the way around.
Currently running in 21st position, losing positions by the second, and that's hard luck because they were going reasonably well. And Greg Crick, who has a big day tomorrow in the FAI 1000 with Paul Wheel in the K&J Radiators car, is down in the pits with our own Greg Rust.
Well, unfortunately, Greg, I don't know if you've seen the vision, but John has just retired the car. Lots of smoke coming from it. Have you had a word to him, and what's the problem?
No, I haven't. I was just about to get ready to get in the car, but it looks as though we might have had a diff failure, I think, by the look of that.
That's quite unfortunate, something you didn't expect.
It was, it's a very strong car, but very bulletproof, and we're expecting to have a strong run towards the finish, but not to be today, unfortunately.
So you can kick the feet up today, but a busy day for you tomorrow.
That's right, yeah. Hopefully it doesn't finish this early tomorrow.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Greg Crick teaming up with Paul Wheel on the PWR Falcon tomorrow. Been impressive throughout the week. Should be one of the strong entries towards the end of the race if they keep the car going. Well, not the same sort of luck for the 3-hour production car.
They were quite impressive in qualifying, Mark. I think something like 18. And this is only Paul Wheel's second visit to the mountain, so those guys could be looking good.
Running sixth outright, the peak performance, BMW M3R, a car being shared by Ben Walsh, the Formula 2000 champion from Asia, and also Australian driver, of course, that's raced in Asia, and also Queenslander Mike Kilpatrick, who's really done quite well. He finished second outright in Porsche Cup. But this BMW M3R, same specs as the Linton car, but they're circulating very, very comfortably, still sixth outright. They're still on the lead lap, lapping at around 2:34s compared to Cartwright and Aiken's 2:29, 2:30s. And young Ben, of course, getting plenty of miles. That's some great experience around here at Mount Panorama.
Yeah, it is. If you're wondering where Tony Longhurst is, he's running not too far outside the top 10 in the AU XR6. Teaming, of course. There we go. We're on board now with Tony. A big weekend's work for him. Again, second year in a row that we've seen him in the 3-hour Showroom Showdown.
So Longhurst, in fact, you can see on screen now, heeling and towing and all the leg movements. Well, he's climbing the hill at the moment. Quite interesting to watch as he runs down the other side. Always drives this car to the absolute max, Tony. Raced it at Sandown some years ago.
Interesting thing here will be watch his right foot and see if he lifts it all on the throttle. I think he's going to hold it flat right across the top of the mountain. A little bit of a lift there as he comes through, getting his foot nice and steady. Just lifts off to settle the car as he approaches McPhillammy Park back. Full throttle again. Touches the brakes to make sure he's got a pedal there. You can see that heel toe they talk about, being able to brake. They just give the engine a bit of a blip to match the engine speed to the road speed so it doesn't lock up its rear brakes. That's a great shot of just how busy they are down in the footbox of one of these cars. On board Tony Longhurst's AU XR6. See, he's holding it in fifth gear. Engine revs about 4,500 on the six-cylinder engine.
Interesting, he went flat out for the chase, hardly lift off, so 220 k's, carrying plenty of speed.
Doesn't quite sound like his V8 Supercar, does it?
No, you never get rid of that flat sort of drone of a six-cylinder engine. Very hard to make one sound like a V8. But road speed on the left of screen, engine revolutions on the right. Gear change indicator in the middle. So you're riding with Tony Longhurst. Just seeing revving out to about just over 5,000 RPM on the straights. So it cruises along. And this car can be won at the end of this race. You can see that written on the side. Wonderful promotion being held by Autobahn for private people to go and buy a new battery for their car, and they went into the draw for that prize. What a fantastic prize.
Yeah, still got a week to go too. The car's actually given away in 10 days' time, so great opportunity to pick up a fully prepared race car, and of course all the gear that goes with it too, like a year's supply of Pirelli race tyres, Revolution race gear, race suit, Ken Chrome toolkit, Castrol lubricants, and driving tuition himself. Looks like John Bowe.
Look at this. Looks like Greg Murphy is terrorising Paul Gover here. He is.
These guys are good friends, and Paul Gover has a tremendous rapport with all of the racing drivers. And he's obviously a fair driver himself, and he and Peter McKay are leading Class E in the M21 Coupe, the Proton, as Murphy makes an inside move, but Gover was waving him past. Murph just stayed there behind him and menaced him. He has a look and gives him a little wave as they go through Challenge Chase. Gover will have enjoyed that. Greg?
Well, Lee, at the moment, the Mazda RX-7 Mark Williamson, who's been doing the main stint so far, has just gotten out of the car. Terry Bosanjak is getting in. You may recall this car retired very early last year, but a very different story in 1999. Just had a quick word to Terry. They say they'll get the full load of fuel on here and they can go through to the checkered flag. Now, it's going to be a different story for the Porsche of Ed Aiken, so this car could be very well placed at the moment. 26 seconds gone so far on the stop. Williamson is out. Bosanjak strapped in, ready to go. We've got new tyres on the right-hand side of the car. The guy's topping up. Looks like a little bit of oil to the Mazda RX-7. Bonnet down. 38, 39 seconds gone so far. So time ticking away. Terry Bosanjak out of the pits. 41 seconds.
And you can be assured he will muscle that car around the 6.2 kilometres of the Bathurst circuit and try and bridge the gap to the race leader, Jamie Cartwright. Oh, we've lost.
Yeah, this is the Dylan Church stubber, Ross Dillon, the Queensland driver. and they've gone in somewhere in the Nissan Skyline GTR, the four-wheel drive twin turbo. Church behind the wheel at the time. In fact, they were doing quite well. First time the car's been in GTP, and they were running 9th outright.
Trying coming in through challenge chase. The Mazda RX-7's looking very strong for a win here. You consider that Jamie Cartwright, Ed Aitken both have to pit again. That RX-7 can go through without another stop. Let's check this on the Shell replay. Oh, he's lost a tyre, has he?
Yeah. In fact, that happened the other day. Exactly the same problem.
Now that is one scary ride. That's maximum speed down Conrod Straight. Looks like a tyre started to delaminate. He's managed to bounce it down the inside of the concrete wall.
So same problem for that car with, I think, Ross Dillon behind the wheel in qualifying yesterday, or it might have even been Thursday in practice. A lot of damage to the right-hand front guard, which they've repaired, so they may well have some tyre problem with the car.
The Sand Trap performing its duty beautifully, pulling that car up. As it's time to take a short break on your home of Motorsport Network 10, it is Cartwright who still leads the way from Ed Aitken. We will keep a very close eye on the Boz and Jack Mazda. Waters, Palmer, Kilpatrick, Stupas and Peter Boylan doing a great job in the Mitsubishi Evo 5 with Palmer. To go back, Chris Kasparis still inside the top 10 in Class B, and Phelan still leading Class C. Back with more right after this.
For the first time together, Sigrid Thornton, Michael Caden, Rebecca Gibney, Lisa McHugh, Georgie Parker, Ian Thorpe, Linda Emmett, Marsha Hines, Craig McLaughlin, Kathy Freeman, Nature, Bob Dalzot.
From across the networks, across the sports, across the music industry, Australia's biggest stars unite for television's Night of Nights. Music, movies, television and sport. See who Australia voted their People's Choice. The New Idea People's Choice Awards, soon on Southern Cross.
Get your motor running with these sensational FAI 1000 specials from Liquor Palette. Carlton Cold, $26.95. Foster's Light Ice, $19.95. Wild Turkey, $33.99. And St Agnes Brandy, $17.99. Remember the FAI 1000? Remember Liquor Palette.
As he comes onto the main straight, what a performance! Pertec is first again.
With hose cleaning, first. With hose tagging, first. Nationwide. For all your hose problems, think fast. Think Pertec first.
With Telstra Call Return, just dial *10# and you can get the last number that called.
Hello? Sis, you called. Ben, Gabby's just had a baby boy.
Telstra Call Return.
Brighton Block, Main Road, Brighton is closing down, but they're going out with a bang. The bang of the auctioneer's hammer. Saturday, November 27 from 10 a.m, thousands of bricks, pavers, blocks and retainers must go. Don't miss the Brighton Block closing down auction, Saturday, November 27.
Liven up your party with Pizza Haven's Life of the Party Pack. For just $18.95, we'll come round to your place with any 3 large pizzas. So ring now and invite us over.
For your Pizza Haven, call up Pizza Haven tonight.
Look at the logo on the bottle of the new 500ml Sunraysia 100% natural prune juice. It's the logo of the Australian Cancer Society. To assist cancer research, Sunraysia, together with its caring supermarket partners, has committed to contribute 25 cents, totalling over $60,000 on the sale of each bottle. Sunraysia 100% natural prune juice is a good source of vitamins and minerals. Support cancer research by purchasing Sunraysia's new 500ml natural prune juice.
If you're building a home or renovating, we are the Centre worth investigating.
The Home Ideas Centre proudly introduces CleanMade and St George kitchen and laundry appliances. CleanMade search the globe for the best of the best to bring you professional quality ranges, ovens, dryers, fridges and washers. And forget the 1 or 2 year warranty, CleanMade and St George give you 5 years. Take your kitchen or laundry to the next level.
I just love computers.
He's really into it. Sometimes I think I have to kick him out of here, else he'd never go home.
I didn't really want to go to uni. I didn't want to study full time. So I started calling around the sort of firms that I'd like to work for.
Normally we take graduates. I looked into the training that new apprenticeships offered. I realised that Nick was perfect for us.
I just emailed Claire, the new apprenticeships website. Now Claire thinks she thought of it, but I'm happy with that.
You'd be amazed where new apprenticeships can take you these days. Authorised by the Commonwealth Government, Canberra.
Just a few moments ago in the Poolrite 3-hour showroom showdown, Ed Aitken in the second place Porsche took a pit stop. Johnny Faulkner took over, and this absorbing battle for victory in Class A continues.
Well, this will be interesting now to see John Faulkner behind the wheel of the My Accessories Porsche 911. Ed Aitken has done a brilliant job so far. There's big expectations on Faulkner to perform and to bring this car home in the #1 position for Ed Aitken. Speaking of the #1 position, someone who missed out on it last year in this race by just 3/100ths of a second. I'm sure you'll be glad to hear that again, Neil Crompton.
Yeah. Thanks for reminding me, Lee. It's a pleasure to see you too. Yeah, it was frustrating, wasn't it?
We live on that moment, Crompton.
Yes, you do,
Yeah.
and I'm sure you get a lot of enjoyment out of my loss that day. It was close, though.
Yeah.
Old buddy Richo, we had quite a lot of fun that day.
That was a brilliant race. It really was such a gripping... Those last 20 laps were just fantastic.
Well, I couldn't believe it. We did our last fuel stop and came back out, and the darn thing was in front. I went, oh no, because I know Jimmy very well, and I knew that he'd have his elbows up, and
he did.
Yeah, and he did, and it was great though. We were talking about it yesterday. It was good fun. But anyway, there's a more important race going on for these guys out there at the moment, today and now.
Well, what about today and now, and why aren't you out there in this car?
Oh, I'm getting too old. I just can only do one race a weekend now. No, when I was able to put together the opportunity to work with Glenn at the beginning of the year, part of my contract was that I just focused on V8 Supercar, and I'm not permitted to do anything outside that. Certainly, this was a great race, and I enjoyed it very much last year, and enjoyed driving the Ferrari last year, and perhaps would have been able to do that had that not been contractual.
Neil, interesting when you look at the top 4 or 5. Who would have thought that you'd see a Super on top, a Porsche, a Chevy Corvette in 3rd place, a Ferrari in 4th, and a BMW M3R 5th, and then a Mazda 6th outright? It's quite an amazing event.
It is amazing, and I think that's the beauty of the category. That's what I like about GTP. There's so many different cars, and it's a great variety of different types of motor car. It's not just a question of brands, but the configuration of them is also drastically different. And as all of you well know, these cars are nothing like our V8 Supercars. They are just ever so slightly modified from standard, just basically to be able to get their essential survival gear on them. So you've got to be a little bit careful. There's a way in which you drive these cars and to get the most out of them, but without crushing them. But yeah, it's brilliant. I must admit, I don't have the full thread of the race because Glenn and I have been off in PR land for the last couple of hours, but it looks to me, just looking at the monitor here, that there's been an awful lot of action going on in the last couple of hours.
Well, of course, Fitzy and Jim are out. Porsche stuck in 3rd gear. This is a replay of an incident that Jeff Church was involved with coming down Conrod Straight. Right-hand front tyre obviously blew. Not a pretty sight.
Not a pretty sight. It's dry cleaner material, that one. That's right at the bottom of Conrod, through the chase and out the other side. Good to see the sand trap doing its job down there. And that was... I'm glad I'm sitting in here.
Wild ride. Safety car still on the circuit, as the field continues to bunch up behind, waiting for the restart to go back to full green flag conditions. Tony Longhurst, Guy Andrews, AU XR6 Falcon. There's Guy in the car, changing over from Tony.
Now the problem with Guy is he's too strong for this. He'll probably reef the steering wheel, clean off the column, or rip the gear lever out. You can't have these fit blokes out there.
Shell onboard camera. And Guy Andrews, he goes up the end of pit lane, will join the back of the queue under safety car conditions.
Well, if he thinks it's busy in an Uncle Toby's round, you'll about find out what busy is on a racetrack. Longhurst has done a good job setting up the Falcon and putting it into the position where it is. And pretty interested to see how Guy goes.
Sorry, Lee, I just came in before as we look at Peter Boylan's car here. Pete's been doing a great job this afternoon. It was interesting watching Tony climb up the mountain. The car, she was just flat all the way, basically to skyline. It's something you can't do in a V8 Supercar. You jump about 20 tenths back.
Tell me, Neil, for an experienced race driver like you guys in V8 Supercar, Greg Murphy, Stephen Richards, these guys are driving today, is it still a great challenge to drive a production car? Obviously, it's a lot slower than a V8 Supercar, but does it present the driver with a whole lot of new challenges that keeps you focused?
Yeah, I think it does, Mark. And I was lucky enough to do a couple of the 12-hour events here with Peter Brock several years ago, and Peter was always a terrific master at this type of competition. And there's a way in which you treat a series production or production car, and it's a little different to the way we drive the V8 Supercars, because you have to be mindful of the fact that it's a product essentially designed for road going use. So you can't just be ultra abusive to the motor car. You've got to be kind to the brakes, you've got to be kind to the suspension. You can't pound over every curve you see. And that's part of the art form of actually succeeding in this category. That's not to say you don't drive the cars hard. There's a very fine line, but if you get stuck into the brake pedal, for example, around here for lap after lap, and you really give it everything, you'll literally melt the brakes off the car. And so you've got to really think the whole thing through. And of course, everything right through tyres, gearbox. I mean, you know, you can't hustle a gearbox in these cars. You've just got to change deliberately and intelligently. But I actually really enjoy driving them. I've been lucky enough to do a few production car races and actually won with Mazda here in the 12-hour a few years ago. So you just have to be a little bit careful, but they're great cars to drive. And they're very quick.
Well, I think it does present much interest to a lot of V8 supercars. I did a quick count earlier this morning. There was something like 14 V8 supercar drivers in this field today. Craig, you're involved in the promotion of this series. And speaking of series, One Summer is coming up on Network 10 at the first round from Cronulla Beach in New South Wales. And that's later this month. Look out for One Summer. It is a very hot program. Now, what I was about to say was that do the V8 drivers come to you, or you chase them, or how does it happen?
I think the key point is the fact that the category now has got amazing credibility, Lee, and it's a lot of fun. You've got guys like John BOWE that thoroughly enjoy GTP. Also, of course, you've got Jimmy Richards, Peter Fitzgerald, Faulkner out there having an absolute ball. So now, of course, the category has come to the point where it's the key support or the major support act of the V8 supercars has enormous credibility, and it's so different. It's just different to be in.
Lights are out on the safety car. We are back under green conditions. Neil Crompton, this young guy, for a relatively inexperienced racer at this level, doing a great job. Jamie Cartwright in the Supra.
He is doing a good job, and we've seen evidence of that throughout the year in our coverage of the GTP series on Network 10. And as you said before, it's terrific to see a little bit of tumbling here, some different names at the top of the tree.
I think the key point in what will happen from here is where do we end up with the Jack Williamson Mazda, because that's the car we now only has to make one stop. It's now running fifth outright. We believe that Terry's capable of lapping quite comfortably in the 26s in the car, and one would think that now has to be a real threat.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to ask you where we're at in terms of who's stopped and who hasn't, what's yet to come, because there can be a race within a race. It's interesting that you talk about lap times, you know, because you look at these cars and most of them have just got, you know, minuscule modifications over and above showroom stock. These cars are so much quicker than even the glory day touring cars of not that long ago, and you wouldn't think that was the case. I mean, you talk about the good old days of GDHOs and all the rest of it. I mean, they would just be dawdling at the back of this pack.
That's the funny thing, isn't it, when you look back at some of those historical tape vision, and I think the producers of the day used to speed those films up a little bit, because
I think our minds were speeded up. It seemed fast to me at the time.
But those GDHO Falcons are running 240, 250 second lap times, and that's a dawdling pace compared to what these guys are doing in the front.
Well, you know, I can remember, without sounding like a remember when character, but in '88 we were up here with the BMW M3s, and I can remember, I think Peter or Jim qualified in the 25s or something like that. I mean, these cars are almost doing that kind of speed.
Well, race leader Jamie Cartwright, his best lap of this race at 2:28.
It just emphasises the point.
So Jamie Cartwright still has to make another stop. Waters in the Chevy Corvette still has to stop. Kilpatrick too. Faulkner, so Bosanjak has already made his one stop. He can go right through to the end. He's not going to exceed his 40-lap maximum driver limit.
I think the other significant aspect of this event is that you've got a whole field of drivers and co-drivers, so there's an education process going on here as well. Not only are there some of the drivers that we've seen year in, year out in production car racing, but we're seeing a whole breed of new guys, and they get an opportunity to learn this track because it's a unique track. There's nothing like it in Australia or the world, and it's probably great preparation for V8 Supercar.
Look at this battle as they go over the top at Conrod Straight.
John Faulkner getting the hammer down in Ed Aitken's Porsche. Picked his way through the traffic pretty effectively there, but gee, there's some groups. And there's Bosanjak in the Mazda RX-7 behind him, making up heaps of room under brakes as they come into challenge recruitment chase.
He needed to do that, so Faulkner didn't get away too far. Bosanjak right behind him in fifth position. Faulkner currently running fourth in the My Accessories Porsche, co-driver to Ed Aitken, who has set the car up beautifully in that position. He's done his job.
See the body language from Boz. He's using a lot of the road. He's up on top of that exit curb, coming back onto pit straight. He's pushing very hard.
As you said before, we expect the Mazda RX-7 SP to be a very reliable performer this year. Being prepared by Daniel Deckers, one of the factory mechanics from the Mazda Australia team, who was so dominant up here during the 12-hour races several years ago.
Yeah, well, Daniel put our car together when Greg and I won in 1994, and he does a great job. In fact, he just restored that car. It was recently at the Sydney Motor Show.
Good battle here too between Richard Davis and the Jayco Caravans car. Calvin Gardner driving Mark Cohen's Commodore this weekend. Jumped into that yesterday, and just ahead of them, Graham Alexander in the Evo 5.
Well, believe it or not, we're creeping up towards 2/3 race distance. The Ford race score. Cartwright still leads the way from the Carter Waters entry. Aitken and Faulkner in third. Bosanjak and Williamson have done a very good job to be fourth outright. From the Nissan GTR of John Tuel and Mike Kilpatrick, Stupas and DeGostin, Park and Palmer in the Ferrari 7th, and McNulty in 8th.
First in the Class B cars, of course, Kasparis and Brame still. Further back in Class C, you'll find that it's Yulden leading now in the XR80, sharing with McElroy. Taken over the class lead from the Longhurst Andrews car following their pit stop. Bartolo Mazzone still running in the SP Mazda RX-7. Linton and Simpson, in fact that's Bruce Linton, Merrick's father, and Ian Simpson's Michael's father, racing in the sports car class in the BMW, and they're leading Wayne Russell in BMW in that class. McKay Goma still leading Class E. Still problems for the Jacob Kenny Subaru, which is of course well back in the field. And unfortunately, of course, Neil, we lost the Gary Walden John Bow Viper in the warm-up this morning. Cracked racing wheels.
I heard about that, which is a real shame because it's such an exciting motor car, and certainly a lot of people were looking forward to seeing it run. It's interesting looking at Jamie Cartwright's last lap through. It was a 2:28.67. It's only 4/100 slower than his best lap in the race, so he wasted no time at the restart and is able to replicate his quick pace from early on. He did that in the fastest lap on lap 8.
Yes, very impressive performance by Cartwright. Riding now with Darren Palmer in the Ferrari.
I think the thing to watch too, guys, is that... Oh, there we go.
Is the Porsche disappearing off the road?
Yes, it is.
3 down, 1 to go. That's the Stupas DeGostin Porsche, which has had a problem.
Coming round next time as DeGostin, or rather Cartwright crosses the start-finish line, it will be his 37th lap, and no single driver can do more than 40 laps. So we will see Jamie Cartwright coming in very soon.
Yeah, I think that's a key point, and a change in the rules from last year too, where we had a rule where you could do no more than 2/3 race distance. This year the rule has been changed. No driver could do more than 40 laps. And at one stage we thought perhaps the extra, or the rule change, would compromise a number of the Class A cars. They would have to do one extra stop. But of course, having so many pace car situations, it's really kept them along their normal race strategy. So it shouldn't cause too many problems. Of course, the big benefactor in all this, though, no question, is the Mazda RX-7 SP of Bosanjak and Williamson.
Well, beautifully positioned at the moment. Cartwright, Faulkner, Waters just ahead of him. Greg Rust.
Well, Mark, I'm at the very far end of pit lane at the moment. You can see the BMW rolling to the stop in front of me here. That is Bruce Linton. Now he's come in for a stop-go penalty for what we believe is exceeding the speed limit in pit lane. And would you believe it, the person who had to show him the board to come in for the stop-go, would you believe it was his son Beric, who crashed a little earlier in the M3R.
And Greg, that pit lane speed limit is 60 kilometres an hour for those that are wondering. So after you've been out on a circuit where you're doing upwards of 200 kilometres an hour, it's often hard to discipline yourself to actually get back into the 60k groove in the lane.
Now we have seen the Corvette come in for a pit stop. Greg Waters bringing that in. Here is a Shell replay. And this is the Stupas DeGostin entry. The Porsche just running a little wide there through Challenge Chase.
Once you get out of the racing line there, Lee, it's very dusty and dirty, a lot of rubber on the outside, and you just won't pull the car up, so you really have to just let it go and try and avoid flat spotting the tyre. Here's the race leader.
I think we're headed for a pretty exciting situation here. Look at Jamie Cartwright's total laps, 36. He's going to complete 37 as he crosses the line. He can't exceed 40 laps in the car. He's done a double stint, so he's going to have to pit very, very soon.
His last time through, Mark, was a 2:29.2, and he, in fact, 29.4 on this last lap and forked it in at 28.8. He's about 16 seconds behind his John. So if you can pull half a second out of him every lap, it's on.
Fascinating thing too is John Faulkner. He's not going to exceed his driver limit, but the car may run very marginal on fuel. If they can get a few more safety car periods, he may be able to go through without having to come through and refuel. But that car behind him now on screen can go through without another stop. So this could be a real nail-biter. John Faulkner will be hoping for more safety car periods.
I think the key to this also, Neil, is the fact that Cartwright's now pulled out a 15-second gap on Faulkner, and he seems to be doing it so comfortably. 2:29 last time around, Faulkner at 2:29 as well, but Cartwright has been really able to control this race since he took the race lead.
And the reason for that, folks might be wondering how you get such a margin after a restart. It's because of the traffic situation. You can be second in the lap scoring, but not second on the road behind the leader, and you can be buried behind other people. And so by the time you get to the start-finish line, or the control line as they're now calling it, the leader disappears, you end up with this massive margin, and that's what's happening.
Well, someone who's been enjoying himself today in the Falcon AU XR6, teamed with Guy Andrews, is Tony Longhurst, and he's with Barry.
Tony, when you came in, you were leading. How's our guy doing? Any good?
Yeah, he should go fine. He's done plenty of miles in the V8 Supercar. But look, I was having a ball out there. I was looking across the top earlier on, and I was behind the Viper. The thing glanced off the wall and through the sound pit, bashing along. I'm watching this, and then a couple of laps later, there was another car in the cutting or in the dipper. Just having an absolute ball. It's just great.
Oh, we're having a look at Guy now. Where are we? I'll look round the side there.
As long as he doesn't crash and burn.
I was going to say, did you tell him anything? Say, now listen here, you've got to do this or do that. What?
No, I gave the car a bit of a flogging, but everything's pretty good. Ford's great. It's just a wonderful prize. I hope whoever wins the car comes up and races next year.
Amazing. What was it like when you get out of your car? Because you did hardly any practice in this thing, did you?
No, I did about 3 laps. Oh, Barry, it's just so slow. You go up the straight and you think, geez, the poor old thing hasn't got an engine. And, it's just so slow. The V8 Supercars around here are just quite amazing.
Okay, best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
I think he means slow by comparison.
Yeah.
Deepest apologies to our friends at Ford.
And to the person who eventually wins that car, he didn't really mean that he's been flogging it.
Sort of running it in might be a nicer way to say it.
Flogging it in. Tony Longhurst terms. Here's the Shell replay. Bit of an incident coming onto pit straight.
Yeah, this is the McNulty Dean Subaru.
Oh, he caught it.
Lucky that's four-wheel drive.
So managed to get out of that one. Back with Guy Andrews in the AU XR6. Out of the race so far. Lap 2, Holt Standard. We saw that Subaru in trouble at the bottom of the circuit. Lap 2 also came Linton and Simpson. Salmon and Dean out on lap 3. Thompson and Jordan. 3 laps completed. Kirkham, Cave and Kirkham. The Mazda was also in trouble.
I'd say Cartwright's got the message that Faulkner's just set the fastest lap with a 2:27.7, and he's now closing. He's picked up just a second that time around, so Jamie Cartwright will be very much listening to what Frank Lowndes is telling him over the radio.
John Faulkner, the quickest lap of this race as we approach the 2-hour mark. This is Faulkner on screen. The My Accessories Porsche 911. Co-driver to Ed Aitken is chasing hard, and any moment now we will see Jamie Cartwright bring the big Toyota Super in. Terry Bosanjak is now running outright third from Kilpatrick, Park, and the Stupas to Goston entry we saw just run off. Gasparis, leading Class B, is 7th outright. That is an outstanding effort. He's just ahead of Boylan and Palmer. We go back to the Class C leader, McElroy and Yulden. More right after this.
The perfect couple, until someone came between them. Can the good doc ease the emotions? Plus, helping Puss with a jealousy problem.
Oh, and he's away.
Harry's practice Sunday.
Take a look at this. Here's the first van, and there's more. How quick are they?
When hose problems strike, with 25% more vans, PERTEC will get there even faster. Think fast. Think PERTEC first.
Hi guys! Want to come for a swim?
No thanks girls, we're waiting for Wayne. He's going to give us $1,600 for this old clunker. Anyway, Mick's just eaten and that. Why do I do it?
Kennedy's Welding Supplies, Tasmanian owned and operated for over 10 years. Dave Kennedy and his team make sure you get the right advice the first time. They have all types of welding equipment, including MIG welders from only $650. All the right safety gear and accessories with full after-sales service. Gases 6 days a week. A full range of King Chrome hand tools, plus power tools and compressors. Don't forget, they're open until 4 p.m. Saturdays at Kennedy's Welding Supplies, Sunderland Street, Moona.
The big news at Harvey Norman is 24 months interest-free terms on electrical. Buy a TV, video, stereo, video camera, fridge, freezer, washer, dryer and more. 24 months interest-free terms available now.
Harvey Norman, go! If you're building a home or renovating, we have the same.
Home Ideas Centre proudly introduces Clean-Made and St George kitchen and laundry appliances. Clean-Made search the globe for the best of the best to bring you professional quality ranges, ovens, dryers, fridges and washers. And forget the 1 or 2 year warranty, Clean-Made and St George give you 5 years. Take your kitchen or laundry to the next level.
OptiSlim 2000, the program that can help you lose weight. OptiSlim 2000, no caffeine, all natural vitamins, minerals and herbs. Take OptiSlim 2000 as part of a calorie-controlled eating plan and you could start to lose weight in 3 days. OptiSlim 2000 is formulated to replace lost vitamins, suppress appetite, help increase weight loss and help you reach your personal and fitness goals. OptiSlim 2000, available at the following locations, major pharmacies and health food stores.
Brighton Block, Main Road, Brighton is closing down, but they're going out with a bang. The bang of the auctioneer's hammer. Saturday, November 27 from 10 a.m, thousands of bricks, pavers, blocks and retainers must go. Don't miss the Brighton Block closing down auction, Saturday, November 27.
Let me give you a tip. Christmas shopping's a breeze at Claremont Village, and you really must take the kids to see Tasmania's most spectacular Christmas lights. They are really amazing. Don't forget, Claremont Village is the only centre where you will find the big 5 shopping outlets in one convenient location, giving you the very best value in groceries, liquor, petrol, variety products, and now the latest in videos from Video Easy. So, take my tip. Christmas shopping's a breeze at Claremont Village.
With only 2 home improvements left, panic has broken out.
If you're going to turn this show into a 3-ring circus, I might just quit. Sorry to lose you.
The Home Improvement Countdown, Slip and Cross Sunday.
Welcome back to Mount Panorama. You're watching race leader of the Poolrite 3-hour Showroom Showdown, Jamie Cartwright, coming into the pits. This needs to be a slick stop. Greg Rust.
Certainly should be, Lee. Now, I've just had a word to Frank Lowndes. That might be a name familiar to a lot of our viewers today. Craig's dad is the man who is engineering this effort. He tells me straight out the Supra is performing faultlessly. Now, there's a problem here. There's a problem here. They can't reach the fuel. They couldn't open the back boot to fuel the car with fuel. Now, having said that, there's a lot of pressure on Aaron McGill. He's got to take this car to the checkered flag. It will be able to do that with the fuel on board. They're only going to change the tyres down the right-hand side of the car. But at this particular stage, Jamie Cartwright is reporting absolutely no problems with the Toyota Supra. 26 seconds gone so far.
Yeah, Bosanjak just blasted through into the lead as the Supra came into the pits, pushing it to the max. 40 laps completed. That's the maximum distance any one driver can do. So Cartwright did the best job he could, but this is a very tardy stop. They've still got it up on the jacks.
Yeah, big problems here. I don't know what the problem is. We'll say they can only have 2 wheels off the ground at any one time. They must use only 2 rattle guns, but certainly is a slow stop.
Oh, that's going to cost them bulk time, plus the time slowing down, speeding up. John Faulkner. What's going on down there, Greg?
Well, they seem to have a problem with the right rear mark. They couldn't quite get the wheel nuts on properly, and they spent a lot of time trying to get the nut onto the thread, and when they finally did, they'd lost a heck of a lot of time.
Sure have. That's very, very costly.
Well, that'll push him back to around 5th outright, so it leads Bosanjak, of course, in the race lead at the moment. Wayne Park has now moved into 2nd outright in the Poolrite Ferrari, and quick times too, a 2:28.9 for Park last time around. Faulkner now back to 3rd. Stupas in the other Porsche up to 4th outright.
Here's a shell replay of an earlier incident. This is climbing the hill through Speed Stick Corner and crunch. Now, is that Mark Cohen?
Trying to pick up actually who it is.
Hard to see.
Have a look at that again from the front view. Looks like what's happening there. Nearly got his wheels up on the curb.
Yeah, well, Scott Loadsman, VT Commodore.
He just overcorrected and then steered around his own front wheels back into the wall. So just a little bit too much opposite lock at the wrong time, and when the car didn't return its grip, it fired in the wrong way.
Here we go. He's the man at the moment, really, isn't he?
Terry Bosanjak in the Mazda RX-7 SP. Car built specifically for production car endurance racing. See that big wing on the back? Purpose built for Turn 1 at Eastern Creek, a car designed specifically to win the Eastern Creek 12-hour race several years ago, which it did very effectively in the hands of Dick Johnson and John BOWE.
Big fuel tank capacity too, around 120, 130 litres, I think, Neil, for this car. So that's the reason why I can do a one-stop situation in a 3-hour race. backing from Alcatel for this weekend, brought in by Mark Williamson, of course, who did some Volvo driving earlier this year. Now sees his career in GTP.
Well, Bosanjak leads at the moment, but our previous race leader was super pilot Jamie Cartwright. He's with Greg.
Well, he's a pretty happy camper too, I can tell you, Lee. You pushed the rules, though, right to the limit, didn't you?
Yes, it worked well for us. The safety cars, there were a lot of them, but it worked well in the end.
The car itself seems to be performing faultlessly.
Yeah, we knew in qualifying that our qualifying time was a pace we could run at. It wasn't an extraordinary out-of-the-blue time. It was just a time that we could run the race at, yeah.
Some people at home might think it is out of the blue, though. We did see a good turn of speed from the car at Phillip Island in the championship this year, but it wasn't always running as at the front as it is today. What's changed?
No, some tracks suit it more than others. Some tracks are a Porsche track, and this one we knew would suit the car. It's very slippery down the straight, aerodynamically, and it's got good straight line speed.
Well, at the moment it's looking good for you.
Thank you, Greg.
Let's hope it works out for Jamie Cartwright and Aaron McGill, and we must say thanks to Neil Crompton. Best of luck, I guess, for your co-driver Glenn Seaton in the shootout later this afternoon, and best of luck to both of you tomorrow for the FAI 1000. We really hope that both of you can notch up number one.
Yeah, thanks, Lee. I'll be looking forward to it, and I can assure everybody it is going to be a sensational race tomorrow.
Thanks, Neil. Neil Crompton joining us in the midst of a very busy schedule for the Ford Tickford Racing team as they continue the countdown to the FAI 1000 tomorrow afternoon. But we've got a real race in our hands here. Shell replay. We'll have a look at an incident a bit further down the track.
Oh, that's the BMW M3R car that was doing so well, the peak performance car. It's run wide in the chase. You find it's young Ben Walsh behind the wheel at the moment, running 12th outright.
Well, we've got a pretty fascinating scenario here. Our race leader Terry Bosanjak, about 27 seconds, just under 30 seconds up the road from John Faulkner, second place Porsche. Now Faulkner, by our calculations, is probably only about 20-22 laps remaining. Faulkner can catch him at about 1.5 seconds a lap. He's got to take out of that lead if he's going to catch Bosanjak. And then previous lap he took 3 seconds out of his lead, so could we have a real nail biter on our hands?
I think that's interesting, Mark, because I would have thought that Bosanjak may well have been quicker. I mean, when you think that this car last year did a pole time of 2:25, he was quicker than that, certainly. In fact, the times he's doing now earlier in the week, claims he never got a clean lap in qualifying, believed the car should have been on the front row. One would have thought the car was capable of running into 27s, but like 30, 31 is certainly not quick enough, given the times you see now from John Faulkner, Wayne Park, and more than likely Aaron McGill.
Well, there is a lot of traffic out there too, as you said, so maybe you get held up behind a slower car all the way down the hill. It's going to cost you 3 or 4 seconds, so it's going to be interesting to monitor the lap times each time around.
Greg Murphy is not only leading Class D in the Kmart Holden Vectra, but his 23rd outright, which is an outstanding effort. It wasn't that long ago he was in the 40s.
Well, Faulkner's doing it. He's just taken another 1.5 seconds out of Bosanjak's lead. If he continues that rate, and we go on full race at 20-22 laps without a safety car period, John Faulkner could take this one right down to the wire.
Well, Ed 8 can be very proud to have Faulkner behind the wheel of the car. 8 gave the Porsche a race win at Adelaide earlier this year for his first GTP win in some 3 or 4 seasons of trying. But they've got a good car prepared by Fitzgerald Racing, so it's got all the right bits in it. A car that has a great history. It won the 1995 Australian GT Production Car Championship in the hands of Jimmy Richards, so it's an ex-Richards car. And as you can see that Faulkner's carrying plenty of speed.
Well, John has a quite a long history here at Mount Panorama in the smaller cars, in Toyota Corollas, etc. Of course, we remember his days at the Calder Park Thunderdome in Oscar and in NASCAR. He's most well known for his V8 supercar efforts, and now racing in GTP.
Oh, he's
doing a great job.
He's a gun driver, isn't he? 47 years of age, John Faulkner. But he's a guy with an enormous amount of experience in both super speedway racing and circuit racing. And he is the man for the job. He's got to find about 1.5 seconds a lap on Bosanjak to climb onto the back of him in the time remaining that we've calculated based on a 3-hour distance, which is what the race will run. So it's going to be very interesting to watch the progress of that yellow Porsche. 26 seconds the gap at the moment.
It's the Nigel Williams, Danny Bryan, Suzuki Swift GDI, running in Class E, the up to 1.8 litre class in these superb little 1300cc 4-cylinder front-wheel drive Suzukis. Nigel's had a number of races in GDP. So has Danny, that been here before, and putting up a very credible performance.
Yeah, not the sort of car you would call a mountain tamer, but very good package, power to weight ratio. Been a brilliant performer for a number of years. Suzuki really hit on a dynamite package when they designed that car. Potent little engine, very lightweight, and obviously a good handler.
Well, it's a hard day's work for these guys because as much as they're looking forward, almost equally they have to look back and watch the quicker guys coming through, try and provide some clear track.
Yeah, doing a good job. He's leading his class. In fact, he's got Warren Luff behind him in the Peugeot and Steve Cramp. So Cramp further back also in the Hyundai. So it's interesting to see we've got Suzuki, Hyundai in there as well.
Oh, no, there's a classic example. You saw McGill go flashing past in that twin-turbo Supra. That Suzuki would have been flat out at about 180, 200 clicks, and the Supra just blew it away as it came flying past.
Top of your screen, that's the Denya Watkinson entry, and they are leading Class D at the moment with Greg Murphy right on them. So that'll be an interesting battle. Greg Rust?
Well, I can tell you, Lee, that Grant's just slipped behind the wheel for the run to the checkered flag. He's all smiles at the moment, but a lot of pressure on him, and he's pretty excited about it too. It's his first time here at Mount Panorama. He's with the guys that have had a great deal of success on the mountain here before, but a lot of pressure on the youngster now.
Yeah, and after that haircut, who could blame him?
Yes, in fact, he'll probably feel the pressure too, because it's quite clear that Grant won't be able to do the lap times that Tom was doing earlier in the session, and it'll be interesting to watch his times compared to what certainly Murphy and Richards are capable of, because I don't think the battle in this class is certainly over yet.
So Aaron McGill in 4th position. About, what will he be? 24, almost about 1 minute 35 seconds behind our race leader, Terry Bosanjak in the Mazda.
This is the Luff Bewley Peugeot being shared with Peter Ross, who owns the car. In fact, the Calazidis Proton, or the ex-Calazidis Proton, is leading this class. Brian running second. This is the car running third.
Check the race score as we reach the 2-minute, 14-minute mark. Only 45 odd minutes remaining in the 2-hour 14-minute mark. 45 minutes or so remaining in this 3-hour showroom showdown. There are your top 8 positions. Pulver and Shield doing quite well in Class B. Carter and Waters trying to work their way back. John Chillen in the big Nissan GTR, and Mike Kilpatrick in 10th position. Chadwick and Knight, Class C competitors in the Magna, still punching away. So too the Toyota Camry of Ratcliffe and Searle. And then we just saw the Class D leaders, Denya and Watkinson, come in for a pit stop, and Scotty Jacob and Grant Kenny back there in 31st position.
Tasmanian retailers looking forward to a bumper Christmas season with predictions of increased sales above last year. And brigades from around the state go through their paces in fire service competitions.
Southern Cross Nightly News. First at 6.
Hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more. What you say? Hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more. Don't you come back no more. Don't you come back no more. Don't you come back.
I built this business from scratch. Pretty proud of it too. I joined Repco Auto Repair to be part of Australia's largest service network. With around 500 dealers, it makes my nationwide guarantee really mean something. You see, I rely on your business, so I have to guarantee that you can rely on mine.
You can rely on your local Repco Auto Repairer.
Are you getting enough? Enough out of your TV? Then install All-Star now from just $39.95 and we'll give you an extra channel free for a month. Now that's enough. Call All-Star now, 132-432. That's 132-432.
When you're talking fitness and health for women, no one comes near Fernwood. Complete privacy, personalised training.
Wow, $95 will get you feeling good for summer, so join now. 6 weeks for only $95.
Fernwood, we really will change your life.
You never put clean oil into a dirty engine. Flush it with this before you drain the old oil. It removes performance-robbing engine sludge, which improves engine performance and life. Right, boy? When it's wins, it works.
Summertime is outdoor time at Allgoods, and this summer, Allgoods have the greatest range of outdoor furniture, from popular jarrah and hardwood through to elegant aluminium and glass. And check out the latest range of garden umbrellas, market umbrellas and colourful shade houses, giving you the coolest protection under the sun. So for outdoor furniture, see Allgoods, your outdoor store with everything and more.
Allgoods, everything and more.
Hi, I'll be at Book City on Wednesday the 17th of November at 12:30 to sign some copies of my new book, Time to Declare. See you there.
Mark is available to sign Time to Declare only at Book City, Bathurst Street.
Hurry up, world. Last chance. 40 Winks final clearance sale of the century is on now. We're overstocked to bursting point. Save up to $500 on 40 Winks bedding and bedroom furniture.
Wink, wink, 40 Winks.
Hurry. End Sunday.
First time together. Sigrid Thornton, Michael Caton, Rebecca Gibney, Lisa McHugh, Georgie Parker, Ian Thorpe, Linda Emmett, Marsha Hines, Craig McLaughlin, Kathy Freeman, Bob Dalzot.
From across the networks, across the sports, across the music industry, Australia's biggest stars unite for television's Night of Nights. Music, movies, television and sport. See who Australia voted their People's Choice.
The New Idea People's Choice Awards, soon on Southern Cross.
I want you to listen very carefully to what I'm going to tell you.
These are the very best commercials of 1999. Now, it is controversial. Each and every one is a gold, silver or bronze award winner.
The 99 Card Winners Special, Monday 7:30.
This FAI 1000 race update, brought to you by Mitre 10.
And the second hour of this event has been just as tough as the first. Not so many cars out. Fitzgerald and Richards, though, with gearbox trouble. That Porsche was stuck in third gear. Phelan and Wood leading Class C in the VT Commodore. Great effort from them, and also from Grant Denyer and Watkinson in the D-Class Mazda 626. Grant now in the seat and trying to take it home for a class victory. Cowley and Crick, engine problems, dumping a lot of oil on the circuit. But the scariest moment of the day had to be with Jeff Church. Have a look at this, and the Nissan Skyline blows a tyre at high speed, wrestling with the thing to keep it somehow straight, realises he is going to be in serious trouble if he doesn't go for the kitty litter. Gets the car into the dirt to slow it down and prevent what could have been a very nasty crash. Yellow flag out for the field yet again. And second placed Ed Aitken in the pits for new tyres. Johnny Faulkner into the driver's seat and on the charge to take this race from the Mazda of Terry Bosanjak, which leads in the restart. Cartwright and McGill at that stage were in front. Stop-go penalty here for car 32, Bruce Linton, exceeding the pit lane speed limit of 60 kilometres an hour. He's back out and into the fray. 11 into the pits. And this is the Cartwright-McGill Supra, which has surrendered the lead from first to fifth, as a matter of fact, after a fuel and tyre stop. Not a very good stop. It was long. Aaron McGill jumped into the seat to try and take it to victory, but he has to catch up now. He's in fourth place already, behind Wayne Park and John Faulkner. Bosanjak, the race leader.
Well, the message has been given to Terry Bosanjak that John Faulkner is on the charge. The Ferrari's on fire.
Oh, Wayne Park.
Goodness me, I hope he can get out of that car in a hurry.
Gee, that's nasty. That's, I don't know where they're trying to pick.
It's on top of the mountain. I think it's just when you come up toward Reed Park, past the gates there.
He's out of the car. So, look, Wayne looks fine at the moment, but I tell you what, that's a nasty crash.
Wonder what on earth has happened there. That's about the same area, I think, where Kevin Bartlett rolled his Camaro many, many years ago. Let's have a look.
This will certainly be a safety car incident again, which will make it number 5 for this 3-hour race.
Oh, that's a lot of damage to the back of the Ferrari. Park was going so well. Where's that? Yeah, that's on the... Yeah, it is Reed Park. It's just dropping down into
look at the skid marks,
curve on the approach to McPhillamy.
You nearly have to think that he got caught up with a slower car, because Wayne Park is a very, very professional driver, very safe driver.
Look at the damage to the front section too. He's come in very, very hard contact with that tyre wall, and they are earth-filled tyres. There's no cushioning value there. So just like hitting concrete. Flag marshals, fire marshals on the scene. Yellow flags waving furiously. Probably going to be a safety car situation. I guess they can't keep racing with this Wayne Park, and he would be shattered by that.
36-year-old Brisbane-based automotive guy that raced here at Bathurst 10 times. Let's have a look on the replay. Got caught up with the slower cars, we thought.
Oof! Oh! Now what happens here? This is the real damage. Crutch! Wow.
Dear, dear, dear.
Now keep in mind, that car's fuel tank is probably been ruptured, or let's have a look at this again.
See it from the in-car now. Hear the hit.
Not sure if he contacted another car or he got caught up in the traffic, but that was a major impact. Even shattered the camera. Let's have a look at it in real speed.
He definitely touched the XR8.
Oh!
Dear, dear, dear.
Now he is a very lucky man to have stepped out of that with no apparent injury, because that was an enormous hit. You can see the coolant coming out of the ruptured cooling system from the engine. So Park can count himself very lucky. That was a very high-speed impact.
Just when things were going so well, he was battling with John Faulkner for second. They were carving their way through the traffic. And there's Darren Palmer.
This is the car, of course, that won the inaugural 3-hour Showroom Showdown in 1997. John BOWE and Gary Walden finished second last year by 0.2 of a second to Jimmy Richards and Peter Fitzgerald. And was certainly in a good show to be a podium finish today.
So under another safety caution, safety period, there's the truck going to retrieve the very much smashed and burnt Ferrari. Let's have a look at another replay of this incident involving Wayne Park and the Ferrari F355. This is heading up towards Silman Park and Reed Park, and there was definitely contact with that Falcon.
He clipped the front of that Falcon with his rear guard. Lost control at high speed. Greg Rust is in the pits.
Well, Mark, I'm down here at the moment, and there are lots of disappointed faces in the Ross Palmer Motorsport pit. Jeff Fiddler has joined us, the team manager. Just tell us what's happened.
It's a little bit too early to tell yet. Obviously, we were chasing up the lead, chasing Johnny Faulkner pretty hard, and we may have got caught up in a little bit of slower traffic. We can't really tell. We lost radio contact at about the same instant that Wayne hit the wall initially. The main thing is that Wayne's okay and there's nobody hurt, I guess, and we see what happens next year, I suppose.
Try to grab a quick word with Darren then. He's absolutely speechless.
Darren will be and Wayne will be as well. They both worked really, really hard to get the car up to second position on the grid. We started off the front row. It was a good race. We had a lot of different cars leading the race at different times, which is great for the championship. It's just unfortunate for Ross Palmer and Ross Palmer Motorsport and the whole team, I guess, that we couldn't do anything today.
Unfortunate luck there, and what an unbelievable race this is turning into.
Well, one thing is for sure, as we have a look at the remains of a battered and bruised Ferrari F355, there has been no shortage of action in the Poolrite 3-hour Showroom Showdown for GT Production cars. We'll be back on your home of motorsport right after this.
Today's FAI 1000 Racing, live from Bathurst, proudly presented by Liquor for Less, Mitre 10 and Moona Auto Salvage.
Get your motor running with these sensational FAI 1000 specials from Liquor for Less. Carlton Cold $26.95, Foster's Light Ice $19.95, Wild Turkey $33.99 and St Agnes Brandy $17.99. Remember the FAI 1000, remember Liquor for Less.
All right, you lot. It has just been brought to my attention that the public has a perception that we here at Tassie are a warehouse, which means that we're expensive and do not sell direct to the public. I'd just like to say that that is not true. We do sell direct to the public and our prices are very competitive. Any questions? All right, as you were.
Tas Exhaust and Muffler Warehouse, selling direct to the public.
I keep getting asked why I give $1,600 for your old registered clunker. The answer is I just do. So come in and see Rod, the two Peters, Ray or Les at any of my 3 yards.
Why does he do it?
Hey.
Hurry up, world. Last chance. 40 Winks final clearance sale of the century is on now. We're overstocked to bursting point. Save $100, $200, $300, $400, even up to $500 across all 40 Winks product ranges. Save on iron beds, sofa beds. Save on inner springs, on bedroom suites. Save on children's furniture.
Wink, wink, 40 Winks.
Hurry! 40 Winks final clearance sale of the century ends Sunday.
Petrol and diesel have a tendency to leave behind performance-robbing wax and varnish deposits. Win Spitfire is proven to remove those deposits and guarantees your vehicle gives the best performance while using the least amount of fuel.
The pace is hotting up with this season's first meeting for the nightly sprint cars at Premier Speedway #1 on Saturday, November 13. It'll be red-hot action with a great program including Tassie's newest class, the AM cars. There's Taz sedans, mini sprints, street stocks and bombers. Don't miss it. Premier Speedway #1, Lyle Highway, New Norfolk. Saturday, November 13. Gates open at 3:30. Racing starts at 6.
With Telstra Call Return, just dial *10# and you can get the last number that called.
Hello? Sis, you called. Ben, Gabby's just had a baby boy.
Telstra Call Return.
If you think athletes are training hard for the Olympics, what about these guys?
Get your guts off the ground!
The Sydney Cops putting their bodies on the line.
There's always that constant pressure that you're being watched.
You're frothing at the mouth already and you're shaking.
To make your city safe. Plus, testing teens.
Some boys I know. No idea.
We put 4 teenagers in a house and asked them to do simple jobs.
Am I meant to just pump it up?
Can they survive without their mums and dads? Next week on Today Tonight.
Poolrite 3-hour showroom showdown, and that is not exactly showroom condition for the Ferrari F355. Wayne Park and Darren Palmer, a shattering finish to their campaign here at Mount Panorama. And they are the breaks and the breakdowns of this amazing event this weekend. We have to say that as fiercely competitive as it is on the track at Mount Panorama, there's great camaraderie among the V8 Supercars and Superstar teams in 1999, especially when it comes to paying tribute to a mate who's going through some pretty hard times, harder than anyone will go through this weekend on the mountain. Mark SKAIFE, I'll let you take it away.
Thanks, Bill. Well, one of the unsung heroes of Australian motor racing is a guy called Ken Potter, who's been one of our TIGA managers for our motor racing category for a long time. He's also the guy that gave Glenn Seaton and I a start when he was responsible for sponsorship with Philip Morris and Peter Jackson many years ago. We have Glenn Seaton, and here's actually Ken's here. How's this? How's this, Ken? KP, g'day, KP. He has actually. He's looking very healthy. Ken is at home, and we wish him all the best. He's got a few little health dramas, and I'm sure Glenn would like to wish him the best.
Yeah, I would like. Ken, we're all here for you, and we're missing you up here. It's not the same without you, and hopefully this weekend, either SKAIFE or I can bring it home for you.
Look, and one of the things that Ken has obviously done for the sport in the period of time that we've known him is he's looked after TIGA, and one of the guys who's contributed so much to TIGA over the years has been Dick Johnson. And Dick, I'm sure that you'd agree that Ken's obviously his input and his support throughout the years has been very good for the sport. There's no doubt.
Well, KP, mate, what you've done for our sport has been tremendous. You just get well soon, pal, and we look forward to seeing you back again.
Look, and as part of TIGA, it's the Touring Car Entrance Group of Australia, and what we've done over a long period of time is tried to get some category management into our game. And as I said, Ken Potter's done a lot of work behind the scenes and certainly has contributed to our game in a most significant way over the years. We wish you all the best, mate. We really hope that things go well, and hey, you get back there with us. We're right behind you.
All the best, Kenny.
As we see the shattered remains of the Ferrari heading back down the mountain. Joining us in commentary is John BOWE. John, obviously you've driven this car. Can you believe how hard that impact was?
Yes, it's amazing. It's a fantastic motor car. It's beautiful styling, and unfortunately he's just tagged that slower car, and he had really no control over it after that. and it's a very hard hit. And just as it's hit the wall, the fuel tank is actually behind the driver in the middle of the car, and that's obviously ruptured. And it wouldn't have had much fuel in it, so just imagine what would have happened if it was full.
I was going to say he was just waiting for a safety car period so he could just effect that splash and dash to get him enough fuel to go to the end. It's ironic that he ended up crashing into the wall and causing that safety car period. But yeah, fuel tank mounted just in front of the engine on the Ferrari, and he was very, very lucky that he was close to a fuel stop, because if that had a full tank of fuel on board, things could have been a lot nastier.
Still under safety car period, and we have just less than 30 minutes remaining in this Poolrite 3-hour GTP Showroom Showdown. Can you believe it? We're following the safety car yet again, and we'll be back with more on the other side of this. This is your home of motorsport, Network 10. Stay with us.
As an Ambo, he's seen hundreds of accidents, but none like this.
I didn't know they were doing a robbery! Keep your mouth shut!
Two dangerous fugitives trapped in a tinderbox. But all they can do...
Wait, where are you going? What's going on? Help me!
...is watch.
Help me!
All Saints, Tuesday.
For quality recycled auto parts, look no further than Mooner Auto Salvage. We inspect and thoroughly clean all our parts for your convenience. Need advice on whether to repair your damaged Holden or Ford? Just ask us for a no-obligation assessment. Mooner Auto Salvage are the auto parts specialists. Plus, we offer an extensive delivery service throughout Tasmania. Call in and see us at 62 Hopkins Street or telephone 03 6228 0274. And remember, recycled auto parts will save you dollars.
Bridgestone invited Mr. and Mrs. Brock to help test their new tyres with Donuts technology. To make things fair, they decided that only Mrs. Brock's car would be fitted with new Donuts, and Mr. Brock would have to rely on his skill. As you can see, when it comes to stopping, skill has nothing to do with it. Donuts, unique to Bridgestone.
There's no stopping you, my love.
Well, come on, Frank. Blow out your candles and make a wish.
Crikey. A real Falcon 1-tonner with a super cab. Unbelievable. What a donk. Nothing like a big V8. Oh, mate, you couldn't have wished for anything more. Unbelievable.
The new Falcon 1-tonner. It's unbelievable.
A set of Bridgestone donuts, please.
Feeling confident, Peter?
With a capital B.
You know why people buy from DAP Computers? We're a Tasmanian company selling a quality product direct to you at better prices. DAP would like to show you that a Tasmanian company can do it better. We don't use cheap and nasty components, just screaming fast multimedia PCs that deliver a superior level of performance. Why? Because they're based on Intel's processor and motherboard. DAP's Entertainer series include a huge quantum hard drive, explosive sound from Creative, 3D graphics and a DVD drive to watch all the latest movies. While you can buy the DAP Entertainer for only $17.99, why not rent it for just $15 a week? Phone DAP now for a 10-minute over-the-phone approval. $15 a week? That's why people buy from DAP Computers.
DAP Computers, just up Marys Hope Road to the roundabout.
Are you getting enough? Enough out of your TV? Then install All-Star now from just $39.95 and we'll give you an extra channel free for a month. Now that's enough. Call All-Star now, 132-432. That's 132-432.
This is Taxi Ride, the #1 album, Imaginate, with Get Set. And everywhere you go. Taxi Ride, Imaginate, the #1 Australian album. In store now.
Massive crowd at Mount Panorama for the Poolrite 3-hour Showroom Showdown, still under yellow flag, so let's take the opportunity to check out some more forward banners from our competition this weekend. Oh, it's the 10 commentary team. From the far left, Leigh DIFFEY, then we have Barry, SHEENE, Mark OASTLER, and that's me on the right. Yeah. And speaking of
a man who was in a Shell Helix Falcon, in fact, last year, but of course is in the Cat Falcon. We hope will be joining us in commentary shortly, and that's the great John BOWE. A lot of Ford fans will be hoping to see him win this weekend. Likewise, Glenn Seaton. Great weekend for Ford. And they certainly have it over the Holdens for poles here this weekend. In this event, we mentioned earlier, 14 to 12. We'll check out how they go in the top 10 shootout a little later on. Of course, Dick Johnson, his final ride here, and will be in the top 10 shootout. This is what you could win if you come up with the best banner, an XR8. Beautiful bit of gear. And the winning banner, or the person who, or the people who created it, will take home that beautiful car. The home viewer prize is a trip for two to Monaco, guests of Ford at Monte Carlo Formula One. Nothing better. So a tremendous promotion here, and the banners have been living up to the reputation of the competition and will be under green shortly in the 3-hour Poolrite Showroom Showdown. Hasn't this been a cracker? And the Ferrari certainly not in showroom condition anymore.
No, we're heading for a thrilling finish though, Bill. 2 hours, 37 minutes into this 3-hour contest. There's our race leader, Terry Bosanjak, going out a shot. There is our second place man, John Faulkner, just went through screen in the yellow Porsche 911 RSCS. We have got a battle on our hands, a sprint to the finish.
Well, John Faulkner, watch him carve up this traffic. He was doing an amazing job earlier when he was battling with Wayne Park. Before Park put the Ferrari into the wall. And it was a shame to see that happen because we would have had a tremendous three-way battle. There's Faulkner, the My Accessories Porsche 911 coming up on our Class D leader, Denyer and Watkinson, and Denyer gives him a little bit of room there to get through. As he climbs the mountain, John Faulkner in pursuit of race leader Terry Bosanjak.
Doesn't matter what happens, John BOWE, we always seem to end with an exciting finish in this 3-hour showroom showdown at Mount Panorama.
That's the beauty of this category, Mark. There's so many different cars, there's so much speed differential. Obviously, you're going to get dramas and crashes and all sorts of things that bring pace cars into play. And, you know, always at the end, there's this 30 minutes, 20 minutes or something where someone's chasing someone else. So it's a fantastic category. And Johnny Faulkner's taken to that Porsche like a duck to water, so it'll be interesting to see if he can catch Boz.
Absolutely enjoys driving the car. I caught up with him yesterday. He said it's a phenomenal car. He's so impressed with its handling, its speed, its brakes, the overall balance of the package for a road car. He said it's beyond even his wildest dreams. He's very, very impressed. And look at how hard Bosanjak now is pushing. He's got the message.
I think it's fantastic that this Mazda is going so well. I mean, these cars were developed in '95 for the 12-hour race, and it effectively is a 12-hour car. Yeah. This is a 3-hour race, and you know, for him to be right up there at the forefront of this race is a great effort by Boz. I know Alan Horsley from Mazda's been helping him out. In fact, he's got the same ECU, the engine management control, that Dick Johnson and I had in the Mazda when we won the 12-hour race, so maybe it'll bring him luck.
We'll talk about it, John, because they are a great car to drive, aren't they?
Fantastic car, and of course it was developed for this circuit for a 12-hour race, and it's got a huge fuel tank, so that's sort of been a tactical advantage for them. But it'll be great to see Boz win. He's a real battler, and he's actually a very, very good driver, one of the many in this country that are underrated, and he's given it plenty too, isn't he?
Yeah, it certainly is. There is second place, John Faulkner, hot in pursuit. We'll see the gap once they come across the start-finish line on this hot lap after the restart. Here's a Shell replay. This is with Guy Andrews at Hell Corner. Plenty of action happening up ahead. Is that the Camry getting into strife up there? I'm not sure. He's right behind Peter Phelan.
This is interesting, a battle for the class lead too. You got Phelan in the BT Commodore, the XR8 of Brian Carr, who was involved, we believe, with that incident with Wayne Park on the top of the mountain, and Guy Andrews, of course.
Here it is from a different angle.
This will be Ian Simpson or Bruce Linton in the BMW 323.
Whoa. That's Richardson Murphy.
That was a good bit of avoidance there by Murph, which you'd expect from Murph, wouldn't you, really?
Exactly. In fact, I think if you check the timing on it too, you'll find that Murphy's probably gone to the class lead in Class D. So the Kmart Team Vectra moved ahead of the Mazda 626.
Well, there's the battle for the lead on camera. 10 seconds the gap. Bosanjak has just done his fastest lap of the race, so he's certainly got the message to turn it on.
Greg? Well, Terry has just pulled out the quickest lap, Mark. You're his teammate. How are you feeling for the run to the checkered flag?
Well, Terry's doing a great job. I mean, he's under a little bit of pressure now from John in the Porsche. I'm sure he can keep it together. The lap times are pretty consistent. The car's going well. We didn't really need that pace car. We had quite a good strategy that put us a fair gap out in front. But nonetheless, I think Terry can do the job.
You pitted about, or you guys did the driver change about mid-race distance. You were confident at that stage of having enough fuel that we know splash?
No, we're confident that that'll be the case. That's the strategy we've adopted all weekend, Greg. I mean, last year, you may remember the car was on pole. It was very quick. This year it's been a little slower, and that's been the strategy we've stuck to on purpose. And that is now coming into play at the end of the race, and really that's what it's all about. That's payday, isn't it?
Boss is going for it. Good luck.
Good. Thanks, Greg.
Did you hear Mark Williamson say earlier we didn't really need that pace car? At one stage before it, they had a 22-second margin. The gap is now 10 seconds at the restart. We'll wait for this next lap, keep a close eye on it. 10 seconds between Bosanjak and Faulkner. Aaron McGill in the Toyota Supra doing a good job in third from quite a remarkable result for Ross Palmer and Peter Boylan in the Quirks Refrigeration Evo 5. They're running fourth outright.
I guess he'll need some good news after seeing the Ferrari by the side of the track.
Well, Ross is the father of this category, and the success of it is due to Ross Palmer's enthusiasm and hard work. And if he finishes where he is now, he might be able to earn a bit of prize money to pay for the repairs.
Let's have a look at the Maguires. Top marks Class A. Outright, Bosanjak and Williamson in the Mazda. Aitken and Faulkner. Second outright in the Porsche. Then we go back to Cartwright McGill, the Toyota Supra. Boylan and Palmer into the top four now. Good performance too from Murray Carter, John Bowe. Sixth outright in the Chevy Corvette. Tremendous performance from him.
Murray never ceases to amaze me, honestly. I think I said this last year, I saw him drive at Longford in 1960, and I was a very small child, as you can imagine. And he wasn't a youngster then. Amazing.
The battle for the lead continues. John Faulkner's turned it up to a 2:27.39, barely a tenth of a second between the lap time of both he and race leader Terry Bosanjak. The gap, 11.1 seconds.
Johnny Faulkner will have to pull something out of the bag because Bosanjak's responded very well. And I mean, even at qualifying times for John Faulkner, he's only going to make a second a lap on him. So it's going to be another nail biter as it was last year and the year before.
Well, just a shade over maybe, 5 or 6 laps remaining, maybe even 7 if they can squeeze that in. So one stage, I mean, of course it's a timed race, but now we can almost estimate how many laps remaining in this Poolrite 3-hour showroom showdown. Will it be as close finish as it was last year? If Terry Bosanjak can do anything about it, it won't be. And he's got an 11-something second lead, about an 11.1 second lead at the moment.
Well, 69 laps the race distance last year, John. 3 hours, 1 minute 44 seconds with only 53 laps down. We're not even going to get close, are we?
We are not, no. The pace cars have been busier today, or pace cars been busier today than last year. There's been a lot more incidents, and that's part and parcel of this sort of race with these sort of cars. There's a huge speed discrepancy. I'm very disappointed I wasn't out there in Gary Walden's Viper because one thing it's good at is passing slower cars.
Tell us what actually happened, John. We saw at the start of the telecast severe cracks in the front wheels of the Viper.
Unbelievable. The car doesn't stop particularly well. It generates an enormous amount of brake heat, and obviously that doesn't do the wheels any favours. And Gary had them crack tested 8 days ago as engineering certificates to say that they're okay. And the small amount of running we've done here over the last few days has obviously put them in a lot of stress. So.
Well, speaking about problems with wheels, what do you have for us, Greg?
Well, I'm down here in the pit lane at the moment, and car 65 came in just a few moments ago, Brian Carr. Now, if we have a quick look here, he's coming back into the pit, so we'll have to move here very quickly. We'll try and get that wheel back for you, but what's actually happened is the right rear on the tyre has sustained major damage, and they've been forced to come in. Now, that's as a result of taking evasive action from Wayne Park's massive crash in the Ferrari.
There you go. There's the story. It unfolds a little for us. Now, we've had a couple of cars been black flag, 56 and 45. Now, car 56 is the Ben Walsh entry.
Car 45, John Shulin. Doesn't surprise me, actually, because I saw them coming down into Murray's Corner side by side, trying to pass one another, so it's no real surprise.
Have a look at that split
John
time.
Faulkner's just done a 26.1, which is quicker than he qualified, I think, from memory, and he's taken 1.5 seconds off Terry Bosanjak on that lap. If he keeps that up, he's got a chance. But,
if he keeps that up, we will have a finish like last year.
Absolutely.
There's the clock for you. 2 minutes, 46 seconds. Less than 15 minutes remaining in this 3-hour showroom showdown, brought to you by Poolrite. It has been so eventful. The attrition rate has been amazingly high. We saw people going out from the first lap even.
This is fantastic for Mazda because they don't have a lot of participation in motorsport now because of rule changes and things, and they're a fantastic little motor car, as they're owned by Ford, as you know.
Look at this, the two Kmart Vectras. Greg Murphy, Stephen Richards, the front-running one, Melinda Price and Sam Newman, the second Kmart Vectra.
Now Murphy's gone through to the class lead, so Melinda and Sam still running in third spot in the class. Carol Jackson fourth in her Honda Civic. But Merv's been able to sneak the Kmart Vectra through and take the lead from the Mazda 626, Just Cuts car. So good to see Merv up there at the front, having a bit of fun in a 1.8 litre front-wheel drive.
And he loves it too, and I think front-wheel drive is very appropriate for Greg Murphy, to be honest.
But we'll wait for our timing monitor to click on over and we'll let you know where Murphy is in terms of an outright position. He is in 22nd and leading Class D, and I think he's found the absolute limit on every corner and every straight for this Holden Vectra.
Who's leading Class C?
Go back to Class C. Guy Andrews in the XR6, I think you'll find, is ahead of Phelan in the VT Commodore. Carr has just come in. He was doing quite well in the XR8 until he got caught up in that incident with Wayne Park.
As Greg Murphy in the Kmart Holden Vectra climbs the hill, he's looking good for a Class D victory. Will Terry Bosanjak and Mark Williamson be able to hold on for a Class A and outright victory? It's going to be tight. You can see the margin there. John Faulkner and Ed Aitken only 9.5 seconds in arrears, and that may come down as they cross the line yet again. John Chulin and Mike Kilpatrick hanging in there in the top 8 as well. We have a look at 9th. It is Don Pulver and Terry Shield doing a great job in Class B. They're ahead of McNulty and Dean. And leading Class C is Peter Phelan and Wood. That may have changed just in the last half a lap with Guy Andrews and Tony Longhurst Falcon overtaking them. Back to Class S, and it's the Simpson-Linton entry doing great things. So too Peter McKay and Paul Gover, the two journos leading Class E. And Newman and Price back there in 28th outright. More on 10 right after this.
Sunday.
You got the doll, right?
Arnie faces his greatest test.
I'll get that toy. I promise.
He must find the one toy every kid has to have.
They're all gone.
He's wrestled aliens, defeated armies, and saved planets.
This is war.
Now he battles a force more powerful.
Baby.
The Christmas Rush.
Hey, buddy.
For the first time on television.
You picked the wrong day.
Jingle All the Way, 8:30 Sunday.
Get your motor running with these sensational FAI 1000 specials from Liquor Police. Carlton Cold, $26.95. Foster's Light Ice, $19.95. Wild Turkey, $33.99. And St Agnes Brandy, $17.99. Remember the FAI 1000? Remember Liquor Police.
Rev up for summer with a Motorguard picnic rug, $18.95. Valvoline 5 litre XLD premium motor, or $12.95. Munro Centre Track shockers from $99 a pair. Check out Repco's summer catalogue for the widest range and best advice at the right price. Rev up summer with Repco.
The new Celica with 40% more power.
Morning, Mr. Robertson.
One drive, and everything else seems slow.
She's running hot. You're going to have to bring her in.
Cut it. Somebody fix those things.
Only the car's running hot, because Brad uses new Speed Stick antiperspirant to keep him cool. Look, unlike sticky roll-ons, new Speed Stick goes on dry to keep you dry. All day, Brad works hard on and off the set, and new Speed Stick keeps him dry. Speed Stick goes on dry to keep you dry. By Menin.
When you decide on an inner space wardrobe, you purchase more than our expertise and dedication.
Introducing the Sicilian pizza from Pizza Hut. It's the most intense tasting pizza we've ever made. This is basil, oregano, and garlic rolled into a perfectly innocent crust and exploding in your face. Can you handle it?
Jump in for early Christmas bargains with the Toy World November catalogue out Monday. There are great gift ideas for every kid with loads and loads of super hot pre-Christmas savings. Don't miss it. The November catalogue out Monday at Toy World 107 Argyle Street.
Digital television, the ultimate viewing experience. The pictures are sharper, clearer, and wider with CD quality surround sound. And that's only the beginning. This is free TV like you've never experienced before. High definition television. It's coming.
You're watching the closing stages of the Poolrite 3-hour Showroom Showdown from Mount Panorama Bathurst. 2 minutes 52 gone in this race, and you're looking at second in Class B, the Don Pulver Terry Shield entry, the Subaru WRX. And John Bowe, I know that you know Terry Shield quite well. We've seen Don Pulver do a little bit of V8 supercar driving and GTP driving, but Terry's been around for a long time and a very accomplished driver.
Very much so. Terry and I won a 300-kilometre race, I think it was, from memory, at Calder in 1987 when we both drove for Freddie Gibson's Peter Jackson Nissan team, and he's a very, very good driver. He drove for the Nissan team for quite a number of years, but he's about a once-a-year driver now, but he's obviously still pretty good at it.
This is the state of play at the moment with a little under 7 minutes remaining. Bosenjak has pulled that gap back out to 10 seconds. It did drop to 7 seconds. Faulkner may have been held up in traffic on the previous lap. John Faulkner was working very hard in the Porsche to get it down to 7 seconds, but Bosenjak has responded. So time is running out. It's looking good for a win for Bosenjak and Mark Williamson.
I wonder if Alan Horsley's as nervous now as he used to be when he ran a factory team.
So Sue Hughes, David Crowe in the Suzuki. You can find they're running second in the class to the Proton of Peter McKay and Paul Gover. Sue Hughes has been running most of the year in GDP and has put on some pretty good performances too. Biodrive Suzuki, which they run a lease deal, John, a renter deal, which is a great way to get into this category, particularly if you don't have a lot of money.
They're a good little car, that Suzuki's. Actually, what did surprise me though is that Proton. I couldn't believe how quick it was.
Well,
especially with a couple of geriatric journalists driving it.
Now here you go, guys. This is the reason why you have statisticians. Our statistician Nigel Greenway has just pointed out that Terry Bosenjak, this is an estimate, will cross the line with about 15 seconds to go before the 3-hour mark. So we will have to go all the way around and do another lap.
Deary me.
This is Rick Bates and the car that he's sharing with. Is this the Paul Matolo, Paul Elstrick car, I think? Yeah, this is another SP Mazda similar to the Bosenjak car. Paul Elstrick jumping in at the last minute after the Maserati failed in the warm-up session.
Now, while we're in the closing stages of the Poolrite 3-hour Showroom Showdown, don't forget, coming up right after this is the FAI 1000 Top 10 Shootout. Coming into the Top 10 Shootout, Glenn Seaton's Ford Tickford Racing AUXR8 was quickest from yesterday's final qualifying session. And we will start with Dick Johnson. He was 10th fastest. So the Top 10 Shootout coming up right after this. And don't forget, tomorrow, the FAI 1000 telecast on your home of motorsport begins at 7 a.m. Eastern.
So time now running out. Bosenjak still the race leader in the Poolrite 3-hour Showroom Showdown from Mount Panorama. Faulkner in the Porsche. Second spot, yes, he's done a 2:27.8, I think it is.
I'm sure, John, on that previous lap he was held up in traffic.
Must have been, but the gap now is 7.6 seconds, but he's going to run out of time, nothing sure, unless Bosenjak strikes some serious problems. But the Mazda looks like it's still running very well.
Well, he's just about to come across the Chadwick entry, the Magna, and put another car between he and John Faulkner. So Faulkner is about to encounter more traffic as he climbs the mountain. Shell replay coming into Hell Corner. John Faulkner coming on the inside. Oh, squeezes through through on the inside of the Linton Simpson entry.
Right, and it's Bruce Linton in the car. He did the same thing to you, John Bowe, a couple of years ago, across the top of the mountain in the Ferrari.
Bit of deja vu. Bruce likes doing that.
Terry Bosanjak, your race leader in the Mazda RX-7 SP. It's been a very, very steady run. And from quite a ways back, he looked like the guy that would take this one out purely for the Mazda RX-7's performance and only having to stop once. And it looks like it is going to work out that way.
John, this was a car that was on pole position last year. He did a 2:25. We're not seeing quite those times out of Bosanjak this time around. Changes to the engine management system, do you think they've sacrificed a little bit of horsepower for perhaps more reliability?
Absolutely, Craig. When we did the 12-hour with the factory team, you could actually make the car go incredibly quick, but then it became thirstier and the reliability was a bit in question. But the ECU, the engine management system that we had for the 12-hour race was like you could drive the thing for 24 hours like that, and that's the spec it's got here, and it's obviously proved to be the right thing to have in this sort of race.
How would you compare the car to the Ferrari to drive around here? I mean, what's the difference between the two cars, the strengths and weaknesses?
Well, it's an easier car to drive than the Ferrari. It's not as quick as the Ferrari in outright pace, but it's very comfortable, very more road car-like. The Ferrari's a bit of a highly strung thoroughbred.
There's your Ford race score. Bosanjak and Williamson leading from this car. The Ed Aitken, John Faulkner entry. Faulkner behind the wheel. Let's look as he comes across the line this time what the gap is. It's now down to 6.5 seconds.
He can actually see him now, I reckon.
Time is running out. We have less than 3 minutes to go. Basically 2 minutes, 15 seconds left to run in this race.
Well, David Wood doing well in the XR8, the Southern Rural Ford dealers car. The XR8 leading Class C from Guy Andrews. The XR6, then Knights Mitsubishi Magna running third. So good battle right back through the field. And John, I guess good to see a Class C car in terms of a Ford leading outright too in that class.
Well, interesting tactics here too, because if Terry Bosanjak slows down, he's got a 6.5 second buffer. Now we've got 1 minute 45 remaining in this race. If he slows down enough, he could make this the last lap. If he keeps his pace, he may come across with literally 5 seconds to go, and he could have to go around and do another lap, which then gives John Faulkner an extra 6.2 kilometres chance at catching him.
You'd have to go for it, wouldn't you? You wouldn't dare slow down.
Interesting that the Cartwright Supra has dropped off the pace a little bit. 234s from McGill. That was a car that we saw consistently in the 28s, 29s and 30s. So McGill did do a high 26 in qualifying yesterday. So maybe some kind of problem developed with the car.
Anxious finishing moments here. 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining. We will wait and see. Surely Bosanjak, this is his final lap. He goes down through the VB dipper, creeping towards Conrod Straight. Surely John Bowe, he'd have a look in the mirror and maybe just button off a little, soak up a bit more time.
I don't think he can afford to button off a little. In case, like, you see the traffic down that Conrod Straight, there are about 5 cars abreast then. He can't, look at this, he cannot afford to button off. Faulkner's got his scent, but I don't think he can get there.
He's got 3 cars ahead. Terry Bosanjak in the RX-7, heading down towards Challenge Chase, and 30 seconds remaining now. This is going to be so close.
He's going to have to do another lap, I reckon, won't he?
Yeah, I think he will. Unless he gets held up by these cars. Looking out at the commentary box, we can't quite see where the start-finish line is. We're just a little too far up pit lane. But there you can see 15 seconds remaining. It will be so close on whether Terry Bosanjak has to go around and do another lap or not.
He's going to have to do another lap.
Will we wait and have a look? And no checkered flag.
He's going to
do another lap. Oh, this is it. And John Faulkner will be chasing hard. The gap is only 4.2 seconds. There is Faulkner, the yellow car, third in line. This will be a frantic last lap. Can John Faulkner catch?
This is where you don't want a bunch of traffic in front of you, John Bowe.
The sweat would be rolling into Boz's eyes at the moment.
Well, he missed the checkered flag by just 4 seconds, and that is the same margin that separates these guys 1 and 2. John Faulkner flashing the lights, puts the lights on the Porsche 911 on to indicate to the slower drivers he is on a charge. He's coming up on David Ratcliffe's Toyota Camry. Well, we will have a very good finish.
You've got
2
to
years in a row.
Understand John Faulkner's been racing all year in his Commodore, and Terry Bosanjak's only raced a couple of times, so John's very, very race sharp as well. So he'll carve the traffic probably better than Boz. So.
Well, last time around, Boz did a 228.7, Faulkner a 226.5. Coming up behind the Longhurst Andrews Class C car. as Faulkner goes past.
Guy Andrews doing a good job there, giving Faulkner racing room. Coming up on, looks like, is it Peter Boylan and Ross Palmer car, the Quirks Mitsubishi Evo 5.
He's lost some time there.
Yeah, big time.
Big time. Look at this. Oh, dear.
Oh, thanks, Ross.
Good on you, Ross.
That's about it. John Faulkner will not catch Terry Bosanjak.
No way. No. The traffic's taking care of that. He's still behind.
Oh, look, he's boxed
what
in.
A joke.
Oh, dear.
I mean, this is unbelievable.
Well,
I think, honestly, the self-control that John Faulkner's showing now, I think he should get a knighthood.
Not something you do, JB?
I've got some self-control, but I think I would have lost a bit by then.
Well,
last year I had to blow the horn on them.
John Faulkner was in with a chance of catching Terry Bosanjak. It would have been close.
We've just been advised that we understand they may well have declared the race. The checkered flag did get hung out, just being advised by race control. It was put out accidentally. The checkered flag has been taken.
Oh, well.
Just been advised from race control.
How about that? We got all excited about this last lap for nothing. Terry Bosanjak and Mark Williams.
How can you put a checkered flag out accidentally? I thought you had to unroll it and actually hang it over the fence.
And wait for someone to tell you to put it out. Nonetheless, what a great run by these guys. The Mazda RX-7,
Fantastic.
Terry Bosanjak will win the Poolrite 3-hour showroom showdown. Well done. And so he should be pleased. His co-driver Mark Williamson did a magnificent job in the first stint, and so too did this car coming across the line. The My Accessories Porsche 911, John Faulkner and Ed Aitken, they will be pleased, perhaps a little disappointed towards the end. There's Mark Williamson and the whole team.
Well, great result for Mark Williamson. He brought Alcatel on board, the French telecommunications company, to fund this effort. The car, of course, on pole last year only did 2 or 3 laps. Great to see Bosanjak and him come back and finally take another victory. Yet another victory for Mazda.
Indeed it is. We thank John Bowe as he exits the commentary box, and we look forward to seeing him in the FAI 1000. Tomorrow will be a brilliant race. An aerial shot of the cars heading back into the paddock area. Well, a little bit of confusion at the end there, but Terry Bosanjak and Mark Williamson takes out the 1999 Poolrite 3-hour showroom showdown for GT production cars. A magnificent effort, and Craig Denyer, we were wondering if we were going to get a similar race to last year. It certainly was action-packed.
Well, certainly when you look at the incidents, I mean, Walden and Bowe not starting because of cracked wheels this morning after the warm-up session. We lost the Maserati. Jimmy Richards and Peter Fitzgerald went out with the car locked in 3rd gear. You go back through the field, the sensational crash that Wayne Park was involved in with the Ferrari, which has totally destroyed the car while running second, having been just passed by John Faulkner. So it's certainly been an absolute race of incidents. There's no doubt about that, Lee.
There's the winning car, the Mazda RX-7. Terry Bosanjak, well done. A great effort, takes the checkered flag. Ed Aitken and John Faulkner, they fought very hard. In the end, the margin was only 9 seconds. Jamie Cartwright and Aaron McGill, what a great run by those two guys. Matt Stupas and Christian de Gosten in for 4th. From Chris Kasparis and Mark Brame, top of the pops in Class B. Boylan and Palmer, Pulver and Shield, and John Tulin and Mike Kilpatrick. Back to 9th, and as we go through the field, Phelan and Wood, they win Class C. That's an outstanding effort. And Guy Andrews and Tony Longhurst, 13th outright.
First time together. Sigrid Thornton, Michael Caden, Rebecca Gibney, Lisa McHugh, Georgie Parker, Ian Thorpe, Linda Emmett, Marsha Hines, Craig McLaughlin, Kathy Freeman, Bob Downs.
From across the networks, across the sports, across the music industry, Australia's biggest stars unite for television's Night of Nights. Music, movies, television and sport. See who Australia voted their People's Choice.
The New Idea People's Choice Awards, soon on Southern Cross.
Rev up for summer with a Motorguard picnic rug, $18.95. Valvoline 5-litre XLD premium motor, or $12.95. Munro Centre Track shockers from $99 a pair. Check out Repco's summer catalogue for the widest range and best advice at the right price. Rev up summer with Repco.
Right now, your Tasmanian Toyota dealer will service and check tune your car for a low $79.50. You got it! A full service and free safety check. Yeah, baby, you got it! Using only genuine Toyota parts for a low $79.50. That includes a free safety check. But You'll only get it at your Tasmanian Toyota dealer.
As he comes onto the main straight, what a performance! Pertek is first again.
With hose cleaning, first. With hose tagging, first. Nationwide. For all your hose problems, think fast. Think Pertek first.
You know why people buy from DAP Computers? We're a Tasmanian company selling a quality product direct to you at better prices. DAP would like to show you that a Tasmanian company can do it better. We don't use cheap and nasty components, just screaming fast multimedia PCs that deliver a superior level of performance. Why? Because they're based on Intel's processor and motherboard. DAP's Entertainer series include a huge quantum hard drive, explosive sound from Creative, 3D graphics and a DVD drive to watch all the latest movies. While you can buy the DAP Entertainer for only $17.99, why not rent it for just $15 a week? Phone DAP now for a 10-minute over-the-phone approval. $15 a week? That's why people buy from DAP Computers.
DAP Computers, just up Marys Hope Road to the roundabout.
Are you getting enough? Enough out of your TV? Then install OASTLER now from just $39.95 and we'll give you an extra channel free for a month. Now that's enough. Call OASTLER now, 132 432. That's 132 432.
The Lone Star Steakhouse and Saloon with cosy cabins around Tasmania present the 1999 Gumtree Festival.
It happens in Moona on Sunday, November 21st, and it's going to be fabulous.
You'll find the best in Tasmanian wines and entertainment plus rides for the kids, and we'll be giving away $10,000 in prizes.
Pick up an entry form from any of the sponsors you see on Southern Cross.
Admission is free, and of course all Moona stores open on the day.
To find out more, phone Tim Franklin and the staff at Radar Promotions Australia.
Come and spend an entertaining day close to the beach, or play golf, or just relax and watch Tasmania's top show jumpers in action at the Tasmanian Show Jumping Association's Southern Championships at the South Arm RSL and Golf Club. Competition starts at 9 a.m. Saturday, leading up to the main events on Sunday, including a novelty dog jumping competition. So come along on Saturday the 20th and Sunday the 21st of November for a weekend of family entertainment.
Room to move can make your life different. Eating can become a dining pleasure. Messy storage, a beautiful display. Watching television can become evenings of entertainment and relaxation. Change your life at Room to Move, Lamb Place, Cambridge.
After the third running of the Poolrite 3-hour showroom showdown, we now have 3 different manufacturers providing the winner. Ferrari, Porsche last year, and now the Mazda RX-7 twin turbo. Terry Bosanjak and Mark Williamson, a patient, tactical drive. John Faulkner quicker over the closing stages, a wonderful chase. He got within about 3 seconds at the end, but traffic and that time were between him and victory for Porsche again. Third placing, Cartwright and McGill looked like they may have just pinched this thing. Going through the class winners here though, Kasparis and Brain in Class B, taking 5th outright and first in the Impreza WRX. Class C winners, Phelan and Wood, 12th outright in the Commodore VT. Class D, well, there's some familiar names. Richards and Murphy. Stephen Richards, of course, winning the FAI 1000 last year with Jason Bright. Greg Murphy has won the event with Craig Lowndes. They teamed up in the Vectra to win their class today. McKay and Gover, the Journos, winning Class E in the very quick Proton M21 Coupe and having lots of fun in the process. Simpson and Linton in the BMW 323 winning the Class S category. Marvellous event once again, all through the classes. And we're going to cross to Mark OASTLER now on the podium with the various winners of the Poolrite 3-hour showroom showdown.
Well, another thrilling finish to the 3-hour showroom showdown. We've had 3 of these over the last 3 years, and they've always never failed to provide fantastic action. 3 different manufacturers represented in the top 3, and a great battle down to the wire. Never ceases to amaze how good the racing is in GTP at Mount Panorama. Before we get to our place getters, a quick word from CEO of Procar Australia, the organisers of this great event, Bill West.
Well, thanks very much. Yet again, we've provided you with a wonderful race, we hope. On behalf of both the promoters and the sponsors of the race, thanks for having us, and we'll be back bigger and better next year. And of course, well done to Mazda. Thanks.
Hear, hear. Thank you, Bill West. Well, let's get our winners out here. Third place today, a great drive. We saw them sprinting very hard at the start, didn't quite get there at the end, but a strong performance nonetheless in the Supra RZ. Put your hands together for Aaron McGill and Jamie Cartwright. Well done, Aaron. Jamie, fantastic. The trophies. And in second place today, well, we saw a thriller and right down to the wire. John Faulkner pushing very, very hard in that Porsche. Got a little bit held up by the traffic toward the end and didn't quite make it, but he put on an absolutely outstanding finish for the fans at Mount Panorama here this afternoon. I'm talking about John Faulkner and Ed Aitken in the Porsche 911. Well done, Ed. John, fantastic drive. And as second place pick up their trophies, it's time to, of course, talk to the winners. And what a great drive. It was an absolutely thrilling performance and a great fight back for Mazda, the RX-7 SP. We saw it in action here in the 12-hour races a few years ago, now proving very dominant in 3-hour trim as well. I'm talking about Terry Bosanjak and Mark Williamson. Well done. Have a quick word, Terry. That was a fabulous drive. We saw the car here last year. It only lasted a few laps, but now absolutely bulletproof reliability and a lot of speed as well.
No, this thing could go for 24 hours around here, I think. With the system we had in it this weekend, we were probably 40 horsepower down on what we were last year, but it went around all day, and it's just testimony to all the boys who have been working on the car. Like, we've been working day and night on this car to make it reliable. It was just a fantastic effort. Everyone's been working just day and night. I also like to thank Alcatel and Battery World, and of course Mark Williamson, and also, last but not least, Alan Horsley. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have had the system that we've got in the car at the moment, and we wouldn't be here now.
A lot of pressure on there when John Faulkner was chasing you toward the end.
Yeah, I drove my dad's that arse off on that. I couldn't drive any. Our tyres are knackered. We only changed 2 tyres, and that was as best we could do.
Fantastic. Let's get Mark Williamson in here for a quick chat. Congratulations,
Thanks,
Mark. Did a great opening stint there. A lot of safety car periods, of course, but you kept it on track, and that was the main thing.
Absolutely, Mark. I mean, the team did a fantastic job. There was a lot of safety car episodes for me. I think I spent more time sucking on the drink bottle than driving the race car, but we looked after it. We got it in one piece back to Terry, and he did a fantastic job. He's done a fantastic job. I mean, we had a strategy that we really tried to stick to for the weekend. We weren't the fastest in qualifying. We weren't too concerned about that. We really wanted to be there at the end. I really needed to give Terry a car that he could go and put some fast laps in for the last 10 minutes of the race, and that's exactly what he did. That's exactly what we needed to do. Fantastic result.
Certainly did. Mark Williamson and Terry Bosanjak, the big winners in the 3-hour showroom showdown at Mount Panorama. Another great race.
Yes, congratulations to all the drivers and co-drivers for putting on such a show for us this afternoon. The FAI 1000 is the main event this weekend. It's on tomorrow, and the top 10 shootout for that is coming up after the break. Stay with us on your home of motorsport.
Today's FAI 1000 racing live from Bathurst, proudly presented by Liquor for Less, Mitre 10 and Moona Auto Salvage. Groaning your way through old-fashioned sit-ups and crunches can be a pain in the neck, but now you can sit down, relax and rock your way to firm-toned, sexy-looking abs, all in just 5 minutes a day with the Ab Rocker 5-minute ab machine. If you can rock in a rocking chair, you can rock your way to sleek, sexy, rock-hard abs. It's the easy way to turn that bulge around the middle into a firm-toned, more defined waistline. The Ab Rocker actually gives you 4 different ab workouts all at once to firm and flatten your upper abs, shape, tone and tighten your lower abdominals, and define and tone the love handles on both sides. 4 different ab workouts all at once, all in just 5 minutes a day. Perfectly balanced resistance bands adjust to 3 different levels, so you can start out easy, then increase the resistance with the simple touch of a button. It's perfect for all ages and fitness levels. The Ab Rocker adjusts to fit you no matter what your size or shape. Plus, you're always seated in a comfortable upright position, not flat on the floor like old-fashioned rolling devices. And here's something ordinary ab machines can't do. Simply turn around, adjust the toning arms, and now you can strengthen the muscles of your lower back. Best of all, your Ab Rocker is compact and portable. It folds flat in seconds for easy storage practically anywhere. You get the entire Ab Rocker 5-minute ab system, including 2 interchangeable ripple effect resistance bands, plus Jake's Rock Hard Abs video, featuring a complete Ab Rocker workout designed to give you that firm, sexy, washboard look in just 5 minutes a day. Plus, find out how you can get the 10-day rapid results program designed to help you lose a full dress or pant size in just 10 days. A $50 value, this program can be yours free. Ask our consultants for details. Call 133 222 right now and begin rocking your way to great-looking abs for only $29.99 a month. Try the Ab Rocker risk-free for 1 full month. If you don't think it's the easiest way to firm and flatten your abs, simply return it for a full refund. For fastest delivery, get your credit card ready and call 133 222 right now.
Some say it's traditional fish and chips at its best. Others say it's innovative and exciting. But whatever you think, Yabby's in North Hobart is the best place in town for seafood takeaways. And now you can dine in at our great new seafood restaurant. Yabby's, 410 Elizabeth Street, North Hobart, next to the post office.
If you want to move anything, anywhere, we've got just the rental truck for your needs. In fact, we've got Australia's biggest range. Budget drives your dollar further.
If you think athletes are training hard for the Olympics, what about these guys?
Get your guts off the ground!
The Sydney Cops putting their bodies on the line.
There's always that constant pressure that you're being watched.
You're frothing at the mouth already and you're shaking.
To make your city safe. Plus, testing teens.
Some boys I know. No idea.
We put 4 teenagers in a house and asked them to do simple jobs.
Am I meant to just pump it up?
Can they survive without their mums and dads? Next week on Today Tonight.
You're about to see a fiery Ferrari, which is symbolic of the hot competition this weekend already. The Poolrite 3-hour showroom showdown will long be remembered for not only a great win by Mazda, but for that very scary moment at the top of the mountain. The FAI 1000 is the main event though, and right now the top 10 shootout in his last ride here at Mount Panorama. Let's go firstly to Dick Johnson.
You just got to make sure that you don't overdrive. The most common fault on a one-lap deal is to overdrive. As you've seen, I've done it before in the past, but I won't be doing it today.
First car out in the top 10 shootout in his farewell drive at Mount Panorama. It is the 17 Shell Helix Ford of Dick Johnson. The only time he has missed the top 10 shootout was last year. This in his final drive at the mountain. He is in the top 10. The crowd will roar as he goes across the top in the AU XR8.
Been driving like a man possessed too. His last time at Mount Panorama, the circuit he loves so much, the circuit that really put him on the map when he hit that rock back in 1980, and the rest is history. A 2:11.23 yesterday in qualifying. He is really getting a lot of speed out of this car. 54 years of age, Queenslander, magnificent record. 3 Bathurst victories, 5 Australian Touring Car Championships, 2 Sandown 500s, an Eastern Creek 12-hour victory in Mazda. The guy has been there and done it all. And this is the last time on Mount Panorama. A very emotional weekend for Dick Johnson.
It's his 21st appearance in the top 10 shootout as he climbs the mountain for the important start to the FAI 1000. The first car out in this top 10 shootout, sharing the drive again this year with his 25-year-old son Stephen, who has been given the green light to take over his dad's drive next year as he really cranks up the AU XR8.
That's just an indication of the enormous amount of grip these Bridgestone control tyres are generating. One of the former Dunlop runners have commented this weekend on just how much more grip the Bridgestone tyres have. It's been a difficult season getting the cars to work. It's a totally different sort of tyre, but things are coming good for the AU Fords at the right end of the season.
What a fitting way to start his final drive, his final 1,000 kilometre enduro. As he begins to run down Conrod Straight, the time ticking on. The best time set yesterday at 2:10.25 by Glenn Seaton. Johnson not quite that quick. The field so incredibly close this year. A capacity grid of 55 cars as he sweeps into the challenge chase.
Here him working back through the gears. Ford 5-litre V8. Generating a lot of horsepower. Renowned amongst the pits as probably been the most powerful Fords out there. These things really haul the mail in a straight line.
Final corner before he heads up pit straight to the start-finish line. The time for Dick Johnson as he flashes across is a 2:11.85.
DJ, was it a good lap?
Oh, not too bad. I screwed up coming onto the main straight. Other than that, it was reasonable.
Car feels all right?
Yeah, for an old guy, not too bad.
There's always tomorrow.
That's what we're looking forward to.
Yeah, best luck, DJ.
Thanks, Baz.
The most difficult part of the track to get right is probably down through the S's and into the dipper. It's a section of the track where it's just a matter of making the car flow and getting through there cleanly.
26-year-old Jason Bright in the Pertec Ford, the reigning champ. The FAI 1000 is about to begin his fast lap in the top 10 shootout. A new partner this year as he drove with the Queensland 500 it is Kiwi Craig Baird. The driver who he shared this car with last year is old EL Stephen Richards, of course, in the Wins team. As Bright begins the climb up Mountain Straight. His time yesterday to put him in the top 10, a 2:11.21. Dick Johnson's time so far this morning, a 2:11.85.
It's been an extraordinarily difficult lead up to the race. Jason had a big crash on top of the mountain on Thursday. They were wrestling with setup. They couldn't get the car to work properly over the bumps. He was really fighting it. Lost control coming over McPhillamy Park. Had a massive lose, did front and rear damage to the car. The TAFE team and the Pertec boys working together overnight Thursday to get the car back on track for Friday. It's extraordinary that 2 years in a row, Jason Bright has been affected by a smash early in the week.
This is only his third start on the mountain. Quite an incredible record. The first year was in 1997 when he shared that drive with Alan Jones and kart racer Scott Pruitt.
He's a guy with enormous natural speed. Scored his rookie pole position at Hidden Valley last year. Took his first round win at Darwin this year. The only win, in fact, for the new AU Falcon in 1999. It's pretty slim season for the Ford fans, but he's really attacking this mountain. Look at that lock brake as the car just gets a little bit loaded. Takes the weight off that inside wheel. Look how close he is threading the needle here, right up against the concrete walls. Moving up into 6th gear. Top speeds on Conrod Straight in excess of 290 kilometres an hour in 1999.
They were very embarrassed about what happened in the Queensland 500 when in a very commanding position. Uncharacteristically, this car dropped an engine. They've since gone back and done their homework, found out the reason as to why. Both Jason and Ross Stone will say we've done everything we possibly can to make sure that doesn't happen here at the big one. The final corner before the run to the line, the time to beat in the top 10 shootout is 2:11.85, set by Dick Johnson. What does Jason Bright have for us as he flashes across the line? A 2:10.42.
Jason, 1.4 seconds quicker than Dick. Was it a good lap?
Yeah, it wasn't a bad lap. It's one of those things, you know, you go into the corner and you think, oh, you know, I could have done that a little bit better, but we're happy, you know, 10.4. It's a second quicker than what I've been here all weekend, so...
After all what happened the other day, I suppose you've been a little bit careful, aren't you?
Yeah, for sure. You know, we're really sort of working away at the car. We've got a balance that we're reasonably happy with now. The car's riding the bumps a lot better. We're really getting there now, I think.
Thanks, Chase.
Thanks, Barry.
The most difficult part of the circuit to get right, I guess, would be for myself is Forest Elbow. The way my style is, I have a little bit of trouble getting in and out of the corner, but otherwise the rest of the circuit's quite good.
In the number 1, Mobile 1, Holden Racing Team VT Commodore, Craig Lowndes, the man who leads the Shell Championship Series. It will all come down to the FAI 1000 this weekend. The time starts for Lowndes. This year driving with Victorian Cameron McConville.
They have a very definite race plan at Mobile Holden Racing Team this weekend. Craig Lowndes definitely chasing victory in the Shell Championship Series. The FAI 1000 for the first time doubles as the final round of this year's championship. They're going to be driving a tactical race to make sure Craig's in the right position to win the championship. If he finishes 4th or better this weekend, he takes the title.
Earlier there was a little scare right here, in fact, for Lowndes when the car came to a stop on the circuit. Obviously running nice and smooth now, and Craig is reasonably relaxed. It's been quite a good preparation and a build-up to the FAI 1000 this year.
Him and Cameron McConville teamed for third position in the Queensland 500. Traditional pipe opener to Mount Panorama, hear the crowd roar. Lowndes quite a conservative line as he drops through Reed Park. See a lot of the cars get their wheels right over the white line, but he's not using all the road there. Nice, tidy, clean lap from Lowndes so far. You can see how much air he's getting under the tyres as he flicks this car through the corner. Coming down toward that section, he said just before this run, Forest Delbo, a difficult part of the track for Lowndes, particularly on cold tyres. Let's get a nice, accurate run out of here. That really affects your terminal speed on Conrod Straight. Looking good.
Knows what it takes to win around Mount Panorama. Won the event with Greg Murphy back in 1996 as we go back on board. Reaching maximum speed down Conrod Straight, and the time to beat is a 2:10.42 set by Ford's Jason Bright.
Tell you what, he's about 0.4 of a second faster than the Pertec Ford on our split time, so this is looking very quick.
Through Challenge Chase. Closing stages of this lap. Last year teamed with Mark SKAIFE. SKAIFE will drive with Paul Morris, and we'll see him later in the top 10 shootout. As the time ticks on, there it is at the bottom, 2:10.42 set by Bright. Lowndes, will he be able to eclipse that time? It's looking good. He flashes across a 2:09.90. Whoa, that is so close to Mark SKAIFE's existing record.
Whoa, that was a good one, Craig. 2:99.
Yeah, Barry, it's obviously the car's going very well. We missed out a lot of the that morning session, but the guys were a bit hectic and I was a bit frantic, but we got the job done.
Good lap, was it?
It was actually a good lap. The first time we've really been on a good fresh set of tyres, and no, the car's working well, and it's going to put us in a good situation for tomorrow.
Well done, Craig.
Thanks, Barry.
3 down, but 7 to go with a shot at Craig Lowndes. 2:09.906. More to come.
Tasmanian retailers looking forward to a bumper Christmas season with predictions of increased sales above last year. And brigades from around the state go through their paces in fire service competitions.
Southern Cross Nightly News. First at 6.
Get your motor running with these sensational FAI 1000 specials from Liquor Police. Carlton Cold $26.95, Foster's Light Ice $19.95, Wild Turkey $33.99 and St Agnes Brandy $17.99. Remember the FAI 1000, remember Liquor Police.
Take a look at this. Here's the first van, and there's more. How quick are they?
When hose problems strike, with 25% more vans, Pertec will get there even faster. Think fast. Think Pertec first.
You know why people buy from DAP Computers? We're a Tasmanian company selling a quality product direct to you at better prices. DAP would like to show you that a Tasmanian company can do it better. We don't use cheap and nasty components.
Just screaming fast multimedia PCs that deliver a superior level of performance. Why? Because they're based on Intel's processor and motherboard. DAP's Entertainer series include a huge quantum hard drive, explosive sound from Creative, 3D graphics and a DVD drive to watch all the latest movies. While you can buy the DAP Entertainer for only $17.99, why not rent it for just $15 a week?
Phone DAP now for a 10-minute over-the-phone approval.
$15 a week?
That's why people buy from DAP Computers.
DAP Computers, just up Marys Hope Road to the roundabout.
Are you getting enough? Enough out of your TV? Then install All-Star now from just $39.95 and we'll give you an extra channel free for a month. Now that's enough. Call All-Star now, 132-432. That's 132-432.
Got the hots for what's in the box with the dots? Then call now and we'll have your favourite Domino's pizza bubbling away in the oven in next to no time. Call now and get it while it's hot.
Domino's! The big news at Harvey Norman is 24 months interest-free terms on computers. Buy a computer, printer, fax machine, photocopier, mobile phone and more. 24 months interest-free terms available now.
The limited edition Magna LE is big, a big 3.5 litre engine, and it's big on extras. Factory alloys, rear spoiler, CD player, 5-speed gearbox. All this for only $26,990. Now that's a big deal. See DJ Mitsubishi today.
When a sensitive time calls for dignity and privacy, Turnbull Family Funerals have the more intimate family chapel, seating up to 60 people. Turnbull Family Funerals, proudly Tasmanian, family owned and operated since 1936. Friends when you need them most.
Take the gamble out of carpet cleaning. For a top job every time, call 23668 9 Tasmanian Carpet Cleaning.
They're underdogs, out to prove that with initiative and hard work, any dream is possible.
We're talking about building a car here.
Starring James Belushi, Halle Berry and Casey Affleck.
All we're asking for is a chance.
Race the Sun. 7:30 tonight.
Massive crowd watching the FAI 1000 Top 10 Shootout. This is Saturday. Who knows how many there'll be for tomorrow's big race. But let's continue with the next 7 as we go now to the veteran, the man who does so well here and is quick as well, as you will see, Larry Perkins.
For this one lap, I really get the concentration knob really wound up. And I start about, really, as soon as I pull my helmet on, hop in the car, nothing else from that point on matters, and I put myself right on the limit.
Well, we saw Larry do that yesterday in the dying moments, the dying seconds of the final qualifying session to make this top 10 shootout. Larry put the Castrol Commodore in 7th position. Everyone was stunned. He did it when it counted most.
Yep, 49 years of age, Larry Perkins digging deep, using all of his experience under enormous pressure yesterday to jump himself right up into the top 10. Both he and Russell Ingall working very hard throughout the week on a number of different settings. And there is our man, Russell Ingall, up on top of the mountain with the boys, giving it a wave. He's going to watch the boss come across the top. He's having a good day. No pressure on Russell today, but the pressure's all on this man, Larry Perkins, in the brand new VT Castrol Commodore. The first car that Perkins has built, in fact, specifically to suit these new Bridgestone control tyres. He's found these tyres have been particularly responsive to chassis adjustments, particularly in the area of shock absorbers. So he's had to make the car as stiff as possible to maximise that tunability, and the car is working very, very well.
Second only to Dick Johnson in the amount of appearances in the top 10 shootout. Listen to the crowd across the top. This is Larry's 17th top 10 shootout as we go on board the VT Castrol Commodore.
Wheel up on the curb there, Perkins. How many times he's driven around here, he's putting his own groove marking the road by now. 6 times Bathurst winner, coming off a win in the Queensland 500 with Russell Ingall in September. This team looking very, very strong. Very, very hard to go past Larry Perkins and Russell Ingall at Bathurst.
Craig Lowndes has set the pace at a 2:09.90, a very quick time, so close to Mark SKAIFE's existing qualifying record of a 2:09.89, and Perkins is on a good one as well.
Yeah, he's only about 1/10 of a second slower than Lowndes on the split, so this is going to be a quick time. It could be a 2:09 as well if he gets the rest of this lap nice and tidy. So Perkins, look at the clock ticking there above quickest time so far. Lowndes a 2:09.90. Perkins brakes hard. Well, Murray's corner, points it onto pit straight. Can he do it?
Across the line, what's Larry got? Second fastest at 2:10.34.
That's a good one, Larry. Second quickest.
What is it?
Second quickest, 0.4 of a second slower than Lounsey.
Oh, that's the best I can do, and Lounsey must have done a good lap. I'm pretty happy with that.
You were happy with it? It was a real good one, was it?
Oh, it's a long way, long way the best I've ever done, but you know, obviously I was trying as hard as I could, and that's all she'll do.
Well done.
Thank you very much.
Well, I get in the car nice and early while the top 10's on, and then once the hot lap's going, I just drive it like I hate it.
It'll be interesting to see how Garth Tander handles this VT Commodore. What a tough decision Gary Rogers had to make earlier this morning, because he's got two very fast drivers. Jason Bargwanna did the time to put the Gary Rogers team in the top 10 shootout, but both drivers equally as fast. They flipped a coin, Tander won.
I bet Gary Rogers will be pretty nervous knowing that Garth Tander's going to drive this like he hates it. Oh, a little bit sideways coming through turn one, a critical corner that as you head on the mountain straight. Garth Tander has been a real fast man in season 99. Bargwanna and he took second place in the Queensland 500. Nice build up to this race. They've certainly had reliability in the Valvoline Cummins Commodores over the years, particularly at Bathurst. And these are looking like a dynamite combination. Jason Bargwanna and Garth Tander.
He climbs the mountain. Garth had a disastrous year here last year at his Bathurst debut at the FAI 1000 Classic last year when he hit Larry Perkins early in the race, and their problems just compounded, and he and Cameron McLean were out very, very early. We've all seen, whoa, as he gets a little out of shape. He has matured immensely throughout the year and has had plenty of great results. We've seen him on the podium numerous occasions.
Big cheer from the crowd as he flings it across McPhillamy Park, close to 200 kilometres an hour through this narrow concrete tunnel. Great shot from above the S's. He points it down toward the VB dipper. Garth Tander under maximum pressure, giving it everything. Down toward Forest Elbow, looks like a reasonably tidy lap. Been riding the curbs in a couple of places. The drivers will tell you it's very, very difficult. One lap to warm up the tyres. Quite often things aren't up to maximum temperature. There's his teammate Jason Bargwanna watching on from the Valvoline Cummins pit. Gary Rogers, team manager, he's the man who pays the bills. He'd have both fingers crossed.
Yeah, and what a great selection that he's made in these two young drivers. Stephen Richards was in the team. He joined him with Jason Bargwanna. Stephen left. He wanted a second driver and chose 22-year-old Garth Tander. And after a few wild things, he really has settled down to become a very, very quick driver and gain the respect of his peers.
Well, it's been a pretty slow lap on the split. Long way behind Larry Perkins and Craig Lowndes, so it shouldn't be that quick.
Up to the start-finish line, Tander comes across a 2:11.76.
Fourth quickest, Garth. Were you having some kind of problems? I saw you looking down all the time.
Yeah, I had no brakes for the first half of the lap.
Oh, that was exciting.
Yeah, it got me attention when we got up to Griffiths Bend, that's for sure. But the pedal came back as we went across the top of the mountain, but it cost us a lot of time. But, you know, that's the way it goes.
What was it, just spongy or just nothing?
Yeah, a really, really long pedal, and when I got down the end here, I almost looped it. The back's locked up, so I don't know what the problem is, but we'll fix it.
Good effort anyway.
Thanks, Baz.
That hot lap, I mean, it's one of the toughest things in motorsport. It is really high-pressure environment, and I mean, last year I did the whole lap without taking a breath, I reckon, so at a 9.8, you certainly know you're alive.
If anyone can give you advice on how to do a quick lap, it is this guy, Mark SKAIFE. No doubt he is the pole master as he begins his top 10 shootout lap here at the FAI 1000. His existing qualifying record stands at a 2:09.89. He set that here last year in the top 10 shootout and has been on pole position for the past 2 years at Mount Panorama. Can he make it 3 in a row?
Phenomenal record. Mr. Commitment, they call him, 110%. And particularly in this hot lap qualifying session, he loves it. As he said in that little intro, he virtually holds his breath for just over 2 minutes, really winds himself up like a coiled spring and gives it absolutely everything. Up over the curbs, coming out a speed stick turn, points it up toward the cutting. Hasn't had a good run in the Enduros this year so far. Crashed out of the Adelaide 500. A collision early in the Queensland 500 put car 2 out of the running. So SKAIFE hungry for a big result here. He wants to win.
Still isn't out of the championship chase, but he is the furthest away. 250 points he is behind his teammate Craig Lowndes. And as the team has said, we've got 2 guys up there and we can walk away with both here. We can walk away with the FAI 1000 and the championship. Look at Mark SKAIFE as he wrestles the car across the top.
Oh, looking at all the route. There's, oh gosh, you can't go any wider coming out of McPhillamy Park there. That's treacherous stuff. 2 wheels up on the curbs. SKAIFE on maximum attack.
His teammate has done a 2:09.90 to be the quickest car so far. What can Mark SKAIFE do? This should be a blinding lap.
How close he brushes the concrete walls there. Points the nose into the apex. Hard on the throttle coming out of Forest Elbow. Down Conrod Straight. Absolute pedal to the metal. Up to 6th gear. Trying to reach speeds at around 200, 300 kilometres an hour. And we've just checked the split. He's about 7/100ths of a second faster than Craig Lowndes at the split. This is going to be a quick one from SKAIFE. If he can keep it together. He was
pushed back to 5th fastest in qualifying yesterday. 4 Fords ahead of him. Mark SKAIFE will not want a Falcon to start from pole position. This is it, the dying stages of the top 10 shootout lap. Can he beat his own qualifying lap record here at Mount Panorama? The final corner for Mark SKAIFE. Let's see, the best time is set by his teammate, 2:09.90. What has SKAIFE got? He's done it! A 2:09.57! Unbelievable!
SKAIFE, the master of going faster. 2:09.5.
Thanks, Sheenie. I thought last lap up here for the top 10 was a deep breath, but that was, I'll tell you now, right now. Whew.
That was a major lap, wasn't it, on the curves, everything. It looked very impressive.
Yeah, look, that's as fast as you can go without making it 4 foot shorter.
Thanks a lot, Mark.
Thanks, mate.
I psyched myself up for the hot lap. Really, I just like to be alone inside my helmet for a couple of minutes before we go out, which is a great thing about wearing a helmet because you can be alone. And I take St. Christopher with me, who's the managing director of trains, planes and automobiles. So he's on board.
It's been a testing year for Mark trying to develop this Mitre 10 AUXR8. He needs a good result here at the FAI 1000 and the weekend has started perfectly for him. He was 4th quickest in qualifying yesterday and is in the top 10 shootout for the 2nd time.
Former Australian Formula Ford champion Mark LARKHAM, now 35 years of age, born and raised in Sydney, lives up on the Gold Coast where he has his team set up there, setting up his own operation for 2000 where he'll be a very separate entity from the Stone Brothers Ford team. Comes up towards speed stick turn. Former Australian Formula Ford champion, 2 times Australian Drivers champion, guy with an enormous amount of experience. Had a difficult introduction to V8 supercar racing, tried to go his own way. With a pretty radically developed car, didn't work out for him. But now he's got a package that's working very, very well. And always toward this end of the year, Lee, he starts to get his act together.
Last year he won at the Honda Indy 300 on the Gold Coast, and that set him up, wound him up for the Enduros. He was very unlucky not to finish on the podium last year. He and Brad Jones. What can LARKHAM do this year? You can see there, wasn't pushing as high, as hard as Mark SKAIFE was. A brilliant lap of a 2:09.57 will be tough for LARKHAM to beat. He will be pleased just to be in this top 10.
Fantastic shot from our cherry picker, high above Mount Panorama. Oh, a little puff of smoke there. As he sets the car up for the elbow, not an easy task. 1,350 kilograms of Aussie V8. And this is a pretty quick time too. Checked on the split. 23.3 is about half a second under Jason Bright's time at the split, so this could be another 9.
And it's it was the same split as Craig Lowndes. So LARKHAM in the Mitre 10 Ford looking the goods through Challenge Chase. One of 4 Fords at the top of the tree. Will they stay there at the end of the top 10 shootout under the Dunlop Bridge? 1 corner remaining for Mark LARKHAM, the Queenslander, for the 2nd year in a row, teaming with Brad Jones. The run to the line, a 2:09.57 is the time to beat. LARKHAM has done it! LARKHAM has done it! 2:09.51! 2:09.51 for LARKHAM!
How about that then?
Bazza, I just don't give a shit what happens for me, mate. I'm wrapped. Thank you. That was great. Yeah, really enjoyed it.
Well, that just about sums it up, doesn't it, Mark?
Well, I don't like to say that, but it does. Look, I just love this place, and it's the pressure of that one lap thing is just something that every driver really thrives to do, and I thoroughly enjoyed that lap. It was great.
Absolutely brilliant.
Thanks, Bass.
Thanks, well done.
Great work, Larko. The St Christopher medal wasn't the only ingredient in that amazing lap. Last year, Mark SKAIFE took pole with a 2:09. He was the only driver in the 2:09s that day. There are 3 already and 3 still to come as we continue after the break. Our top 10 shootout for the 1999 FAI 1000. It gets better.
For quality recycled auto parts, look no further than Mooner Auto Salvage. Need a taillight, door or bumper for your Ford or Holden? Why buy new when quality recycled car parts will save you money? With over 25 years experience, Mooner Auto Salvage now offers a comprehensive database of all available parts to ensure fast, efficient service, so you'll be back on the road in no time. Call in and see us at 62 Hopkins Street or telephone 03 62 280274. And remember, recycled auto parts will save you dollars.
Rev up for summer with a Motorguard picnic rug, $18.95. Valvoline 5 litre XLD premium motor or $12.95. Munro Centre Track shockers from $99 a pair. Check out Repco's summer catalogue for the widest range and best advice at the right price. Rev up summer with Repco.
Hi guys! Want to come for a swim?
No thanks, girls. We're waiting for Wayne. He's going to give us $1,600 for this old clunker. Anyway, Mick's just eating and that. Why do I do it?
There's been a lot of talk recently about treated pine timber. Which one is the better one to use? When we built this deck, my husband and I chose French Pine E because of all the great benefits. French Pine E contains no chromium or arsenic, so I know it's safe for my family and the environment. French Pine E looks great too, and it has the quality you know only comes from French pine. Really, when it comes down to it, how can you afford not to use French Pine E?
Which of these men has his business premises patrolled by Chubb Protective Services, Tasmania's largest security company? Contact Chubb Protective Services. In Australia, 100 years.
Room to Move has Hobart's largest display of hardwood dining furniture with 5-year guarantee. Choose a colonial setting to seat from 4 to 14 with a choice of table shapes and many chair styles. This 7-piece setting is now only $899, all at Room to Move, Cambridge.
Table 8 Clearance Centre. Fashion brands at prices you can afford with up to 70% off. Table 8, Sport 8, After 8, Johnny Dexter, Robert D'Angelo and much more. Packed full of bargains. 99 Liverpool Street.
Hi, I'll be at Book City on Wednesday the 17th of November at 12:30 to sign some copies of my new book, Time to Declare. See you there.
Mark is available to sign Time to Declare only. At Book City, Bathurst Street.
The Lone Star Steakhouse and Saloon with cosy cabins around Tasmania present the 1999 Gumtree Festival.
It happens in Moona on Sunday, November 21st, and it's going to be fabulous.
You'll find the best in Tasmanian wines and entertainment plus rides for the kids, and we'll be giving away $10,000 in prizes.
Pick up an entry form from any of the sponsors you see on Southern Cross.
Admission is free, and of course all Moona stores open on the day.
To find out more, phone Tim Franklin and the staff at Radar Promotions Australia.
The perfect couple, until someone came between them. Can the good doc ease the emotions? Plus, helping Puss with a jealousy problem.
Oh, and he's away.
Harry's practice Sunday.
I'm going to court tomorrow.
It'll all be over soon, Jazz, Kay.
Justine's day of judgment has arrived.
She said, I did it. I killed the baby.
That's not what I meant! Will she be found guilty? Next time.
An exhausting day continues at Mount Panorama. Massive crowd. This symbolic shot from the Goodyear blimp. There it is. It'll be a great year for whoever wins the FAI 1000 and perhaps even in one stroke the Shell Championship Series. Hot contest out there. The Ford Banner competition continues as well. Just a reminder that you at home can vote for the winner of this competition and perhaps pick up a trip for two to Monaco to watch the Formula One Grand Prix, courtesy of Ford. The winning banner, the person who creates it, will win a Ford Falcon XR8. Marvellous bit of machinery. Right now we go back to the top 10 shootout. 3 cars to go. Mark Larkham has been absolutely sensational so far. Can John BOWE beat him? Let's find out.
I don't psych myself up for that top 10 hot lap. I actually psych myself down. If I psych myself up, I'm dangerous, so I try and be calm about it.
Well, is that a sign of things to come? Mark Larkham, an unbelievable 2:09.51. Just when it looked like no one would beat SKAIFE.
Well, it didn't seem possible that anyone could knock off Mark SKAIFE. That was a sensational lap. Mark Larkham, absolute smooth, consistent lap. He couldn't pick the speed there, but he's picked up a few hundredths of a second on SKAIFE. Can John BOWE top that? Go hard or go home, it says across the front bumper of the car. It's almost like the team motto in 1999. It's been a tough season, but they've done magnificently.
Well, BOWE has been sharing a car, partnering a car that has started from pole position, but he himself has never won pole at Mount Panorama. So let's see what he can come up with this time in the Caterpillar Ford, teaming with Jimmy Richards this year for the FAI 1000. This will be a formidable team, that is for sure.
44 years of age, John BOWE, one of the most experienced drivers in the field. 2 times Bathurst winner with Dick Johnson, 2 times Sandown 500 winner as well with the Queenslander. 1995 Australian Touring Car Champion, a man with an enormous amount of experience as he guides this Caterpillar Ford across the top of the mountain, 200 kilometres an hour. No room for error here. Look at that. Look at the amount of air he gets under the left-hand inside wheel as he hooks it over McPhillamy Park. Hard on the brakes under the Holden sign. Down through the S's toward the dipper. This is getting very, very tough.
Well, it's been a low-fuss preparation for the Cat Ford boys. There hasn't been a whole lot of media attention or hype about BOWE or Richards, and that would be the way that John BOWE would like it to be. That puts him in an underdog situation and will pounce, as he did yesterday in qualifying to set the 3rd fastest time. What will he have for us here? Can he eclipse Larkham's time of a 2:09.51, the fastest ever lap time around Mount Panorama?
It's almost beyond belief. That's faster than even the time set by Neil Allen in a Formula 5000 car here on the old circuit before the chase was put in. So it just shows the level of development that's happened in that time.
They would be anxious down in the Cat pit under the Dunlop Bridge for the final time. The split was quite a bit slower than Mark Larkham. We watch the run to the line, and he won't get there, John BOWE, as he flashes across the line, a 2:11.69.
Good one, JB, 6 quickest.
Mate, I've got a problem. If you look at the dash here, it's 272 kilometres an hour top speed. And I had 285 yesterday, so I don't know what's wrong.
Oh, dear.
The car felt fantastic, but it's just slow down the straight. So we'll have to fix that for tomorrow, won't we?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Thanks. Not a nice, smooth lap, though.
Oh, well, it felt good. The car's really, really great. Yeah.
Best luck.
A mystery of modern motor racing, eh?
Best of luck, JP. I'm sure someone, if anybody can sort it out, you can.
Oh, we'll fix it, but it's a mystery. Thanks, mate.
It's weird.
Well, there's probably 2 parts of the track I find difficult to get right, and that's Reed Park and McPhillamy. If you can pick a lot of time up through there, and believe me, you can lose a lot of time as well.
Paul Radisich, by his own admission, says this is the toughest championship he has driven in and wants to stick around more because he wants to taste success. He and Stephen Ellery were going very well at the Queensland 500. A problem with the car, and they retired from that race. He is hungrier than ever to succeed here in the FAI 1000. Was 2nd fastest yesterday in qualifying. What will he have for us today? This should be a good time.
36 years of age, Paul Radisich, Kiwi international. Now lives on the Gold Coast near the Dick Johnson operation. Just re-signed for another 2 years with the Shell team. And we're expecting some big results from this man. He's done a phenomenal job stepping into the boots of John BOWE in 1999 and to come to terms with developing not only a new AU Falcon but the Bridgestone tyre as well. It's been a very difficult year very steep learning curve because he's also driven on tracks he's never driven on throughout the season. And just an indication of his pedigree is how quickly he's adapted to this situation.
Second time in the top 10 shootout. And this will be his 9th start at the mountain as he flashes across the top, as pushing the Shell Helix number 18 Ford very hard.
Well, that's the section of, oh, look at that. Enormous grip being generated by the tyres. It's the inside wheels up in the air. In McPhillamy Park, this is a very, very clean, fast lap so far. Paul RADISICH, distinguished career in the British Touring Car Championship. Taken to the V8s like a duck to water. This is a man who knows how to win. This season he's proved more than anything. He is a gun through the traffic. I've never seen a guy who can overtake, move up so many places in traffic as Paul RADISICH. Very, very aggressive, clean driver.
There's the boss looking on, Dick Johnson, the number 18. Shell Helix Ford, a little slower at the split than Lowndes and LARKHAM and SKAIFE. But he's not that far off.
Only about 2/10 of a second in it. But as I've been saying all week, these Shell Fords have got an enormous amount of horsepower. Very quick in a straight line, so if that's true, he might have been able to make up that time on Conrod Straight.
Paul RADISICH. This is it. Final corner. A 2:09.51 is the time that stands from Mark LARKHAM, fellow Ford driver, fellow Queenslander. The run to the line for the Rat. Paul RADISICH comes in 4th fastest with a 2:10.00.
Fourth quickest, Paul.
Well, it's the fastest time we've done, so we're pleased. Made a few little mistakes, which probably cost me some time, but I'm very happy with that. Everything's looking good for tomorrow.
Well, it's not too bad. Second round of the grid so far.
Yeah, well, we'll see what Glenn can do.
Best of luck.
Thanks.
I find turn 1 the most difficult because you arrive there, you're on cold tyres, and you don't know if you've arrived a little bit too hard or a little bit too slow until you've exited, and it's really critical to get the exit right for your speed up Mountain Straight.
The last Ford that was on pole position here at Mount Panorama was this guy, Glenn Seaton, in the Ford Tickford Racing AUXR8 back in 1996. Whatever happens, there will be a Ford on pole this year. Will it be Seaton or LARKHAM?
34 years of age, Glenn Seaton. Grew up in Sydney, now based down in Melbourne, has been for many years with his own racing operation. Joined up with Ford, joined the Ford Tickford Racing team in 1999. There's been a lot of expectation, I guess unfair expectation on the performance of this team, and you think how long it took the Holden Racing team to get their act together. For many years they've really struggled to be competitive. FTR's come in at the hottest point of V8 Supercar ever, so a lot of pressure, a lot of expectation on the shoulders of this team, and this man particularly, a little bit sideways as he comes out of the cutting, points it up toward the mountain. You see how hard Glenn Seaton's working, that fantastic shot looking over his shoulder as he muscles this beast across the top of the mountain. 600 horsepower he's juggling here. Up over the rise to McPhillamy, he just brushes the brakes to steady the car, drops down onto Skyline. It's been pretty tidy so far, that little wiggle coming out of the dipper. Out of the cutting, I should say, as he heads down toward the dipper. Can Seaton do it? A 2-minute 9.51 for Mark LARKHAM. That's just blown everyone out of the water.
Teaming for the second year, there's Mark LARKHAM anxiously looking on. Teaming for the second year with Neil Crompton. With the Fords, he begins the run down Conrod Straight.
Well, he's pretty slow on the split, so not looking too quick in the first half of this lap. See how he goes toward the end there.
Mark LARKHAM looking down the barrel of his first V8 Supercar pole position at Mount Panorama for the FAI 1000. Seaton is the only man who can push him off the top spot down under the Dunlop Bridge. Glenn Seaton was quickest yesterday with a time of a 2:10.25. He will need to go much faster than that to beat Mark LARKHAM's time. The run to the line in the top 10 shootout, the final car. Glenn Seaton flashes across the line, 7th fastest at 2:10.70. LARKHAM has done it.
Fantastic. And he's a very happy boy. I think that St. Christopher around his neck was doing him good.
Okay. Seventh quickest, Glenn. You had a bit of a drama there. You couldn't get the thing started.
Yeah, the starter motor got stuck in. We had to just knock it out of engagement, and then it would start off the starter. But it's a bit of a hectic time there for a minute, Baz. But no, I'm happy. Like we've shown the car that's got the speed. It's a long day tomorrow, and it's the important one is what I want to win tomorrow.
Well, it's like his fourth row of the grid. It's not so bad, is it?
Not at all. Like really, at the end of the day, Jason won it from a lot further back last year, and really grid positions don't matter. But it would be nice to be on front row, but that's the way it is.
Let's hope you got all your dramas out of the way today, then.
Yeah, I hope so, Baz. As long as we have dramas today and none tomorrow.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot, Glenn.
Thank you.
Ford now with 15 poles to Holden's 12 in the V8 Supercar 1000, and of course 8 to 5 in the Shell Championship Series this year. This is the final round, and they're all thinking about tomorrow now. But Mark LARKHAM, the man of the moment, an extraordinary weekend, delivering some very satisfying results, I must say. Mark LARKHAM, a very, very popular man in the world of V8 Supercar racing, but they all have a big chance, and another fairy tale still may lie with the Johnson & Johnson pairing. We'll be back.
With only 2 home improvements left, panic has broken out.
If you're going to turn this show into a 3-ring circus, I might just quit. Sorry to lose you.
The Home Improvement Countdown, Southern Cross Sunday.
Here's a couple who are finally seeing their vision become reality.
On the outside. Well done.
And here's the Mitre 10 specialists with all the advice they need for a professional finish.
It's our own brand. It's good value.
From the store that understands it's not just the low price.
They're washable.
It's getting the right advice that really saves you money.
No, I reckon what you've done here.
Your dad did a few yards, but I knew you.
Get your motor running with these sensational FAI 1000 specials from Liquor Police. Carlton Cold, $26.95. Foster's Light Ice, $19.95. Wild Turkey, $33.99. And St Agnes Brandy, $17.99. Remember the FAI 1000? Remember Liquor Police.
Rev up for summer with a Motorguard picnic rug, $18.95. Valvoline 5-litre XLD premium motor, or $12.95. Munro Centre Track shockers from $99 a pair. Check out Repco's summer catalogue for the widest range and best advice at the right price. Rev up summer with Repco.
The new Celica with 40% more power.
Morning, Mr. Robertson.
One drive, and everything else seems slow.
Honda's popular ride-on range of mowers are purpose-built gardening tools, powerful and built to last. Perfect for those big mowing jobs. The Miracle Mini 4-stroke brush cutter with its unique 360-degree any-side-up operation delivers reliable starting. See your local Honda Power Equipment dealer for details.
Eastern Shore Mowers and Cycles, Lindisfarne. Mal's Chainsaw Centre, Kingston. Roberts Don Mac, Hobart. Roberts Limited, Hobart, Oatlands and Bridgewater. Mountain Engineering, New Norfolk. And Spring Bay Outdoor Equipment at Triabunna.
CableMate, replace, supply and manufacture...
Marine cables?
Good boy. Also...
Industrial and gym cables?
Correct.
Farm cable applications?
The name says it all.
No, it doesn't. It says...
Chesterman Street, Moona.
Let me give you a tip. Christmas shopping's a breeze at Claremont Village, and you really must take the kids to see Tasmania's most spectacular Christmas lights. They are really amazing. Don't forget, Claremont Village is the only centre where you will find the big 5 shopping outlets in one convenient location, giving you the very best value in groceries, liquor, petrol, variety products, and now the latest in videos from Video Easy. So, take my tip. Christmas shopping's a breeze at Claremont Village.
I want you to listen very carefully to what I'm going to tell you.
These are the very best commercials of 1999. Now, it is controversial. Each and every one is a gold, silver or bronze award winner.
The 99 Card Winner Special, Monday 7:30.
You are watching the pole-sitting car for the 1999 FAI 1000, which will be run tomorrow at Mount Panorama and will also be the decisive round of the Shell Championship Series. And Brad Jones is behind the wheel after Mark Larkham set that devastating record time in the top 10 shootout. There's Brad, a winner here at Bathurst in the 2-litre class. He has the credentials, and Mark, of course, is going very quick as well. A heartbreaking race for them last year when they were in a possible winning position, certainly a podium position, and the car broke down. Fuel pump problem. There were tears flowing in the garage. Will there be tears of joy tomorrow? Well, that's a long way off, it seems. The traditional late afternoon warm-up continues here, and some very quick runs from Russell Ingall, Steve Ellery, who's partnering Paul Radisich in the Shell Heelish Falcon. But right now with Mark Larkham is Mark OASTLER.
Well, history in the making at Mount Panorama. Mark Larkham setting the fastest time ever around this historic track. Mark, that was an absolutely sensational lap.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Oh, look, let me tell you, that AU Falcon is a fantastic jig around here, and it allows you to be very committed, which you need to be to do that. And there's plenty of hot competition out there, so I'm absolutely wrapped. And we're very proud as a team to do that lap, yeah.
Well, a very exciting bonus in 1999. Here from race sponsor FAI to tell us about it, Group Marketing Director Brendan Drake.
Thanks. We've been very impressed, I think, with the calibre and commitment of the drivers. We're looking for a way to personally recognise them and to support them further. So we're proud to put up $100,000 to the driving team that can break the race record, and that's $100,000. We've seen a lot of records go this morning, so I think this could be going. Yeah.
You can touch it, Mark. It's real. $100,000 for the race record. That's an extra bonus, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a great job by FAI, and good congratulations and thank you for that incentive, because we're after it. I can tell you we are.
We wish you all the best.
Thanks, Mark.
Yeah, very well liked, Mark Larkham. It'll be a tall order for that race record with the potential of safety cars out, which weren't around when that record was set quite a few years back. But right now, let's wrap up and preview the events so far in the FAI 1000 Classic. Barry SHEENE and Leigh DIFFEY, welcome to you. Barry, firstly, such depth of quality in this field. We talked about it from the start of events today, and it's been proven.
Well, it's quite amazing when you think, realistically, there's any one of about 14 teams that can win this thing. I mean, it's quite amazing when you look how close it is. I mean, it only needs to look at Mark Larkham last year. He had a fuel pump switch pop out, and that was it. But so close, so competitive, and the support here of the public is just amazing.
Leigh DIFFEY, we've focused on the top 10 today for obvious reasons, but outside that top 10, there are still so many chances and so many great drivers.
There's plenty of big names outside there, isn't there? And that's where you've got to look, I think, also at tomorrow. Keep an eye on those guys. Just because they're not in the top 10, that doesn't mean much. Remember last year, Jason Bright and Stephen Richards won from 15th, so it doesn't really mean much to be outside the top 10. It does give your sponsors some extra airtime during the top 10 shootout.
On the subject of Jason Bright, actually, that was the big news today, the news conference held by Jason. We've been trying so hard to get an Australian into the Kart World Series, and the Honda Indy was only a few weeks back. We talked about it then. Now there's been some action. Leigh, great news for Jason to get into the Indy Light Series, which is a stepping stone.
Yeah, it is. He's organised something with Pac West Racing. I was talking to one of the guys that's been associated with putting the deal together, and he said, unfortunately, one of the major sponsors that they had dropped out. They still have money, but they have fallen short. So I think it's really up to corporate Australia to get behind him. We see South Americans getting behind their boys. We see Americans getting behind their drivers. It's now Australia's turn to really make this happen so we can have an Aussie in the Kart World Series.
Yeah, I was talking to Jason this morning, and he said, I still need a substantial amount of money, and I can promise you on behalf of everybody at Channel 10, if you stick the money in, we'll definitely look after you. There's no doubt whatsoever about that.
Yeah, no question. It'll be very rewarding if you get behind Jason Bright, so have a think about it as you see him in action this weekend. What a day ahead of us. 7 a.m. to 5 p.m, a massive coverage. That's Eastern Daylight Saving Time. The warm-up followed by the Formula Fords for the appetizer, and then the big one, 161 laps of fury around Mount Panorama, the FAI 1000. What a spectacular day it promises to be. It's already been very, very special. Set for a record crowd as well. We have a lap record in qualifying, a qualifying lap record, that is, not a race lap record. Could be many more broken tomorrow. We hope you've enjoyed this, the first of our big two-day coverage. And on behalf of the crew, thank you, and we hope you'll be back with us tomorrow.
Today's FAI 1000 racing live from Bathurst